Douluo, I'm really not a rice god. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Improve the Angel Sword. The golden firework melts. Sister Zhu here. I'm not a child. Lingtian helplessly reminded that, while he was about to raise his hand, Qian Renxue was unexpectedly obedient. For the first time, he took the initiative to take down his palm from the top of his head, feeling the disappearance of warmth. He even felt a little unreal. When did Sister Zhu become so obedient? He remembers that he has never had before. Why does it suddenly turn today? At the same time, just when Lingtian feels puzzled, Qian Renxue's pair of eyes turned around and finally locked in Lingtian's thin lips, staring at the white arms suddenly, and lifted his toes gently on Lingtian's neck. Feeling the touch between the neck, Lingtian's heart was surprised. When he was about to open his eyes, Qian Renxue seemed to have expected, and the soft sound close to his ears sounded at the same time. Ocean, don't open your eyes in advance. The eyelids are a bit itchy. Lingtian is cheeky. An answer to the answer. Flutter. Qian Renxue smiled lightly and didn't care. Mei Yan stared at Lingtian, thinking about the two people who knew each other. The sweet smile sketched the corner of the mouth. In the end, after taking a deep breath, Qian Renxue raised his hand and pulled the broken hair in his ears, and his cheeks were slightly red, but the small head was slowly close to Lingtian. Sakura lips are slightly enabled. A loud noise. Eventually contact with thin lips. This kiss came so unexpectedly. Lingtian was at a loss for a while. As he instinctively wanted to deepen. Qian Renxue had already ended. Just kiss on the lips and then divided. There is no time to give Lingtian's aftertaste. The warmth on the corner of the lips has passed. Sister Zhu here. Lingtian opened his eyes. Qian Renxue's hands behind him, the rosy face with a bright smile, showing the youthful atmosphere of the girl, and a little different, playful and cute. This expression is rarely seen, even if it is Lingtian. Not because of other reasons, it is mainly due to the habit of developing for many years, so that Qian Renxue always closed herself. This is the reward for you just now. How is it? Are you satisfied? Satisfy. Lingtian smiled slightly. Although I don't know what Qian Renxue just troubled, it is not important now. When the words turned around, Lingtian also joked, but it's too short. It will be better if it can be longer. Then it depends on your performance. My performance. A little pause. Lingtian's mouth showed a joke smile. Isn't Sister Zhu here still satisfied? Thousands of Renxue froze slightly. The next moment, the little face suddenly became rosy and glanced at anger. Sliding tongue. Lingtian is about to return to the previous sentence, but considering Sister Zhu here's thin skin, she finally swallowed. What are you talking about just now? Nothing. Sister Zhu here. Let's go out and stroll. Speaking of Qian Renxue's opening, Lingtian has taken her little hand to walk out of the courtyard. Qian Renxue had to follow him halfway. Nympho in the afternoon. After returning from Hushan, the two returned to the courtyard again. Drinking tea in the courtyard. Appreciate the afternoon scenery together, although the scenery here is not necessarily how beautiful. The point is to accompany the people around you. There are beautiful women with quietness, and there is no complicated trivial matter to disturb the two. No matter what kind of environment, it is picturesque for Lingtian, and the beauty is intoxicated. Sudden a breeze strikes, brushing Qian Renxue's pretty face. The golden hair danced with the wind, and it was a beautiful picture. At this moment, Lingtian couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Why haven't you learned a lot of painting skills over the years? Otherwise, you can always record the style and charm of every moment of Qian Renxue. Ocean. I don't know that. After many levels, Qian Renxue suddenly called out softly. Lingtian returned to God. Sister Zhu here. Did you call me just now? Qian Renxue hesitated for a while and finally asked. Ocean. Now I can get the angel sword again. When will the preparation you say start? After Lingtian mentioned the day when he got the angel god sword. These days have not mentioned this in the Wuhan temple, so it is a bit anxious to see that there is no progress or trust in Lingtian, is as always, since Xiaoshan said that it can improve the angel god sword, it will definitely help himself to improve. The reason why this matter is so concerned is because of strength. Qian Renxue wants to improve her strength as soon as possible. Not to mention whether it can go side by side with Lingtian in the future. She knows that Xiaoshan would not care about this, but she will, whenever she is willing to be protected by others. The little woman standing behind her, she also wants to contribute her strength and share the pressure of Xiaoshan, angel, divine sword. It takes a while. Hearing Qian Renxue's problem, Lingtian put down the calm tone of the teacup. Xiaoshan, are you not sure? Qian Renxue's eyebrows frowned slightly, and a doubt flashed in the beautiful eyes. What? Do you miss? Lingtian raised his hand and knocked Qian Renxue's little head, and at the same time, the clouds and wind said lightly, although your angel divine sword, I don't know much, but the artifact level is still under the super artifact point. There is not much difficulty in refining again. So why? Qian Renxue did not care about Lingtian's move, but instead asked the reason why he was in doubt. Have you forgotten that I had prepared the materials when I refined the Bingjian sword? Lingtian smiled mildly and did not continue to sell Guanzi. In addition to a refined artifact, in addition to a alchemist, it also needs a lot of refined materials. Now the basic material of the angel divine sword is ready. Like the original ice sword, it lacks a heart of ice and snow. Similar key materials. Although there is no one, you can choose other materials to replace, but the final improvement effect will definitely be greatly reduced. So that's it. Qian Renxue nodded suddenly. Finally, I understand why Lingtian has never shot to improve the artifact. Xiaoshan, what kind of material you lack? Maybe we might be there in the martial arts palace. Qian Renxue blinked beautifully and suddenly thought of something. Golden fireworks crystal. He is an extremely special fire attribute material, non-golden, non-stone, or between the two. If its flame contains a strong fire attribute, the effect is similar to that of ice and snow. If it is integrated into the weapon, it can greatly enhance the fire attribute capabilities of the weapon. The rareness is not as much as the ice and snow heart. What is the relationship between Jin fireworks crystal? What is the relationship between ordinary fire crystals? Qian Renxue blinked. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Sister Zhu here. Do you still know the fire crystal? Lingtian was slightly surprised. Nonsense. This is one of the 10 most precious treasures in the mainland. Bringing on the body is the speed that can speed up the soul power. Qian Renxue's eyes rolled with white eyes. Stinky small sky. I really treat myself as a problem that I don't understand anything. Oh, I have forgotten this. Lingtian smiled and continued, but since Sister Zhu knows the fire crystal, it is easy to do. Jin fireworks crystal is actually similar to the fire crystal, but there is a ray of golden patterns in the center of the center, but in the center of the center, just like the flame of burning, so the name of Jin fireworks crystal. It can also be said that it is an upgraded version of the fire crystal. Since you say he belongs to fire crystals, why have I never heard of it? Qian Renxue asked, puzzled. Theoretically, since there is Jin fireworks crystal, she can never hear it. Very simple. Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Because the number of gold fireworks is very small. There are very few. Lingtian slowly says the truth. The formation of Jin fireworks crystal requires a large number of fire crystals through a violent impact. The energy generated during the process of fire crystals is successfully converged together after a long period of integration and transformation. Although it sounds simple, whether it is collision or energy convergence, the success rate is extremely low, almost close to 1 in 10,000. Is so difficult. When I heard the success rate of 1,000th, Qian Renxue realized that it was scarce. Certainly. What special place does it have? Let me think about it. You may not understand in the refiner. A little groaning, Lingtian said. Say that if the ordinary fire crystals are one of the speed in terms of soul power, the speed of the golden fireworks crystal is 100 times. Qian Yang Su's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of incredible point. Although she knew that Lingtian could not lie to herself, she was still surprised by such a sharp contrast point. Lingtian slightly pushed. We are still far from using this kind of thing. So this high-end goods are left to those who need it. Well, it is even higher. Lingtian nodded seriously. Point. Although he has never tried to use it to enhance his soul power, he has compared the energy level of the 2 point. Although there are 100 times the gap, it is also enough. Hearing the words, Qian Renxue was silent for a moment. I have asked Uncle Ning before, and the situation of Chen Lao's side, whether it is the treasure house of Qian Renxue or the treasure house of the Snow Temple, there is no golden fireworks crystal. Lingtian shook his head helplessly. What about our martial art hall? Qian Renxue suddenly asked. There was still a line of hope in her heart. As for the Wuhan Hall, I have also entered the treasure house to find it under the leadership of the golden crocodile. Point. Lingtian stopped, paused and shook his head. As for Grandpa Qian's side, I have never heard of it. As you can't find it. There was a touch of disappointment in Qian Renxue's eyes. Although the treasure house of Wuhan Temple does not say that it includes all the treasures of the mainland, it is also 10 point. The only thing that can be compared with it throughout the continent is only known as the rich country and the Zhangman Treasure Museum of the Qian Point, but it can only be compared. Point. The time when the Wuhan Temple established on the Douluo continent is far more than Qian. Whether it is the number of treasures or quality, Qian is not as good as strong. Point. There are treasures of Qian, and there are also martial arts halls the Qian does not have, but the martial arts palace may not have. No point. As for the treasury of the heavenly Dao Empire, let alone mention it. Point. There are nothing in the Wuhan Hall and Qian. Will there be in the state treasury of the Qian Dao Empire? No. Golden fireworks crystal. After groaning for a moment, Qian Renxue asked again, then use other materials to re-reflect the angel god sword. In addition to the power, there are other questions. After listening to Lingtian's explanation, although Qian Renxue was a little disappointed. Point. But since there is no key material, you can only find a way to improve the power in other ways. She wants to refine the angel god sword. First, to enhance her power, and the second is to erase the mark on the angel god sword, so that the angel god sword really belongs to herself from beginning to end. Point. So, although there is no main material, the power of improvement is limited. Point. But the reason for the second point, Qian Renxue also wanted to re-refine the sword. There is no other problem, Lingtian explained. It's just that the power is not much improved. Although there is no main material gold fireworks crystal, the other auxiliary materials are equally precious. The final promotion Chengdu must be stronger than the previous angel god sword. Then, choose other materials to replace. After listening to Lingtian's explanation, Qian Renxue, who clarified her purpose, nodded immediately. Zhao Shan, the angel divine sword is given to it. At that time, wait for us to raise the god sword, then return to the Dao Empire. Speaking, Qian Renxue's palm flickered in the heart. Point. After a long time, the angel god sword condensed in the palm of the palm, and it was full of trust in Lingtian's eyes. She believes in Lingtian. Point. There is no doubt that he will snatch his angel sword. Sister Zhu here, don't worry. Looking at the angel god sword that had been handed in front of him, Lingtian shook his head and pushed the sword back. Qian Renxue was slightly stunned, looking at Lingtian puzzled. As early as when I re-refined the Bingjian sword, I had already sent a message to the predecessor of Chen Yu. It's time. She thought it was a plan to refine the angel divine sword at that time. I did not expect that all the materials needed. A little pause. Lingtian slightly pushed the head and laughed. If it wasn't for the golden fireworks crystal and skilled, it is too scarce, and you don't have to drag until this time. When you get the angel god sword, I can help you improve the angel god sword. Qian Renxue nodded suddenly and said, so you have already found the materials at that time. Lingtian nodded and added, but the people in the snow hall have been looking for the news of the crystal of the golden fireworks in the mainland. A few days ago, Chen Lao told me a little bit of eyebrows. It's not too late to make a choice. When can there be news? When I heard the crystal of Jin fireworks, Qian Renxue suddenly turned on. Chapter 477 The Blacksmith's Guild, the City of Metal. Although the result of not being able to improve the power, there is a better plan at the moment. Xiaoshan. Looking at the beautiful eyes with a few expectations of Qian Dou, Lingtian smiled gently. There is no mystery, and entrusts my thoughtful plan. 1 week ago, I had a message once in the morning, and I thought it should be in these days. A little pause. Lingtian looked at the angel god sword, and said, if you can find the news of the crystal of the golden fireworks, you can only change to another material, to refine the angel god sword. But, even if there is no golden fireworks crystal, it will not affect the refining of the sword. The only gap is the power of the sword. It turns out that you have thought about it. Qian Renxue glanced at Lingtian, said, isn't this already? Tells no sister. Lingtian smiled slightly, and his backhand took it into his arms. Qian Renxue, who understands his heart, is also leaning on Lingtian's arms. The only big stone in his heart finally landed. Then, we will wait for the news of Chen Yu now. Nympho 2 days later. Wuhan Temple, Presbyterian Hall. Haoshan Court. The ice blue wings crossed the sky and finally stopped slowly at the courtyard. Gorgeous light flow turns. A beautiful figure appears in the courtyard. Lingtian and Qian Renxue, who had received the news for a long time, have been waiting for a long time. Seeing the familiar figure, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed a little surprise, and then turned into a joyful smile. Sister Chenzi, Sister Zhu here. Chenzi also smiled slightly. When in the prince's house, the two had already become friends. Although the matching of Lingtian is indispensable, the most important thing is the similar experience and personality of the two women. Whether it is Dawn or Qian Renxue. In the snow hall and the martial arts hall, both are the existence of shy and Hegio girls, but they all have the experience of being alone into the enemy camp. Needless to say, as the sage of Wuhan Temple, she was in danger and came to the Qian Dou Empire to replace the Prince Zuking River. Every day, she was as thin as ice, and she would fall into the abyss of Wantang. To a certain extent, the mornings is the same as Qian Renxue. Entering the killing hall to find a high position, it is also like a thin ice, and dare not care about it. Such a similar past made the two of each other. Therefore, Qian Renxue and Chenzi, who are proud of their character, can become friends. Qian Renxue has already stepped forward quickly, holding the arms of Chenzi, and the beautiful eyes are full of joy and surprise. Xiaoshan said just now, but it was Sister Chenzi. As soon as they met, the two had already talked intimately. It's like a pair of children and sisters. During the speech, Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something, and turned his head to look at Lingtian. Slightly at a glance. You all know that Sister Chenzi came over. Why didn't I tell me in advance? I didn't prepare me well. Lingtian stunned. Looking at Qian Renxue in a doubt. It is unknown. Well, oh, Sister Chenzi. Lingtian reacted. A helpless smile appeared on his face, spread his hands, and said, you are wrong with me. I don't know that the people sent by Chen Lea will be Sister Chenxi. Hearing the words of Qian Renxue sighed. He looked at the Chenxi. The Lord did not know I took the initiative to come. Chenzi's zen was lighter. You see, Sister Chenxi said, but this time I misunderstood me. Lingtian shrugged and looked at Qian Renxue. Who made you not ask yourself clearly? So I still blame you. Thousands of Renxue's face flushed. Good. Blame me. Lingtian smiled slightly and did not continue to argue. Sister Zhu here first brought Sister Chenxi in. As for the crystal of Jin fireworks, it would be too late to return to the courtyard. The two responded and then entered the courtyard together. Nympho 1 line of 3 people. After a moment of greeting, Lingtian asked, Sister Chenzi, when I was separated from the killing capital before, you did not say that you have to retreat for about half a year to accept the inheritance of the divine position. Why is it ending in less than a month? Chen Z put down the teacup in his hand, and he was slightly pushed. Maybe because my martial arts was originally Binghuang. The inheritance speed of the Binghuang god is far faster than I expected. The words have just fallen. With Chen Zi's hand gently. A powerful and cold soul strength instantly shrouded the entire courtyard. A cool wind blows. The temperature of the entire courtyard has dropped several degrees under the frosty coverage. A green plant with emerald greens made a layer of light purple frost as if it would be broken at any time. Feeling this breath, the eyes are slightly bright. Nearly the soul power of Douluo. The peak of the 98th level. This improvement makes Lingtian very satisfied. It seems to be the right choice to give her the throne of Binghuang. Yes, Sister Chenxi's soul now should be almost the same as Chen Liao. Compared with his father, there is still a gap. Chenzi shook his head modestly, and at the same time, Heo wrote gently, and the soul atmosphere around him quietly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Just when my father was going to pass the news to the Lord, I took this incident. By the way, speaking of, Chenzi spread out his palm, handed a letter to Lingtian. Lingtian nodded and took the envelope. Read the contents in the 10 lines quickly. The content in the letter is very simple. Chen Yu didn't have too much nonsense. The letter was the problem of the crystal of Jin fireworks that Lingtian was most concerned about. Among them, the news from the Snow Temple has been confirmed. After these days, the disciples of the Snow Hall have been found and determined the position of the golden fireworks crystal. It is Jengxin City, known as the metal capital in the Star Luo Empire. According to the president of the Relief News Blacksmith Association, Lao Gao, once got a fire crystal. But unlike ordinary fire crystals, it contains a ray of golden flames, and in these years, no matter what forging method he uses, he cannot forge this fire crystal into the material. Therefore, he is one of the herds of the British Association. No one has been able to melt it successfully until now. After getting this news, the disciples of Zudan have been verified by many parties, and felt that the probability of the crystal of the fireworks was almost about 80%. So here is a passing message to Lingtian. It depends on his arrangements. Looking at the complete letter, Lingtian's eyes flashed. According to the information collected above the Snow Hall above, if these descriptions are right, it is probably the golden fireworks crystal. Maybe that it is inseparable from 10. The perfect improvement of Sister Zui's Angel Emperor sword. There is still a possibility of frontline. Thinking of this, Lingtian raised his head and looked at Qian Renxue. It happened to be opposed to her due to the expectations of the Angel Divine Sword. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes are always paying attention to Lingtian's expression. When I realized that Lingtian looked at her, Qian Renxue immediately asked, "How about Xiaoshan?" Among the few words, it is full of expectation. Lingtian smiled slightly and handed the letter paper in his hand. "Sister Zui, take a look at it yourself." Qian Renxue nodded quickly took the letter paper in his hand and looked at it carefully. With a line. The more you look at her beautiful eyes, the more intense. At the same time, Lingtian looked at Chenzi sitting opposite and asked, after Sister Chenzi sent the letter this time, did you return to Zu Temple or other plans? There is a father over Zudan, and they don't need me. There was a smile on the corner of Chenxi's mouth. Put down the teacup in my hand and ridiculed. I only came here to come here, but now the strength of the Lord does not need to be protected, but I don't know if it can be collected. Sister Chenzi can come to help, but I can't ask for it. Lingtian smiled slightly, then thank the Lord for accepting it. Chenzi laughed and asked. Staying on Lingtian, not only for the Snow Temple, but also Chenzi's own thoughts. Nympho Xiaoshan. Wait until all the text passes through. Qian Renxue suppress the excitement. Bite the teeth lightly. Confirm the word by word. Xiaoshan. If Xiaoshan said before, the fire crystal sealed by this blacksmith union is the golden fireworks crystal we are looking for. 80% possibly. Lingtian nodded, a little conservative waypoint. Although it is already 8 or 9, it is not necessary to wait until you see the real thing to determine it. But Qian Renxue understands Lingtian. When he said that there was a 80% chance, there was basically no problem. When I hear this, her tight expression suddenly loosened at this moment. Jin fireworks crystal, finally found it. Hold the letter paper tightly, and the joy in the beautiful eyes is difficult to suppress. Lingtian sitting on the side saw this scene with a smile. Once Sister Chu is really happy. Now that he is getting along, Sister Zui gradually opened her heart to make her real self. These changes are what he wants to see most. At the same time. After Lingtian and Qian Renxue read the letter, Chenzi did not forget the explanation of Chen Yu. The Lord's father has already prepared a person's hand and just wait for you to make the crystal of gold fireworks back in 5 days. No, however, Lingtian waved his hand. Lord Chen Zimen's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, and I didn't understand why Lingtian refused, since the specific position of the golden fireworks crystal has been found. The rest of the matter does not require Chen Leo and Snow Temple. Lingtian smiled slightly and explained the Tao. The British Workers' Association is just an ordinary organization, the strongest of which is just Douluo point. If the impression of being bullying for others, it is not good to report that the impact on our Snow Hall and Qianling City is not good. After hearing Lingtian, Chen Zi nodded thoughtfully. She also feels that it makes sense. But if the Soul Master of Zoo Temple is not allowed, how can the golden firework crystal be able to get? Thinking of this, Chen Zi looked at Lingtian. How are the Lord prepared? There is a little doubt in the beautiful eyes. Let me go for a person. It happened that I had nothing to do with Sister Zhu here and took the aircraft to go to the metal capital in person. How do Sister Cha feel? Speaking, Lingtian smiled gently and sought the opinions of Qian Zuxu. Qian Zuxu nodded. Without any opinions. There are even some little expectations in my heart. She has also heard of the name of the metal capital, but she has not had time to find out. Ocean, when will we set off? Sister Chengxi is here too. We will prepare for the past few days. Lingtian raised his head to look at the worship palace not far away, reminding the Tao. Sister Zhu here. First go to the grandpa. This time, it takes a while to return to Wuhan Temple. Well, thousands of Zuzan light. As for Chen Leo's side, Sister Chen Zi just passed my meaning back. Understand. Chen Zi was not kidding. Nodded seriously. Nymph Ocean Dao Empire. More than 300 miles away. Qian Dao City is a continuous mountain. The people here are ashamed. Coupled with the harsh environment, there is no rare soul teacher and treasure. So there are few soul masters or adventurers involved here. In the stretched mountains, there is a very majestic mountain gate standing in it, confronting the towering mountains around. 3 words of strong writing on it. Heio Xianzong. This is Heio Xianzong today. Since the end of the battle between Heio Xianzang, because of Tang Heio and Shihiro, in order to protect Zongman Tang Zhao, he led the Heio Xianzong disciple, and he moved to the world to avoid the world. It has been nearly 2 decades so far, although the environment is relatively not as good as ever. Shangzhe is not disturbed by no one. Even the martial arts hall can't find traces. It is the most dangerous process of losing Tang Chen, the most dangerous journey of Zongman, and won the development time for Heio Xianzong. But just a month ago. Heio Xianzong's hard-earned tranquility was broken by the sudden break-in. The leader who led a break in entering Heio Xianzong made each of them no stranger. It was the pride and stain of Heio Xianzang that inherited the name of Zongman Heiotian and the Chihiro disease of the Pope of the Martial Arts Palace with one person, the youngest Heiotian Doro in history. Tang Heio, after reaching an agreement with the Lord of the Killing Hall, he took the initiative to take someone to Heio Xianzong. Although Heio Xianzong has moved by Zongzong, but from Tang Yuhua's mouth, he easily got the place of Heio Xianzong today. Although Heio Xianzong has been cultivated in these years, digital Tokdoro level soul divisions have appeared up and down, and their strength is also second to none on the entire Doro continent. It is far more than that of the Kibao Liu Lizang and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Langzang, which are tied with it. However, under the anti-dimensionality of Zhu Yan, the strongest of the god level power, even the strongest person Tang Zhao of Heio Xianzong is not the enemy of the same way. Heio Xianzang, who is unable to resist, is easily gathered by Tang Heio. Chapter 478 Tang Qin and the Clear Sky Sect. Since then. From the invasion of Heio Xianzong until the end. In less than half a day, the entire Heio Xianzong has already been more vast. Although the people of Heio Xianzong have a strong temperament, their personality is proud, and the strong soul is strong, and never takes the ordinary soul division. But they are not fools in the face of absolute strength. They also know how to choose. After the 5 titles, Elder Dao Luo and the Lord Zai Ocean Dao Luo, resisted, just like when facing the martial arts temple. In order to preserve the life of Zongman, you can only choose to concession. I agree with Zhu Yan's killing hall to enter the master Hao Xianzong. Among them, the position of Tang Xiao's prince was replaced by Tang Hao as the new prince. The higher level soul division of the killing hall is to enter the important parts of Hao Xianzong. As for the elders who were at the high position of Hao Xianzong, although there is no change in the nominal position, power has long been submitted to the hands of the killing hall. In other words, although Tang Hao, the new master, is still the disciple of Hao Xianzong, in fact, the entire Zongman is no longer Hao Xian, who has long been half a day ago, but has become a vassal forces similar to the four major families. Although Zhu Yan did not have any position in name, he was the real controller of Xin Hao Xianzong today. Tang Hao is just the name of the ancestors. In the nominal point, although the elder and the former master Tang Xiao are unhappy. But in the face of absolute strength, they can only accept the change of Hao Xianzong. Middle point, Tang Xiao also questioned why Tang Hao had to be like this as his elder brother. They are all descendants of Hao Xianzong's ties and the opposite accountability. Tang Hao felt that he had no mistake. He collaborated with Zhu Yan to destroy the enemy's martial arts hall, and at the same time, to make the status of Hao Xianzong a higher level. Zhu Yan promised him before. As long as they finally destroy the two empires in the martial arts temple, in the end, Hao Xianzong will not be tied with Kibao Liu Lizang and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Langzang. It will become the only ancestral gate on the Douluo continent. It is precisely because of this that Tang Hao will choose to cooperate with Zhu Yan. His original intention is for the future of Hao Xianzong. But for Tang Hao's point of view, Tang Xiao, who has always advocated conservatives and steadily developing, does not agree. But now the situation of Hao Xianzong is already difficult to ride a tiger for Zongman. He can only listen to Tang Hao. Nympha but at this embarrassing time. Let Hao Xianzong have a status in the soul teacher world. The former master Tang Chen, who has been missing for decades, has dragged his seriously injured body to return from the killing capital. Crossing the chain between the cliffs, Tang Chen fell in front of the mountain gate. Hao Xianzong, Tang Chen looked at the familiar and strange mountain gate in front of him, and for a long time. The pale face was constantly changing, and eventually turned into a sigh and murmured, "I did not expect that I had a lifetime in Tangchen, and I could still return here. Decades have passed, and everything has long been wrong. I don't know how many friends in the ancestors, loved ones, etc. can there be left now. In order to obtain the throne, he resolutely left Hao Xianzong and Tang Yu, who had suffered from the beginning of the soul, suffered. So many years have passed. Hao and Xian should have grown up, in addition to feeling for the old friend. At the same time, Tang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. He didn't understand why the well-behaved Haoshan sect wanted to move its entire clan, abandoning its original mountain gate, and fleeing into the mountains and forests to escape the world. You must know that he once told Tang Yu that this place could only be entered when the Haoshan sect was in crisis. What happened in the years since I left? Thinking of this, Tang Chen couldn't help but become irritable. He now wants to see Tang Yu immediately. I want to know what happened to Haoshan sect over the years. Who are you? How dare you break into our Haoshan sect? Just when Tang Chen was thinking a lot, a sudden voice sounded in his ears. He turned his head. When he heard the sound, he happened to be looking at two disciples of the Haoshan sect wearing red robes, holding ink black Haoshan hammers, with 4 soul rings floating up and down around them. They were in fighting postures and staring at him warily. It looks like he is facing a powerful enemy and is ready to take action at any time. See this scene. Tang Chen couldn't help but nodded. Although the sect has moved here, the spiritual outlook of the younger generation of Haoshan sect still seems to be good. But just looking at their expressions, it seems a little subtle. Moreover, the clothes he wears are also different from the ordinary clothes of Haoshan sect. However, Tang Chen didn't pay attention to these details. This is Tang Chen. His indifferent eyes passed over the two of them, and his calm tone contained an invisible majesty. Great ancestor of Tang Chen, hearing The Heotian sect disciples who were responsible for guarding the Heotian sect's mountain gate looked at each other. Tang Chen's name is known to everyone in Heotian sect. It can be said that as a disciple of the Heotian sect, even if you don't know who the current sect leader is, you must know Tang Chen's name. Although these 3 generations of young disciples have never seen the legendary ancestor of Tang Chen with their own eyes, but I often hear this familiar name from my parents' mouths. It is no exaggeration to say that they all grew up listening to the legend of Tang Chen. Because while teaching, the elders in high positions in the sect often lamented that if Tang Chen was still in the sect now, why would their Heotian sect withdraw from the Soul Master world like they did today and live in the world in order to save their lives? A corner it won't be like today. There are very few disciples of the 3rd or 4th generation of their Heotian sect who have even taken a step outside the sect or were forced to be trapped in the sect. So in the hearts of these young disciples, Tang Chen is their vital point. In particular, the achievements of Tang Chen's ancestors in defeating Qian Dou, the great priest of Wuhan Palace, made these young and energetic young people yearn for it. But at the same time they also know it. This legendary great grandfather has long since disappeared. But now, a person suddenly appeared in front of them and revealed that he was the great grandfather of Tang Chen. They were so surprised that they couldn't help but question the other identities. Is he the real great grandfather? Although they have been staying in Heotian sect, they still have basic judgment skills naturally. You won't believe this person's words. In addition, they have never met this legendary great grandfather, therefore, they will definitely not believe it easily until they can produce strong evidence to prove their identity. Not only that, the 2 disciples of the Heotian sect had no intention of putting away their martial arts spirits. In addition to suspicion, there was also a strong look of vigilance in their eyes. Although we will not expel attacks for the time being, we are always on alert. Looking at the 2 disciples of Heo Xianzong's vigilance and nervousness, Tang Chen couldn't help sighing. But it is normal. It has been decades since I left Heo Xianzong to now. I'm afraid that there are only a few people who still know him in Zongmen. The 2 disciples of these to Heo Xianzong have remained vigilant, and it is a normal response. At the same time, the 2 disciples looked at each other. A little communication with the eyes. Tang Chen's ancestors have a special identity, and the disciples cannot be confirmed. The 2 first arched their hands and said with a dignified look, "We need to confirm from the elders of Zongmen to confirm, so I also asked my predecessors to wait for a while in the mountain gate. When you talk about one of the disciples, you will return to the mountain gate to inform the incident. Don't be so troublesome." However, Tang Chen waved his hand. Then, in the eyes of 2 disciples, Tang Chen suddenly raised his arms and waved forward. Bang. In a stuffy sound, an an of the blood red hammer suddenly smashed to the ground. Suddenly the whole ground trembled violently, and the dust flies for a while. On the ground, there was a shocking gully, and even the mountain gate of Heo Xianzong trembled. At the same time, with the appearance of the big hammer, a strong breath spread from the gossip. As the center, the first thing, that was the 2 disciples of the Heo Xianzong. Although it is not aimed at the 2, but the powerful strength still makes them feel stressful. The body shakes several times, and it is not until half of his knees on the ground. This is, with a little recovery, the 2 finally stood up. But before they responded, when they saw the hammer erected in front of them, their hearts were hacked, and their eyes widened, which was full of shock and shock. Heotian hammer. The 2 stretched out their fingers trembling, and after a while, they spit out 3 words. "Yes, it's Heotian hammer." Tang Chen nodded slowly, and at the same time, pushed his right palm forward. As soon as he grasped the hammer handle of Heotian hammer, he raised it sharply from the ground. At the same time, the 9 bright soul rings emerged one by one. The soul ring was obtained during this time. Although Tang Chen received the strength, the general 10,000 soul beasts were not his opponent. Heotian hammer. Although Tang Chen's Heotian hammer is slightly different. But as a straight disciple of Heo Xianzong, he can still identify the same breadth of his martial arts. The title Douluo plus Heotian hammer, they can determine that there is absolutely no such person among the people in Zongmen. As the title of Douluo, who is already at the top of the Douluo continent. There is no need to borrow Tang Chen's name at all points, so for Tang Chen's identity, it is now determined. The mysterious title Douluo Qiang in front of Heo Qian Hammer was basically their Tang Chen great ancestor. Ah, you really? Tang Chen great ancestor? The two disciples were excited and quickly attached to salute. Tang Chen slightly shot point at the same time, waved his arms, and Heo Qian Hammer disappeared to the palm. Zeng. The prince first gives us to the conference hall. The two disciples resolved respectfully to the left and right, and let Tang Chen let away. Nymph under the leadership of Zhangman disciples. Tang Chen soon entered Zhangman. Along the way, he was responsible for the disciple of Tang Chen's way, and from time to time, he looked at the great ancestor Tang Chen, as if he wanted to say something, but he was worried in his heart. But Tang Chen, who was urgent to see the old people in the past, never noticed. Just walk all the way. Seeing that you will enter the conference hall soon. Now, who is our Heo Qian Zhang? Who is the master? Tang Chen suddenly asked casually. Hearing this, the disciple just wanted to answer, but suddenly I thought of what was exposed and opened my mouth, but didn't know how to speak. Seeing this, Tang Chen frowned slightly. Stop. Turn around. Carry one hand behind you. Looking at the disciples of Heo Qian Zhang, who looked dull, suddenly realized that something was wrong. How did Heo Qian Zhang happen? Say, looking at the silent disciples, Tang Chen was suddenly cold and drank sharply. Hearing Tang Chen scolding. The disciple's face was also pale. Thump. In the end, under the deterrent of Tang Chen, he could no longer bear the pressure on his knees and prayed in tears. Zizu, save Heo Qian Zhang. Tang Chen's complexion changed and immediately felt that what happened to Heo Qian Zhang was never simple, but out of the majesty as a great ancestor, but also absolute confidence in strength. Still sinking. Get up and talk. What do you cry? My Heo Qian Zhang's man stands up. Even if the sky is falling, you should not change the color. Besides, the old man is back today. My Heo Qian Zhang's sky cannot be broken. Late Junior understands. Although this sentence is mostly reprimand, it also allows him to find the backbone. Yes, the great ancestor is back. Their Heo Qian Zhang's invincible god of war is back. The difficulties that the prince cannot solve may not be able to live in the great ancestor. Although the disciples of Heo Qian Zhang have retreated here, they have received the impact of Zhangman education since childhood, and they have maintained the pride of Zhangman in their hearts. Become a subsidiary of others in their eyes. It is absolutely unacceptable. If he may want his ancestor, he can help Heo Qian Zhang to chaos anyway and reshape Zhangman. Thinking of this, there was a hint of hope in his eyes. Please, great ancestors, save me. Heo Qian, I said clearly with the old man. What happened to our Heo Qian Zhang since I left Zhangman? Tang Chen's complexion suddenly changed, and sinking asked. He didn't dare to delay, and quickly told it back to the great ancestor of our Heo Qian Zhang. Because of the coercion of the martial arts temple, under the leadership of Xiaoshan Douluo, the leadership of the Tang dynasty, it has been hidden here for decades. The family such as the family and other many forces, but it also retains the foundation of our Heo Qian Zhang, and ushered in a valuable time for my Heo Qian Zhang. Before waiting for this disciple to finish, Tang Chen's face has become colder, especially when he heard that Heo Qian Zhang was surrounded by the martial arts hall. He had to abandon the Zhangman residence to retreat from the mountain forest. The whole air seemed to be frozen at this moment. Even the disciples on the ground were affected by this cold atmosphere. For a while, trembling, constantly trembling, abandoning the ancestral land. That's how he guarded me. Heo Qian Zhang. Wuhan Temple, a good martial art hall. You are really good. You are so good. So while I'm not there, I dare to bully me so much. Tang Chen's eyes turned red, and the blood redness of the whole body was almost condensed into essence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Tian-039, Su, Suren. My Heo Xianzong has fallen to this field now. Tang Chen wanted to get angry and immediately drank. Where is Tang Yu's confused egg? Take me to see him. Great. Ancestor. Disciple. Heo Tang glanced at Tang Chen and said carefully, the former master of Tang Yu had been transferred to our Heo Xianzong as early as our Heo Xianzong transferred, and because of the mood of Zongman, he had fallen, and it fell. Falling. Tang Chen's complexion suddenly changed. Tang Yu's fall is what he never thought about. Zhengzhu. I don't have to complain about them. But at this time, the disciple couldn't help but justify the Lord after all. When he heard him, Tang Chen suddenly lowered his head, and his cold eyes stared at him. Although it was not spoken, the horrible momentum made the disciple of Heo Xianzong feel a sense of suffocation. Zeng, don't forget the existence of Wuhan Temple. Tang Chen did not speak. Just listening quietly, waiting for each other's words to continue. Feeling a lot of reduced pressure on his body, he quickly explained, before that, because you guarded Heo Xianzong, it was okay. At the beginning, you have been missing for decades. The resident must have a heavy loss, and it is helpless to lead Heo Xianzong to withdraw from the Soul Division in the trade-offs. Listen to the full explanation. Tang Chen took a deep breath. I barely pressed down minor anger, and the silence of silence gradually returned to the original Qingming, and finally it could only be turned into a faint sigh. Helpless and weak. Tang Chen did not agree with Tang Yu and others, but after listening to this disciple's description, he suddenly understood the pain of Tang Yu and others. Yes, what this disciple said is truth. The reason why the Heo Xianzong was called the first door of the world. In addition to inheriting the Wuhan Heotian hammer is indeed strong, it is because he has stabilized the front line of the thousands of temple of Wuhan Temple. But this world is the first, more than Tang Chen. From beginning to end. Heo Xianzong is the only one who is strong. Without Tang Chen's Heo Xianzong, in the face of the martial arts temple, it was a weakened layer at the beginning of the highest combat power. It is not surprising that in order to preserve the life of Zongman, they rented such choices. Zhengzhu. Continue. How about my Heo Xianzong later? Tang Chen returned to God and continued to ask. Later, Heo Xianzong had been hiding here to accumulate strength until a week ago. When the disciple was about to say, he suddenly saw a familiar figure behind Tang Chen. Come to silence. Tang Chen's brows of Tang Chen frowned slightly. When I was about to interrogate, there was a thick voice behind it. Son. Heo, have seen grandfather. Heo, hearing this person's own identity. Tang Chen suddenly stunned. Then he turned around and saw a strong man who looked like a 40s or 50-year-old. At this moment, he hugged his fists with both hands and bowed to Tang Chen. At this moment Tang Chen's eyes solidified. Because he recalled the picture of the year in his mind. When he insisted on leaving Zongman to find the inheritance of the god position. Tang Yu had brought off the young brothers Tang Heo and Tang Zio. At that time. These two grandchildren have just awakened Wuhan. At that time, he was still happy for Tang Heo's talent and was regarded as the future hope of Heo Xianzong. Time flies now in the blink of an eye. It is not difficult to identify the fluctuations in soul power coming from Tang Heo. He is also a titled Douluo now, and his level is not low. While Tang Chen was in a daze. Tang Heo had already turned his head and glanced at the sect disciple calmly. The moment they made eye contact, the latter lowered his head in panic, not daring to look at Tang Heo. See the situation. Tang Heo put away his gaze and scolded in a stern tone. How can I leave the important gate of Heotian sect without permission? If someone takes this opportunity to break into the gate, can you afford it? Sect Master, I'm also here for my great-grandfather. Tang Heo remained calm and stared at this disciple. Disciple knows his mistake. During this period of time, he had already seen Tang Heo's thunderous methods, and the fear had penetrated deeply into his heart. There is a reason for everything, so I will spare you this time. Tang Heo nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand randomly, and said calmly, go back to where you should go. I will take care of your grandfather's side. Disciple, obey. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly left, as if he was receiving a general amnesty. Before He wanted to rely on Tang Chen's intimidation, but now his reaction made him stop thinking about it. Heir. After a long silence, Tang Chen's voice trembled at the same time. He quickly took 2 steps forward and walked to Tang Heo, looking at him carefully. It really looks like, different from other disciples of Haitian sect. Tang Heo is his grandson, and his bloodline flows through him. And more importantly, Tang Heo is extremely talented, and is the most promising successor to Haitian to inherit his legacy. Now that I have returned to the sect and finally seen my direct blood relatives, my excitement is naturally indescribable. Chat for a moment. Grandfather and grandson were very excited after meeting each other. Tang Chen also finally asked what the Haitian sect disciple had not finished saying just now. The things that happened in the sect during this time are so complicated that it can't be explained in a sentence or two. Besides, this is not the place to talk. Grandpa, I'd better go to the sect's main hall with me to talk in detail first. Faced with his grandson's opinion, Tang Chen nodded and followed behind. The direction Tang Heo led was completely opposite to the original direction. Although Tang Chen was doubtful. But when I think about Tang Heo's identity. I just thought that I was distracted by the conversation and remembered the wrong direction, so I didn't take it to heart. In fact, the direction is indeed the opposite. Because the Haitian sect disciples who were guarding the gate wanted to go to a different location than Tang Heo. They originally intended to go to Tang Chen first to meet Tang Zhao and other former Haitian sect elders instead of going to the main hall of the sect to meet the current controller of Haitian sect. However, who would have expected that another disciple of the Haitian sect who was going to report to the former sect leader, Tang Zhao and others, would be met by Tang Heo on the way. The disciple originally wanted to fool him with a few words, but who was Tang Heo? How could this inexperienced disciple of the sect be deceived? Therefore, after Tang Heo's majestic inquiry, this sect disciple could only answer truthfully. News of the return of grandfather Tang Chen. It was true that Tang Heo was immediately shocked. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel lucky that I intercepted this person halfway. Otherwise, if Tang Chen were allowed to meet Tang Zhao and others first, his grandfather's character and strength would inevitably cause a turmoil, which would most likely destroy the plan he had reached with Zhu Jin. That's why Tang Heo then decided to take Tang Chen to the sect hall first. If it can be made clear by then that a strong person from the Haitian sect will join, everyone will naturally be happy. If not, it can only be used in a very important way in that time. He knows Zhu Yan's strength. Even his great ancestor may not be the opponent of this person. Nymph and Nymphazoon. The two came to the Tangmen Hall. At this moment, Tang Chen suddenly stopped. Looking at the left and right disciple of Heo Xianzang for a while, frowned and felt strange that the atmosphere could not be said. Feeling the strong bloody atmosphere of the guard in front of the main hall, watching the familiar costumes of the people who killed the disciples of the temple, the memories of the killing capital once again use the heart. Sudden, Tang Chen suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Tang Heo. He finally remembered something wrong. Grandfather, Heo, what happened to Zhongmen? Heo Xianzang is peaceful. Anning, how isn't Zhongmen peaceful? Where did the people of these guilds come from? Why do you occupy the main hall of our Heo Xianzang? What else do you have to explain? Tang Chen's gaze was a group of disciples, and his tone was extremely cold. At the same time, the bloody gas has been constantly rushing around, and the prototype of Haitian hammer has been condensed in the palm. If you put it before regardless of his 3721, he had already got a hammer, but now here is the residence of Heo Xianzang. In addition to Tang Heo or his grandson, this will give him an opportunity to explain. Grandfather, you, Tang Heo's eyes flashed a little surprise. His grandfather's response has beyond his expectations, or he never thought of it. Tang Chen knew so much about killing the temple. This made Tang Heo feel wrong for a while. I want to speak, but I don't know how to explain. Silent for a long time. Tang Heo asked, Grandfather, how can you know the killing of the palace? Snort, when the old man dealt with them, your kid didn't even awaken Wu Soul. Tang Chen snorted, and the cold eyes swept through everyone, and the killing intention of it had no hidden thoughts in the end. I looked at Tang Heo's body again, and said with a cold tone, point the words have just fallen. Point the bloody gas converges into a cricket blood red hammer in the palm of Tang Chen, and it has a height of one person. Ha. At this moment, Tang Chen's arm held the hammer tightly, and at the same time waved forward, and immediately carried the horrible momentum towards the group of killing disciples outside the gate of the main hall. Boom. Bang bang. In a loud noise, the blood red instantaneous reaching. Tang Chen's speed is too fast. Although these killer soul masters have been vigilant, they have never expected that Tang Chen will really take a shot. Everyone hasn't responded for a while. The soul force mentioned in hasty is simply vulnerable. In the moment, the screaming sounded continuously. The soul masters who killed the palace in front of the Zhangman Hall turned the horse up, all of which were frightened by the horror of this bloody hammer, and it was hit with a large area. Some of the low strengths were killed on the spot. Grandfather, no. Seeing this scene, Tang Heo's face changed and exclaimed, this is all the people who kill the temple. He can be sure, if Tang Chen continues again, these killing souls here must be killed. How can the character of Zhu Xian's good? However, in the face of Tang Heo's obstruction, Tang Chen turned into a deaf ear. Even without any pause in his movements, he continued to attack the group of soul masters who were killing the palace. Grandfather, forgive your grandson for being rude. Tang Heo gritted his teeth and didn't think much about it. He arrived next to Tang Chen in an instant. Soul power surged throughout his body and he immediately replaced his own clear sky hammer with a smaller size, holding the handle of the hammer in front of him in an attempt to resist Tang Chen's attack. Boom. Just a loud noise was heard as the two hammers collided. Two loud noises spread around, and the floor around the two people cracked instantly, and an invisible pressure spread toward the surroundings. All the soul masters in the killing palace couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling. Get out of here. Seeing this, Tang Chen's eyes were filled with chills. Immediately he shouted loudly. Blood red light spread all over his arms, and his strength once again increased to a new level. With all his strength, Tang Heo's identity was no longer considered puff. The stalemate lasted less than a moment when Tang Heo and his smaller clear sky hammer were knocked back several feet. Plop. There was a muffled sound. Tang Heo's back hit the stone pillar in front of the palace. The terrifying impact caused cracks all over the stone pillars. Tang Heo fell to the ground helplessly. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. Last minute. After all, Tang Chen still thought about his identity and took the initiative to withstand the 5-point blow. However, even though it only had half of its power, the hit on Tang Heo, who was already injured, was still very serious. Ahem. Grandpa, we'll talk about your business later. Before Tang Heo could finish speaking, Tang Chen had already passed by him expressionlessly and walked into the hall with his head held high, holding the clear sky hammer. Grandfather, Grandpa, don't be impulsive. You are no match for him. Behind him, Tang Heo was still trying to persuade, but he couldn't influence Tang Chen at all. In the end, the rage hits my heart. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Boom. A hammer hit hard. The door shattered in a burst of smoke and dust, and Tang Chen entered the hall holding a bloody hammer. Zhu Jin, it is indeed you. Looking at the red-robed man sitting swaggeringly on the main seat of the sect hall, Tang Chen uttered two words in a cold voice, as if he had expected it, and there was no surprise in his eyes. Be bold. Back off. Zhu Jin waved his hand, and all the senior officials of Killing Hall bowed their hands and retreated. Haha, the king of slaughter. No, it should be Mr. Tang Chen, the former Haoshan Douluo. He's here. Well, Zhu Jin had a faint smile on his lips, and his tone was calm, as if he were meeting an old friend after a long absence. I didn't expect you to be a blessing in disguise, but you took the opportunity to get rid of that guy's control. Aren't you surprised that I'm still alive? Tang Chen said in a cold tone. Accident? It's quite a surprise. I never thought we would meet here, and in this way. As he said that, Zhu Jin swept over Tang Chen without leaving any trace, taking a panoramic view of his physical condition. Leave here. You are not welcome in our Haoshan sect. Tang Chen raised the clear sky hammer in his hand, pointed it at Zhu Jin and burst out with strong fighting intent. Why Should the atmosphere be so tense when old friends meet again? Friend, when did you and I become friends? Take your people and leave the Haitian sect. Zhu. Jin smiled lightly, point at the same time, with a casual wave of his hand. The originally imminent murderous intention disappeared completely under the shroud of bloody light. See the situation. Tang Chen's eyes suddenly became serious. He knew that Zhu Jin, who had never shown anything in front of him, was not simple in strength. Chapter 480 Qian Renxue. Is there something wrong with the map? Done all this, Zhu Jin smiled calmly. Don't get me wrong. In fact, I have never been hostile to Haitian sect. As for the scene you see now, it is just the cooperation between me and the current sect leader Tang Hao. As he said that, Zhu Jin stared at Tang Chen with half-closed eyes. Cooperation. Tang Chen sneered and waved the giant hammer in his hand. Our Haitian sect has been established for hundreds of years. Why do we need to cooperate with other powers? I want to quit the Haitian sect for the sake of acquaintance. Let me quit the Haitian sect. Does sect leader Tang think he has the strength? After hearing this, Tang Chen's face instantly turned ugly. Zhu Jin, you. Before Tang Chen finished speaking, Zhu Jin's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said in a calm tone, let's not talk about your current state. After leaving the killing city, even if you were in your heyday, would you be my opponent? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jin's soul power was fully activated. That aura that far exceeded the 99th level soul power surged towards Tang Chen at this moment. Tang Chen did not dare to be careless, and held the clear sky hammer horizontally in front of him with a solemn expression. But it's just as Zhu Jin said. He was still no match for Tang Chen at his peak, let alone being seriously injured now. Tap tap tap. Even though he almost tried his best, he still took several steps back before barely regaining his footing. If Zhu Jin is increasing his strength, thinking of this, it was difficult for Tang Chen to remain calm. He widened his eyes and stared at Zhu Jin. This breath, he suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, you also have the inheritance of God's sect. Master Tang, can we have a serious talk now? Zhu Jin remained calm as always, with a faint smile on his lips. At this moment, Tang Chen fell into silence. I don't know what Tang Chen and Zhu Jin talked about that day. Only since that day, Tang Chen still stayed in Haitian sect to recuperate from his injuries, but he always stayed in the side hall where the senior members of the original sect were, and never appeared in front of any kind of disciples. However, the process of completely reorganizing Haitian sect in Shadian is still going on, and everything remains the same. They seem to have reached some agreement. A month goes by in a blink of an eye. The reorganization of Haitian sect is also coming to an end. I don't know what kind of agreement Tang Chen and Zhu Jin reached. If Tang Chen takes action, even the elders will have no choice but to obey. And this time Zhu Jin was finally able to take his next step, targeting the entire Douluo continent. The first one to bear the brunt of this was naturally the Qian Dou Empire, the only one out of Zhu Gan's control among the two empires, and more importantly, the current controller of the Qian Dou Empire, Lingtian, had deep grudges with them. Shadian. From the first conflict in the killing city until now. Except for the slight advantage they took in the killing palace when they visited the killing capital, they have been at a disadvantage since then. Previously, because of the matter of the divine position, he had been concentrating on increasing his power and had no time to care about it. But just a few months ago, their headquarters of Killing Palace was even destroyed by Lingtian. Although he was doing things for the Haitian sect at that time, there were not many elites left under the bloody abyss, and with Zhu Jin's current strength, ordinary soul masters are just a make-up existence in his eyes. But this is a matter of face. This incident also completely touched his bottom line. Zhu Jin has led the Killing Palace for so many years, and it has always been them who have traversed the continent. When did they let others take over their hometown? But how can the leader of the killer be said without saying a word? Therefore, Zhu Yan needs to explain one by one. Not only is it as simple as you can find your face for yourself, but also to explain to these soul masters who joined them. At the same time, I also told all the forces on the mainland to offend the end of their killing halls, although Zhu Yan's inheritance has not ended. There are few opponents on the mainland point coupled with the sole division of Heio Xianzong now. The strength of the now killing temple needs to continue to dominate. It is time to show their blade to the entire continent point, and the Heavenly Empire is the most suitable goal. Since Lingtian destroyed his killer, he also had to return Lingtian in the same way. The capital of the Heavenly Dao Empire. Qian Dou City is a good choice. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan stunned his eyes halfway, and he hit the handrail of the seat with a rhythm. Speaking. Since he took over the killing hall. The losses in the first half of my life were added together, and none of the losses in Lingtian. I have to say that Lingtian may be his nemesis, but soon, he no longer. Zhu Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of cold light, and then opened. Tell Tang Heio to make Heio Xianzong prepare for it, and to do it to the Qian Dou Empire. Pressure. There is also a VIP here, to make her speed up. The next moment the end of the Daoist star Luo. Understand? Yes. Zhu Yan suddenly remembered something, and said, there is also the weapon that Tang Heio sent before is very interesting. I heard that it was made by his child named Tang San. Yes, the master of the palace. Okay, let's go down. Nympho on the other side. After learning about the Crystal of Jin fireworks, Lingtian and Qian Zuxu did not delay time. The next day, after saying goodbye to Qian Dao stream, I embarked on the way to the Metal Capital. The Metal Capital, also known as Jingxin City. Located in the southwest direction of the Star Luo Empire, the southwest of Washan City. Because of some things in Qianshu City to deal with, Chen Zi temporarily waited for the time being to reunite in Jingxin City. And Lingtian and Qian Zuxu are now titled Douluo. There are few people in the entire Douluo continent, so naturally they no longer need to arrange people to protect them. Go to the Metal Capital this time. The two people in the true sense of the two. It's just that on the way to the Metal Capital, there is a little episode. Nympho Star Luo Empire, North. Lingtian, this is the Metal Capital you said. Qian Zuxu looked at the broken town in front of him, looking back at Lingtian expressionlessly. According to the map, it should be right. Lingtian looked at the map in the hand and discerned the direction. The frown frowned, and it looked like thinking seriously. Suddenly there was a touch of color in his eyes, and then suddenly turned his head seriously. Sister Zhu here, do you say that there is a possibility Jingxin City, it moved? Your city will move. Theoretically, it is okay, Lingtian said seriously. In fact, when I was building Qian Lingcheng, I had this idea. As long as I added a few, when I built the city. Qian Zuxu rolled his eyes. This fresh and refined statement, so he did not give her back. Shut up, give me the map. Qian Yixu glanced at him angrily, and stretched out the jade hand at the same time. I wanted to introduce that Lingtian, who was shockingly designed, was helplessly interrupted by his former learning. Sister Zhu here, don't talk, keep quiet. After Qian Yixu got the map. According to the direction of the two, starting from the martial arts hall to the Star Luo Empire, don't. After a while, Qian's Hengzhu frowned slightly. The road from Wuhan Temple to Jingxin City before was exactly the same as the journey described on the map. Several cities and towns passing through the Wuhan Temple have confirmed that there are no problems. As long as the map can be achieved by the destination of Jingxin City, as long as the map can be achieved by 100 miles south through the map. But the trial is actually very different. They did pass the soul hunting forest, but they could not come to Jingxin City to the south. Instead, this desolate town in front of me. And it is the town that is not signed on the map. Where is except the problem, is the map wrong? When Qian Zuxu was puzzled. Lingtian raised his hand and pointed forward, proposed, is Sister Zhu here the wrong distance on the map? Otherwise, do we try the south to try? Maybe we can find Jingxin City. Is the distance the wrong? Hearing the words, Qian Zuxu nodded thoughtfully. This is not without such a possibility. The tedious drawing of the map, there will be a few errors. Maybe it happens that this is the one in their hands. Then, let's. Qian Yixu put away the map and was about to speak. Mei Yan glanced at the direction of Lingtian's fingers, but suddenly thought of something, and then spread out the map in his hand to confirm. After a while. Qian Yangsu suddenly put down the map in his hand. Sister Zhu here, Zai Ocean, talk about it again. There is none. During the talk, Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time, raised the fiber jade finger to point forward. Yeah. Lingtian nodded. It's your big ghost. Ah, Qian. Renxue glanced at Lingtian annoyed, and said, there is north, there is the north, there is the south. I said why I can't find Jengxin City point the direction. It would be strange if you could walk to the metal capital. Because she just suspected that the icon was wrong. Now think about blushing point. I also blame myself. Why do I have to let Lingtian look at the map point originally? The maps from Wuhan City were distinguished by her. There was no problem point, it was the last 100 miles. She felt that there should be no problem in one direction. I did not expect that Lingtian could really make a mistake on this direction. I really can't have a trace of luck point. This guy really has no sense of direction. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue sighed helplessly. Cheek. At this time, I realized that it was my own problem. Lingtian had a slightly embarrassing cough twice and asked, Sister Zhu here, what do we do now? What else can I do to return the original road? Qian Renxue gave a glance at Lingtian and at the same time warned, there are no more. You can see the map from now on. Aha. Lingtian nodded quickly and followed behind obediently point. After walking for a while, Qian Renxue suddenly turned her head again. Also, you are not allowed to give directions. New. Although I took the wrong path point, however, the distance of more than 300 miles back and forth is not too far for the two of them point. Even if Lingtian and Qian Renxue walked around, it only took them an hour to arrive in front of Jengxin City point. This time there was no problem point. The tall and thick iron gray city wall looks like it is made of metal from a distance. You can feel the city's unique metallic atmosphere even before you enter the city point. From this point of view, Jengxin City deserves to be called the City of Metals. However, although Jengxin City is called the capital of metal, it is also one of the main cities of the Star Luo Empire point. But in fact, this city is not a famous city. It is in the middle and lower reaches among the major cities. If it weren't for the title of Metal City, it might not even be able to retain the title of main city point. However, in the Douluo continent where Soul Masters occupies an absolute dominant position, it is normal that Jengxin City is not taken seriously as it focuses on the metal field. That does not help Soul Masters much point. After all, this world is still above Soul Masters, no matter how high the status of a blacksmith is, it is still far inferior to that of a noble soul master. What's more, in fact, the status of a blacksmith is no different from that of a commoner. As for the so-called Blacksmiths Association, it only has some status in Jengxin City, and it doesn't have such a big reputation outside this city point. However, it is worth mentioning that among outstanding blacksmiths, there are also many outstanding soul masters. For example, Lao Gao, Taitan, and Tang Heo, who are currently rated as divine craftsmen by the Blacksmiths Association, are all powerful soul masters. This really adds a lot of polish to the profession of blacksmith point, but it hasn't changed its inherent impression point. And these are the evaluations of blacksmiths in this era point. In the ancient times, when Lingtian became a god, the status of the blacksmith was much higher, but as times changed point, many exquisite techniques and superb skills have gradually been lost and declined due to various reasons in the process of inheritance point. Until now, the blacksmith profession has been unable to provide help to soul masters. However, compared to the lost professions such as soul mentors, the blacksmiths who have been handed down to this day are undoubtedly much luckier. Thinking of this, Lingtian sighed with emotion. Jengxin City, we have finally arrived. It's not because you were looking in the wrong direction. Otherwise we would have been here long ago. Qian Renxue curled her lips and said angrily, point, I was feeling quite happy along the way point. As a result, I was led astray by someone, and my interest was ruined. My bad. Lingtian knew that he was in the wrong, and wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue's slender waist as he spoke. Sister Zhu, don't be angry. It's hard for us to come to the Metal City. Of course we have to take a stroll. HMPH. Qian Renxue snorted, the tips of her ears turning slightly red point, but the slight smile on her lips betrayed her true thoughts. Who wants to go shopping with you? Looking at the arrogant Qian Renxue, Lingtian raised a smirk on his lips and said jokingly, since Sister Zhu won't go shopping with me, then I will have to find someone else. That young lady over there is pretty good. With that said, he stepped forward to find someone to strike up a conversation with. You dare. Seeing this, Qian Renxue said angrily, raised her leg and kicked Lingtian. Chapter 481 Bracelet. Haha, Lingtian ducked away with a smile, taking advantage of the fun. He took Qian Renxue's weak, boneless hand and said with a serious face, "Then, this beautiful lady, can I invite you to the city for a stroll?" HMPH Qian Renxue's pretty face turned red, and with a squeak, she took the lead, and walked towards the city gate. Walked to the city gate. He turned around, and looked at Lingtian still standing at the door, and said angrily, "What are you doing standing there? Leave quickly." Coming. When Lingtian saw this, he also smiled, and ran after him. Hold those soft little hands tightly, and walk into the metal city side by side. At the same time, Qian Renxue also had a bright smile on her lips. Only when she was with Lingtian could she truly let go of all the burdens in her heart and smile so easily and comfortably. While they were talking, the two of them had already entered Jingxin City, a blacksmith's holy place known as the capital of metals. It is different from other main cities, since Jingxin City is known as the capital of metals. In addition to having a large amount of precious metal materials, another important reason is that the city is densely covered with large and small blacksmith shops. It is conservatively estimated that there are thousands of them. Basically, I passed 4 or 5 shops, and there must be 1 or 2 blacksmith shops among them. Just like the Wuhan Palace is a holy land for soul masters, Jingxin City is their holy land for the blacksmiths in Douluo continent. Being able to stay here is not only an honor for them, but also a recognition of their strength. Because only blacksmiths who have passed the senior blacksmith assessment or above are qualified to open a shop in Jingxin City, the metal capital. And the selling price of these blacksmiths is not comparable to that of blacksmiths in other cities. It can be said without exaggeration. As long as they are a blacksmith who is qualified to stay in the metal capital, fame and money are already within their reach. Therefore, although there are many blacksmith shops in Jingxin City, there are still many blacksmiths who are trying to squeeze in with their heads sharpened. Lingtian held Qian Renxue's little hand and walked through the streets and alleys of Jingxin City. Now that he knows the specific location of the golden fire flame crystal, Lingtian is not too anxious anyway. We have arrived in the metal city, so of course we need to take a stroll first. Qian Renxue had no objection to Lingtian's proposal. Anyway, we have already arrived in the metal capital, so there is no need to rush. Furthermore, it was also her first time to enter Jingxin City, which is known as the capital of metals. The girl's temperament dictated that she also wanted to have a good stroll inside. Take a look at the charm of this metal capital. Along the long street of Jingxin City, I walked and stopped. Qian Renxue's eyes were suddenly attracted to a stall, and she held Lingtian's hand and walked straight over. Ocean, look at this. Qian Renxue leaned down, picked up a light blue jade pendant from the stall, and handed it to Lingtian's eyes. Light blue jade pendant is light blue all over. The jade quality is delicate and crystal clear. There are lines on the surface, exuding a cool atmosphere. Although the style of the jade pendant is simple, it is simple, but not simple at the same time. The quality of the jade is also very pure. It seems ordinary, but reveals a sense of mystery, giving people a sense of mystery. Very comfortable and quiet feeling. Lingtian raised his eyes to look at the jade pendant, and looked at it carefully for a moment. Sister Zua has good taste, and this jade pendant is quite good. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Qian Renxue's lips. Then he turned his head and shook the jade pendant in his hand, and continued to ask, "Boss, how can I sell this jade pendant? Girl has good taste." When Qian Renxue asked about the price, the stall owner quickly praised him. Then he looked up and down at the clothing and temperament of Lingtian and Qian Renxue without leaving any trace. He already had some guesses about their origins. After all, such a young boy and a stunningly beautiful girl appeared here. The metal city has a completely different temperament than those blacksmiths. It must be a place where wealthy people come here for fun and travel. Since we are a wealthy family, we must have plenty of money. Thinking of this, a warm smile suddenly appeared on the stall owner's face, and he introduced with a smile, "Girl, the name of this jade pendant you value is called Blue Water Ice. It is made of the precious ice soul cold jade from the far north. Moreover, even our Jingxin City only has a small number of blacksmiths who are capable of making this kind of jade pendant without losing its coldness, and The jade pendant in your hand, miss, was forged by Master Lao Gao's direct disciple. It is of high quality. The stall owner talked non-stop and spared no effort in introducing the benefits of this jade pendant. Hope it can be successfully promoted. Qian Renxue rolled her beautiful eyes and asked, in that case, how much does the boss plan to charge for this jade pendant? How can I say that this jade pendant was also made by a disciple of Lao Gao's master craftsman and has a gold lettered chessboard? The price is definitely not low. As the stall owner spoke, he rolled his eyes and added, actually, when I took it from the auction house, my original intention was to collect it and not sell it, but now that the girl is so sincere, I want to buy. How about I make a friend and give you 1000 gold soul coins? 1000 gold soul coins. That's right, it's 1000 gold soul coins. The stall owner smiled and nodded. The so-called buying and selling all depends on one mouth. As a businessman, every 10 words you say are false. If both of them are ordinary people, then he will naturally choose a more reasonable price to sell at. As for the so-called auction, reluctantly, the title of master craftsman is really his usual trick. He just wants to make more money because Lingtian and Qian Renxue are dressed gorgeously. You get what you pay for. If it weren't for the girl's affinity with me, I wouldn't even bid for this jade pendant. Qian Renxue frowned slightly when she heard the vendor's quotation. To her, 1000 gold soul coins is nothing, but the current situation is obvious that the stall owner regards the two of them as being taken advantage of, although she doesn't understand the price of forging. But how can Qian Renxue be deceived at will? If this jade pendant was really the work of a disciple of Master Lao Gao, how could it be put on the ground and sold casually? I'm afraid there's a lot of moisture in this price. Although she is not short of money, she does not want to be slaughtered as a fat sheep. This is the first time this has happened. Qian Renxue, who was very good at running the country, encountered difficulties in this small stall. Sister Zua, leave it to me. When Qian Renxue was in trouble, Lingtian stepped forward, took the jade pendant from her hand, and asked, boss, are you sure this jade pendant is made of ice soul cold jade? Then there's still a fake. The whole body is made of fine ice soul and cold jade. The stall owner said with a sincere face. The best ice soul and cold jade, coupled with the golden signature of Master Lao Gao's disciple. Lingtian glanced at the jade pendant in his hand and said with a half smile, TSK. If that's really the case, isn't it a loss for the boss to only sell 1000 gold soul coins? Little brother, I'm just trying to get you acquainted. The stall owner said with a smile. That boss is really kind-hearted. Changing the topic, Lingtian said with a smile, but I heard that the quality of the ice soul jade is soft and leaves no traces when I touch it. Why is there something wrong with the ice soul jade in my hand? The stall owner's expression changed slightly, and he became a little unnatural. He originally thought that Lingtian and Qian Renxue were just two young people who came here to play. I never thought that this young man who had never spoken before would know so much about Bingpo Hanyu, but I could tell something was wrong as soon as I got it. Boss, the texture of your jade pendant is relatively hard, and it feels more like ice soul stone. Lingtian stopped beating around the bush and exposed the stall owner's lies straightforwardly. As the ice god of the far north. If he can't even distinguish this, then he, the lord of the far north, will be in vain. Little brother, maybe I remembered it wrong. There is only one word difference between Bingpo Hanshi and Bingpo Hanyu. I have too many things. I forgot, the stall owner said in embarrassment. After all, he had sworn that this was the Bingpo Han stone just now. Now that Lingtian had exposed it, no matter how thick-skinned he was still a little embarrassed. Though Lingtian smiled and said, is that so? Yes, that's it. When the stall owner heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said with a smile, but I remember that the price difference between the ice soul cold stone and the ice soul cold jade is not even a little bit different, right? Lingtian smiled slightly and continued to ask, the stall owner was speechless for a moment and couldn't speak. He just smiled dryly. Boss, this is not how you do this business. Lingtian patted the shop owner on the shoulder, put down the jade pendant in his hand. Sister Zhu here, let's go. Qian Renxue nodded lightly, smiling and holding Lingtian's hand. The two left side by side. Hey, don't leave, you two. Seeing the store owner, he couldn't care less about his embarrassment. Seeing that the big fat sheep he finally met was about to leave, he suddenly became anxious and said quickly, "The price of this jade pendant is still negotiable. I can lower it by another 50, no point 100 gold soul coins. Two people, I'll give you 300 more." The store owner tried his best and shouted repeatedly to try to persuade him to stay point, but they couldn't stop Lingtian and Qian Renxue at all and could only stare at them as they walked away. I felt extremely regretful in my heart. If I had been less greedy at that time, I would have sold it for 400 or 500 gold soul coins. You must know that when this jade pendant was first received from those blacksmiths, it only cost less than 10 gold soul coins. Wandered around for a while. Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, what is the difference between Xiaoshan Bingpo Hanxi and Bingpo Hanyu? Well, let's put it this way. Lingtian thought for a while and explained, the price of the ice soul cold jade, that is as big as the jade pendant just now, is about 2000 gold soul coins, and the ice soul cold stone is only 10 gold soul coins at most. So much difference. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a little surprise. Immediately I remembered that the vendor had just passed on shoddy goods, and I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in my eyes. 1000 to 10. It feels very unpleasant to be fooled. Okay, Sister Zhu. Lingtian raised his hand and rubbed Qian Renxue's hair and said softly, don't think about that. Let's go shopping in the shop over there. The lowest people who can open a shop are high level blacksmiths. Although the products sold in the store are more expensive, they should all be genuine. Let's go there. But time flies by. Because this time I was going to a store, so the previous situation didn't happen again. Although the price is slightly more expensive, fortunately, everything is fine. There are no unscrupulous traders who pass off inferior products. So this time Qian Renxue was happy to choose. It has to be said that women are born shopaholics. Even outstanding ones like Qian Renxue are no exception. Xiaoshan, what do you think of this hairpin? But what about these earrings? Not bad. Xiaoshan, what do you think of this bracelet? Very. But from beginning to end, Lingtian was very patient in providing his opinions. Although they have already established a relationship, due to various busy schedules, the number of times they go shopping together can be said to be very few. Naturally, he would not disturb Qian Renxue's interest. There's just one thing that Lingtian can't figure out. Normally, what is sold in a blacksmith shop should not be all kinds of armor, weapons, etc. Why are the blacksmith shops here in the metal capital so different? Many of them display exquisite jewelry made of various materials. For this, Lingtian strongly condemned them from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoshan, come here. Coming in response, Lingtian walked to the side with a smile and asked, what else does Sister Zhu like? Xiaoshan, what do you think of this bracelet? Qian Renxue handed a bunch of bright silver bracelets to Lingtian and shook it with a smile. Well, it's pretty good looking. Lingtian nodded. Do you like it, Xiaoshan? Qian Renxue turned her beautiful eyes slightly and asked with a smile. Like. Lingtian nodded. Qian Renxue smiled, opened her white palm to signal Lingtian, and said, if you like it, then Xiaoshan can extend your hand over here. What to do? Lingtian was a little confused, but he still stretched out his arm. What else can you do? Didn't you say that this bracelet looks good? Of course I put it on you. Qian Renxue showed a sly smile, then stretched out her hand to grab Lingtian's arm and tied it with a thin chain. Superior, Sister Zhu. Lingtian was stunned for a moment and looked at the chain on his wrist. But isn't this for you? I just bought one. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes and at the same time raised her fair white wrist and waved it gently, revealing a bracelet exactly like the one on Lingtian's wrist. So this, of course it's for you. Didn't you say it suits you very well? Qian Renxue said with a smile. I chose this specially for you. After looking at her masterpiece, Qian Renxue smiled with satisfaction. Do you like it? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes blinked, full of expectation. Like. Lingtian smiled slightly and said, as long as it is a gift from you, I like it. Then You have to wear it all the time from now on. If you wear my bracelet, you are mine. It's agreed. It's agreed. Lingtian smiled slightly and took Qian Renxue into his arms. The silver bracelet on the wrist emits a dazzling light under the sunlight. Chapter 482 Blacksmiths Association. Building height. Time flies by. After Lingtian and Qian Renxue visited Zhengxin City for 2 days, Chengxi finally finished handling the matters in Renxue City and arrived at the metal capital to successfully reunite with Lingtian. With the arrival of morning light, the people of Snow Palace also took action. Although Lingtian said that he would take action himself, trivial matters such as invitations and information still required the Snow Palace disciples to do it for him. Soon. Chengxi has already integrated all the information. After some discussion with Lingtian, the date for going to the Blacksmiths Association was finally decided. As for the name of the visit, because Zhengxin City is located in the Star Luo Empire, the identities of Lingtian and Qian Renxue are relatively sensitive. For example, Lingtian, if people knew that the emperor of the Tian Dou Empire appeared in Zhengxin City, it might cause some trouble. Similarly, Qian Renxue's identity also has this concern. In addition, the purpose of the two of them coming here was just to get the golden fire fusion crystal, so in order to avoid unnecessary trouble during the process, after some discussion between Lingtian, Qian Renxue, and Chengxi, they decided to use Qian Ling visit the blacksmith guild in the name of the city lord. The development of Qian Ling City in recent years must be underestimated. Although it is just a new city, it relies on the strong strength of Snow Palace. The name of the Ultra North Barrier has already been coined. After years of publicity from tourists from north to south, Qian Ling City, a new city, has become unparalleled in the limelight. Even as far away as Zhengxin City in the Star Luo Empire, many people have heard of its name. The Blacksmiths Guild is no exception. Although there are powerful soul masters in the Blacksmith Association, they are in the minority after all, and a large number of the blacksmiths are just ordinary people. Naturally, the Blacksmith Association will not be able to establish a relationship with a city like Thousand Spirits City, where powerful soul masters are stationed. Reject. And to show how much they value it. As the president of the Blacksmiths Association, Lagao must meet him in person. The next day. Zhengxin City, Blacksmiths Association. After Lingtian and Qian Renxue had breakfast, they headed to their destination, the Blacksmith Association. The association is located in the center of Zhengxin City, not far from the hotel where Lingtian and others stayed last night, so the three of them did not hire a carriage and walk there. Soon. A tall building appeared in front of the three people. Looking up, the overall height of the Blacksmiths Association is at least 30 meters, and it occupies a large area. However, considering that Zhengxin City is known as the City of Metals, it is not surprising that the Blacksmiths Association, as the front of many blacksmiths, has a brilliant building. There is no word on the iron plaque hanging in front of the building. Instead, there is a cross-shaped pattern of a hammer and a chisel. Such a distinct symbol. Even though there are no words, you know this is the Blacksmiths Association. In the hearts of Douluo continent and all the blacksmiths, its status is no less than that of Wuhan Temple among soul masters. Certainly. There is no comparison between the two forces, although the whole building is rough in appearance, without any gorgeous decorations, and there are no guards guarding the door. But as the facade of the metal city, there is an endless flow of people coming and going. From Mikama's open door, you can saw the bustling crowd among them. At this time, a disciple of the Snow Palace saw the morning light and immediately came forward to greet him. He looked at the three of them and said respectfully, "This disciple has met Elder Chengxi and the Lord. Today is different from the past." After Lingtian's soul power broke through to the title Douluo, Chen Yu no longer had to hide his identity. So the younger generation of disciples in Snow Palace already know about it. Especially after learning that Lingtian was now a titled Douluo. These disciples regarded Lingtian as their idol. Chengxi nodded to the disciple and introduced, "Your Majesty, his name is Lin Yun. He is the disciple who is responsible for contacting the Blacksmith Association. He also found out about the previous news about the golden fire flame crystal. Not bad." After hearing this, Lingtian smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Lord, for the compliment." After Chen Zi's introduction. Lin Yun bowed respectfully to Lingtian and Qian Renxue. Although Qian Renxue's identity is unclear, the relationship between the two is by no means simple. Seeing this, Qian Renxue smiled slightly. He thought to himself, this disciple of the Snow Palace is quite sensible. Okay, let's go in. Chen Zi looked at Lin Yun and gestured. You should also know about the Blacksmiths Association during this time, right? Just give us an introduction. Yes, Lin Yun nodded respectfully, knowing very well the purpose of Chen Zi calling him here. He quickly acted as a commentator and introduced the Blacksmiths Association to Lingtian and others. He had been running here often during this period, so he didn't know much about the Blacksmiths Association point of view. The Blacksmith Association not only evaluates the blacksmith's grades, but is also the largest, most comprehensive and authoritative trading market in the entire Jiangxin city. It is divided into 5 floors. The first and second floors are trading areas, but the second floor trades the quality of the items must be higher than the first level. Most of the rare metals are on the second floor of the Blacksmith Association. The third floor is a registration assessment area responsible for evaluating the blacksmith's grades. The fourth floor is the VIP area, responsible for the auction of some more precious items. The fifth floor it is the office area of the president of the Blacksmiths Association. Lin Yun gave a general introduction to the scale of the Blacksmiths Association, and Lingtian and others also had a basic understanding. Talking room. The 4 of them walked into the first floor of the Blacksmiths Association. The layout here is similar to the lower level of the Tian Dou Chamber of Commerce that Lingtian visited before. Inside is an empty hall, and the counters around it are filled with various finished products cast by blacksmiths. There were many people coming and going around, and it was very lively. After the 4 Lingtian people stopped on the first floor for a while, they walked to the stairs on the side of the hall. In addition to the first level, where you can enter the blacksmith guild casually, the remaining 4 levels require different credentials. So in front of the stairs, there are 2 guards responsible for the handles. As he spoke, Lin Yun, who was well prepared, took out a golden token and waved it in front of the 2 of them. The latter paused and quickly stepped back respectfully to let the way pass. Lingtian and Qian Renxue were not surprised by this either. Not only the Blacksmiths Association, but also the previous Tian Dou Trading Company. Judging from the expressions of the 2 guards, the token Lin Yun took out should be of a high level. Soon, a group of people stepped onto the second floor. As soon as you enter the second floor, you feel a different feeling. Due to identity restrictions, the number of people on the second floor is much smaller and the environment is quieter. The layout no longer resembled the previous counter model, but was replaced by different shops. Lingtian took a cursory glance at them and found that the quality of the items sold was indeed much better than on the first floor, and there are also several shops specializing in selling metal materials. However, although these shops are endorsed by the Blacksmiths Association, they are also much more expensive than outside. Lingtian, Qian Renxue, and Chen Zi strolled around for a while, then led by Lin Yun to the stairs on the second floor. Similar to the stairs on the first floor, there are also 2 Soul Master handles. However, these 2 Soul Masters are much higher than the 2 on the first level in terms of age and soul power fluctuations, and they probably have to be around the Soul King. The side shows that the higher the level of the Blacksmith Association, the more important it becomes. Lin Yun, who was well prepared, took 2 steps forward with a smile and took out the golden token from before. Like the guards on the previous floor, the 2 men's expressions changed, and then they bowed respectfully and saluted. My lord, please. Lingtian nodded slightly and took the lead in climbing the stairs with Qian Renxue. Lin Yun followed Chen Zi, and the group quickly passed the stairs from the second to the third floor. Lingtian and others in the auction house and registration assessment area had little interest, so Lin Yun did not stay too long and quickly led the 3 of them to the stairs between the 3rd and 4th floors. There are also 2 guards guarding here. And their soul power is not low. They all have soul power at the Soul Saint level. This actually surprised Lingtian. But then I thought about it. After all, this is the general meeting of the Blacksmiths Association, so there is no problem if the Soul Saint is in charge of the handle. The 2 of them were not surprised to see Lin Yun and his entourage approaching. They raised their hands and said, "Brother Lin, these are the distinguished guests of Qianling City, right? The president has been waiting for a long time. Thank you 2 masters." Lin Yun smiled and nodded point. When he came to the Blacksmith Association on behalf of Thousand Spirits City before, he was interacting with the two soul saints in front of him point. So they are no strangers to each other. Who are these two? Lingtian asked. My lord, Lin. Yun hurriedly turned around and introduced respectfully. These two are Master Silan and Master Xiao among the 4 disciples of Master Lao Gao. They are both master blacksmiths second only to the divine craftsman. About this time before when I came to the Blacksmiths Association, I also contacted these two masters. Lingtian nodded slightly and said nothing. When Silang and Xiao heard Lin Yun's name for Lingtian, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. They originally thought that the rumored city lord of Qian City should be an older woman, but they never expected that it was the extremely young boy standing between the two. At such an age, he could be the lord of a city point. It's really unimaginable. While the two were marveling at it, Lin Yun coughed twice to remind them to masters, we should go see Senior Lao Gao first, right? Yes, Silang and Xiao came to their senses and quickly bowed and agreed. Xiao, I'll leave this to you. I'll take them upstairs to see the teacher first. The two had a brief exchange, and Silan led the 4 of them up the stairwell, while Xiao continued to wait in place. Point. This is the important place of the Blacksmiths Guild, and must be guarded. Point. Soon. Point. Under the leadership of Silang, several people came to the stairs on the last floor. There were no guards guarding the left and right here. Instead, there was a door blocking the stairs. Judging from the material, it should be made of a combination of many hard alloy materials made. Point. As the gateway to the last level of the Blacksmiths Association, it goes without saying that the gate's defensive power is of course undeniable. Point. It may be difficult to block a titled Douluo, but a Contra should be able to withstand it for 3 seconds. While Lingtian was thinking, Silang had already walked to the alloy door as the fingers tapped her different positions with different strengths. A subtle mechanical sound came from the alloy door. When Silang knocked on the 36th time, the metal door made a rattling sound and slowly opened to the side, revealing the passage upstairs. See the situation. Point. A flash of surprise flashed in Lingtian's eyes. It has to be said that, although many exquisite skills have been lost, current technology is also constantly improving. Point. The alloy door in front of you is proof of this. 4 of you, please. Silang and Xiao took 2 steps back. Point. He motioned for the 4 of them to go in. Point. Lingtian, Chengxi, and Chengxi did not hesitate and stepped into the alloy door. Soon the 5 people reached the top of the Blacksmiths Association. Point. I thought it was an office belonging to only one person on the floor, but I saw other people walking around on the floor. Seeing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Silang also introduced it to everyone, except for the teachers on the last level of our Blacksmith Association. Every blacksmith above the master level of our Blacksmith Association has his or her own exclusive studio. I see. When talking about the blacksmith, Silang also started talking. Point. Lingtian and others also learned about the 5th level of the Blacksmith Association from his words. From the outside to the inside, there are a total of 36 studios for master blacksmiths on the 5 floors of the entire Blacksmith Association. Point. However, because the blacksmith industry is not taken seriously in Douluo continent nowadays, the number of master level blacksmiths is pitiful, and less than 10 of the 36 studios can actually be used. Point. Soon, under the leadership of Silang, everyone arrived at Lao Gao's studio. Point. It is also the first studio numbered 1. Point. Silang stopped in front of the door, stood respectfully in front of it, raised his hand, and knocked gently on the metal door. Teacher, the guests from Qian City have arrived. The door is unlocked. Bring it in. Yes, teacher. After Silang pushed open the metal door, he made an inviting gesture to several people. 4 of you, please. Lingtian nodded slightly and took the lead into the studio. Point. The layout of the studio is very minimalist. Point. In addition to tables and chairs, there is a row of wooden shelves with some iron tools placed on them. There seems to be a small door at the back, which should be the room where the equipment is made. Click as the machine sounded. A short fat old man walked out of the small door. There is an inexplicable sense of joy in a large robe. Teacher, Silang took 2 steps forward and stood respectfully behind the old man. Point. That's right. The funny looking old man in front of him is Lao Gao, the president of the Blacksmiths Association, and one of the 3 great masters in the blacksmith world today. Just by looking at his appearance, no one would have guessed that the famous master blacksmith would look like this. Qian Renxue and Chen Zi both had a look of surprise in their beautiful eyes. These are the distinguished guests who have come all the way from Thousand Spirits City. I don't know what to call them. After Silong chatted quietly for a while, Lao Zong's energetic voice sounded, and at the same time he greeted everyone with a smile. I am the Lord of Qianling City, Lingtian. Lingtian smiled and nodded, saying, these two are my lover and friend respectively. I didn't expect that your excellency is actually the Lord of Qianling City. You are truly a young hero. Lao Gao squinted his small eyes and looked at the three of them. After inviting the three of them to sit down, they began to chat enthusiastically. Chapter 483 Gold Fireworks Melting. Waste. Talk for a moment. As one of the three great master craftsmen in mainland China, Lao Gao naturally introduced some of the works that he was most proud of in his blacksmith career to Lingtian and others who came from afar. Among them, his most proud work, the brilliant silver armor, is highlighted. Although Lingtian and others did not explain their intention. But in the eyes of Lao Gao and other senior officials of the Blacksmiths Association, Lingtian, as the Lord of Qianling City, must have come for the weapons made by their Blacksmiths Association. After all, these are the only weapons and equipment that their metal capital can take notice of. Other than that, they couldn't imagine why Lingtian and others would come. That's while Lao Gao started to explain with great interest. Moreover, every set of weapons and equipment in their blacksmith guild has a high price. And if they can sell a batch, it will cost them a lot of money, which is enough for them to create more exquisite products. At the same time. After hearing Lao Gao's explanation, Lingtian was quite interested. The collision between ancient times and modern times in the production of iron tools also broadened his thinking. Just like what was said before. Times are progressing. Although a lot of exquisite skills have been lost, this does not mean that modern techniques have no merit. However, Lingtian has some different opinions on the production method of Lao Gao. President Lao Gao, what advice does Lord Ling have? Hearing Lingtian's voice, Lao Gao stopped talking and raised his head with some doubts in his small eyes. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to advice. Lingtian shook his head, twisted a piece of bright silver armor scales, and said thoughtfully, I'm just a little curious, if the scales are arranged in other forms according to the way you forged the bright silver armor, can it be done to increase the defense again? Lord Lingtian's words are wrong. Before Lao Gao could speak, Silong, his disciple, stood up and said, the way the bright silver armor is arranged now is my teacher who went through countless arrangements before finding the most suitable way. I think there is no other way to arrange the scales that can compare. The teachers is more reasonable. When the brilliant silver armor came out, it shocked the entire blacksmith world. It can be said to be an innovation in the armor world, and the brilliant silver armor is an epoch-making product. This is Lao Gao's honor and pride. For Silong, any doubt is an insult to the teacher. After hearing Silong's words, Lingtian shook his head. President, Lao Gao's strength in casting is indeed admirable. The forging of bright silver armor pieces is also almost perfect and his skills are superb. If this is applied to weapons such as swords, guns, swords, and halberds, there would be no problem, but the armor is different from them. Different. In addition to requiring exquisite skills, the caster also needs to formulate an arrangement plan for the armor, based on the characteristics of the armor pieces, so that every line of the armor is more perfect and better fits the characteristics of the armor, so that the power of the armor can be unleashed. And although your arrangement is good, in my opinion, the power of the armor cannot be exerted to its limit. However, although the arrangement of the armor pieces chosen by Master Lao Gao is good, I feel that it has not reached the limit of the armor. I understand what Lord Lingtian said, but I don't know what his wisdom is. Lao Gao frowned slightly, his eyes narrowed with displeasure. Ever since he became a divine craftsman, Lingtian was still the only one who doubted him. And the target is one of his most proud works, the brilliant silver armor. This is not because the building is high and the air volume is small. But he knew all these so-called truths When he was arranging the armor pieces, Lao Gao had spent a lot of energy on them, but now he was taught by a layman who knew nothing about casting point. This is quite a serious insult to a blacksmith point. If Lingtian wasn't the city lord of Qian City, he might have been kicked out of the Blacksmiths Association by now. Lingtian naturally noticed the dissatisfaction in Lao Gao's tone point, but he didn't care because he can understand Lao Gao's current mood. But understanding is understanding. On the journey of being a foundry master, Lingtian's strength is by no means comparable to that of the president of the Blacksmith Association. So when faced with Lao Gao's inquiry, he was well prepared. President Lao Gao, do you have paper and pen here? Aaron, prepare some pen and paper for City Master Ling. I want to see what you can think of this bright silver armored City Master. Lao Gao said in a somewhat disdainful tone to Lingtian with a cold snort. This chubby master blacksmith also has his own pride. Moreover, no one will be unresponsive when their professional abilities are questioned. Yes, master. After hearing Lao Gao's order, Silang immediately took out a pen and paper and placed it on the table. Lord Lingtian, please start. Lao Gao looked at Lingtian and said calmly, then, please ask President Lao Gao to wait for a moment. Lingtian smiled slightly, took the brush on the table, and after a few strokes, an image of an armor appeared on the paper as Lingtian continued to write. The details on the armor became more and more obvious. Lao Gao stood there expressionless. He didn't believe that Lingtian, a young boy, could have any great ideas in casting. This is not because he treats others with prejudice. The trade of blacksmith requires a lot of time and practice. On the contrary, Qian Renxue and Chen Zi are full of confidence in Lingtian. Even if you are facing one of the three great master craftsmen on the mainland, it is the same point. Although Lao Gao is called a divine craftsman, all he forges are mortal weapons. While Lingtian's reforged Bingji sword is a divine weapon, there is absolutely no comparison between the two. Time keeps passing. The armor sample drawn by Lingtian gradually became clearer. Finally, as the last stroke was finished, the arrangement of the bright silver armor pieces reset by Lingtian also appeared on the paper. President Lao Gao, please. Lingtian smiled lightly, put down the brush in his hand, and handed the drawn sample to Lao Gao. I've got to take a closer look. Lord Ling's opinion. Although Lao Gao didn't believe that Lingtian could come up with any good plans, he still patiently took the sample drawings and looked at them carefully. This has nothing to do with Lingtian's identity. It is Lao Gao's consistent style to treat casting issues rigorously. Watched it for a while. Lao Gao's gaze gradually changed. From the initial indifference to the final surprise and disbelief. Is this the plan you thought of? After a while, Lao Gao raised his head and looked at Lingtian in disbelief. What do you think, Master Lao Gao? Lingtian smiled slightly and said lightly. From the beginning to the end of this armor design, the entire process was completed under the witness of Lao Gao. If it wasn't designed by Lingtian, who else could it be? Yes, can you tell me the specific details? Lao Gao handed over the drawings with trembling hands and asked excitedly. Nature. Lingtian smiled slightly and took the drawing. First, how did you figure it out? The arrangement of the armor pieces depends on the material of the armor. Lao Gao asked Lingtian questions one after another, and Lingtian answered them fluently. Soon. Lao Gao's attitude towards Lingtian has undergone earth-shaking changes, especially when he sees that Lingtian has unique insights in casting. His admiration in his heart is even greater. The conversation between the two also became more passionate. See the situation. Silang, who was so temperamental as his teacher, could only give a few indirect reminders. Fortunately, Lao Gao didn't forget about business. However, he still had some unfinished thoughts about this exchange. If Silang hadn't interrupted, he could have talked for a while. Lao Gao looked at the drawings in his hands, sighed, and said with emotion, I really didn't realize that Lord Ling City is so accomplished in casting. My so-called master craftsman's name is really unworthy of it compared to the lord of the city. President Lao, there is no need to be so arrogant. Your skills are one of the few famous craftsmen in the mainland. Lingtian said with a faint smile. These words are not polite. In terms of casting skills in mainland China today, Lao Gao can indeed be called a famous craftsman. In comparison, Tang Hao and Taitan, although they are also collectively referred to as the three great craftsmen, the other two rely more on the power of martial arts. In terms of forging skills alone, they are not as good as Lao Gao. This can be seen from the products placed throughout the studio. Lao Gao really loves the profession of blacksmith. Otherwise, it would be impossible to put all your energy into a civilian profession, recognized by the mainland. It is my honor to be praised by the Lord of Lingtian. After the conversation about forging skills just now, Lao Gao has completely recognized the fact that Lingtian's ability is superior to his own. But I still have a few ideas about your bright silver armor. Lingtian paused for a moment and said with a smile, in addition to the armor plate arrangement I just made specifically for improving protection, there are other arrangements focusing on other different focuses such as speed and dexterity. After hearing this, Lao Gao suddenly became interested, and even Silung's reminder was forgotten. Could Lord Lingtian please elaborate? The armor matter is not urgent. Lingtian smiled slightly and shook his head, and said in a calm tone, Lingtian came to the Blacksmith Association today because he actually has a private matter that he wants to discuss with President Lao. Private matters? Lao Gao was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. Yes, he was so involved in the communication about forging just now that he forgot the purpose of Lingtian coming to the Blacksmith Association. Then, what did Lord Ling City do? Lao Gao looked at Lingtian, a glimmer of light flashing in his small eyes. Before, he originally guessed that Lingtian came for weapons, but now it seems that this is not the case. I heard that the Blacksmiths Association obtained a special piece of fire crystal a few years ago. Lingtian did not beat around the bush, looking calmly at Lao Gao, and said directly. Lao Gao's expression moved slightly. He pondered for a moment, and said, City Lord Ling is probably talking about that piece of waste that cannot be refined, right? This piece of fire melt crystal is quite impressive. At first, he also wanted to forge it into iron tools, but he did not expect that it would be difficult to refine it, no matter what method he used. Therefore, over the years, it has been treated as waste and thrown into the warehouse without anyone caring about it. Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. Scrap. How to say, the golden firework crystal was actually treated as scrap. If this was the case back then, wouldn't the blacksmith be following him like a duck? But if you think about it carefully, it is actually normal. After all, it would be difficult to successfully smelt the golden fire flame crystal without the help of a forger named Douluo, or above. Not available. Being treated as scrap is understandable, although it seems dramatic to Lingtian. I also want to see this strange piece of waste, so Lord Lingtian wants to buy this piece of fire crystal? Lao Gao asked thoughtfully. That's right. Lingtian nodded. After hearing this, Lao Gao turned around and looked at Silung. Silung, what do you think? He usually works with ironware all day long, and all matters concerning the Blacksmith Association are handled by his 4 apprentices. Among them, Silung is the most intelligent one. So in this regard, he still had to look to his disciples' opinions. After thinking for a moment, Silung nodded to Lao Gao. This business can be discussed. This piece of fire fusion crystal is just like what Lao Gao said. It is just a waste. If it is thrown into the treasure house of the Blacksmith Association, it is better to exchange it for some useful resources. But as for how much it can be exchanged for, this needs to be discussed carefully. Lord of Lingtian, Silung slightly cupped his hands, showed a businessman's attitude, and said with a smile, this piece of fire crystal was also obtained by our teacher who spent a lot of resources in the transaction. I wonder what you plan to exchange for this piece of crystal. How much do you think this piece of fire crystal is worth? Lingtian smiled slightly and asked in a calm tone, 50,000 gold soul coins. Silung and Lao Gao looked at each other and quoted the first price. Hearing this, Lingtian frowned slightly. 500,000 gold soul coins. The price of Huoran crystal on the market now is similar to this. Logically speaking, it is definitely a profit to buy the golden fire flame crystal at the price of the fire crystal, but now it is defined as waste. A piece of scrap is sold at this price, which makes some lions open their mouths. Lingtian raised his hand and tapped the table gently and said with a smile, isn't Mr. Silung a little unkind? The price for a piece of scrap is already the same as the Huoran crystal on the market. Silung heard this and said with a smile, I Think since Lord Lingtian has named this piece of fire fusion crystal, there must be something special about it. Otherwise, you don't have to go through all the trouble to come to the Blacksmith Association from the far north, right, Mr. Silang guessed wrong. Lingtian shook his head and said in an indifferent tone, I bought it just because I was curious when I was passing through the metal capital. At this price, I might as well buy a normal fire crystal. How much does City Lord Ling think it should be? Silang asked. 200,000 gold soul coins is my bottom line. 200,000. After hearing this, Silang was a little hesitant. Judging from Lingtian's expression, Silang was not sure whether his attitude toward the fire crystal was true or false. Frankly speaking, a piece of scrap can buy 200,000 gold soul coins, which is already a good price. They didn't spend many soul coins when they purchased it. However, businessmen are all greedy and they always want to take advantage of themselves, thinking that they can still earn a little more. The same is true for Silang. But now Lingtian is resolute and offers a flat price of 200,000 yuan. He was afraid that if he made a mistake in guessing, if he persisted, he might not even be able to get out 200,000 yuan. Chapter 484. The deal is reached. Tangsun arrives. Time passed by minute by minute. What is competing at this time is the patience of both parties. Whoever loses his composure first will have already lost half of the price. Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever. His attitude towards this piece of fire crystal seems to be exactly what he said. And in contrast to that, Silang's eyes were wandering. 200,000 gold soul coins. It's enough for this piece of fire melt crystal. Thinking of this, Silang, who wanted to make a profit without losing money, finally turned around and nodded gently to Lao Gao. He has accepted the price. However, the final decision of whether to sell or not is left to his teacher. 200,000 gold soul coins is no problem. Lao Gao waved his hand casually, stared at Lingtian, rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, I just don't know if I can take a look at the blueprints of the other sets of bright silver armors that City Lord Ling mentioned. He is famous for his dedication to the casting industry. I want all my works to be perfect. Lingtian's drawings undoubtedly had a fatal attraction for him. This made Lao Gao's heart unable to calm down for a long time, and his heart was itching unbearably, just like a cat scratching. Lingtian smiled lightly and said, although I don't have the drawings, I can draw them now, Lord of Lingtian. Lao Gao's eyes lit up, and he quickly handed over a pen and paper in excitement. President Lao Gao, don't worry. However, Lingtian did not take it. He smiled indifferently and asked, President Lao Gao is a master blacksmith. He can understand the essence just by looking at it. If I take out this blueprint, won't there be no return? This when Lao Gao heard this, he smiled awkwardly. He was really swayed by Lingtian iron, and he did have the idea of having sex for nothing at first. At the same time, Silang, who was behind him, suddenly thought of something, frowned slightly, and asked, what does Lord Ling City want? Doesn't he want to exchange it directly for the fire crystal? As soon as he finished speaking, Silang looked at his teacher. Sure enough, Lao Gao was thinking. When the drawings and gold soul coins were placed in front of him, the teacher was obviously tempted. The attraction for him is obviously that the drawings are bigger. 200,000 gold soul coins is the price we negotiated, and it will naturally not be changed. Lingtian didn't ask for a price because of the Mingman stuck in the building. He said in a calm tone, 50,000 gold soul coins can be exchanged for all the drawings. What do you two think of this price, teacher? Just as Silang was about to speak, Lao Gao, who was in an anxious mood, waved his hand to interrupt and said, just follow what Lord Lingtian said. See the situation. Silang sighed helplessly, but he could only give up. He knows the teacher's character best. Except for casting, everything in the world is just an external thing to him. He can dedicate everything, money, status, soul power, etc., even his life to the casting. Besides, 50,000 is just 50,000. It's better than not earning a penny and having to give it away for free. He felt that if Lingtian Fanfan said anything just a second later, his teacher might have been wasted. See the situation. Lingtian smiled slightly and commented from the bottom of his heart, President Lao is a qualified blacksmith. I have devoted most of my life to this, Lao. Gao sighed with emotion, then turned back to look at Silang and said, Silang, go to the treasure house first, and take out the fire fusion crystal that Lord Ling City needs from the treasure house, disciple. Understands. Silang nodded and left the studio. At the same time, Lao Gao turned his head again and started talking passionately with Lingtian. The main discussion is the technical question of casting. In addition to inheritance, Lingtian is also a generous answer. Rich theoretical and practical knowledge has benefited the high benefits of Lao Gao, and has a deeper understanding of Lingtian's ability to cast. At the same time, I couldn't help but move the idea of Ling Qianlu into the Blacksmith Association. For this reason, as long as you join the Blacksmith Association, exempt the assessment, you can directly grant yourself the position of a considerable artisan. But Lingtian still declined. The British Association has no attractiveness to him now. If it is not for the golden fireworks crystal today, he cannot show his casting technology in front of Lao Gao. Several beside knocking on the side. Lao Gao also saw that Lingtian did not mean this. Although I felt sorry for this building, I could only stop thinking about Lingtian's identity. Nympho after a while, Lingcheng, owner is the fire crystal, speaking. Silang pushed the exquisite jade box to Lingtian. Lingtian opened the box cover. A piece of flame red crystal was lying inside. Crystal clear, exuding burning light. Even the air became a little twisted. It looked extremely dazzling, making people dare not look at it. Seeing this, Lingtian is slightly, from the perspective of energy, this fire crystal is indeed stronger than the general fire crystal. But in order to ensure that, he still picked up this piece of spar. At the same time, a ice blue light flashed in the eyes, and the soul power attached to the eyes of the ice gods on the eyes. A cold stream spreads out. Cancel off the energy released by this piece of spar in front. The ice blue eyes are flowing. Ice god's pupils passed through the energy of fire crystal surface and saw the golden lines hidden inside. Following the veins of the golden texture, it will be stretched, and a brilliant flame mark has been formed inside this fire crystal. See. Lingtian's expression at this moment obviously relaxed a lot. Seeing the golden flame, he can be determined. The spar in front of him is the god level material of the redevelopment of angel god swords, Jin fireworks crystal. Although the process is cumbersome, it is finally obtained. The unique imprint of the gold fireworks crystal is deeply buried. In addition to the pupils of the ice god, only the title Douluo can be discovered. It is also not surprised that a number of masters of the Iron Master Association have not found the special feature of this piece of spar. Nympho after a while. Lingtian gently put the crystal back into the jade box. The corner of the mouth evokes a trace of arc. In addition to confirming whether it is the crystal of the gold fireworks, he also explored the energy contained in this piece of spar. It is naturally happy to take over. Although this golden fireworks crystal has been smelted several times before, it has not lost much energy due to the technique and ability of the forged artist. In addition, it is properly preserved in the jade box in the later period. The energy inside is still very filled. It is enough to support Lingtian refining angel divine sword. Can Lingcheng Lord satisfied? Lingtian nodded, his palm flashed, and a purple gold card flew to Lao Gao. At the same time, his voice also sounded in the room. 150,000 golden soul coins are here. President Lao Gao can check it. The reputation of Lingcheng Lord. I still believe it. Lao Gao laughed and shook his head. At the same time, his eyes lit up the light, rubbed his hands, and asked, it was the drawings of the silver armor before. How did the Lingcheng owner be traded, compared to 150,000 golden soul coins, or the improved drawings of bright silver armor are more attractive to him? President Lao Gao. Wait a moment. Lingtian smiled slightly and picked up the pen and paper on the table. The fingertips moved slightly, and soon a model picture of armor appeared on the paper, followed by a second one, a third one. From the beginning to the end, Lao Gao's eyes followed the movement of the brush. He was attracted by the different arrangements of bright silver armor pieces painted on the Lingtian paper, and could not look away at all. Moreover, compared to the first drawing, this drawing also briefly explains the direction of emphasis of the armor. Easy to identify. Finally Lingtian stopped his brush and put the drawings together. President Lao Gao, please take a look. After Hearing Lingtian's words, Lao Gao did not hesitate and quickly took the handed drawing and studied it carefully. He browses very quickly. Just like what Lingtian said before. Just by looking at these drawings, you can already understand the arrangement. Soon. When Lao Gao put down the last drawing, the surprise on his face could no longer be concealed. He finally couldn't help but exclaimed, "Lord Lingtian, you are a genius. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, why didn't I think of using this arrangement on bright silver armor?" As he spoke, Lao Gao held the manuscript in his hand tremblingly, looking as excited as if he had found a treasure. His gaze towards Lingtian became more and more eager. If it weren't for the blueprint he regarded as a treasure in his hand, he might have pounced on Lingtian. It's just that this look is very uncomfortable. Lingtian had goosebumps all over his body just looking at it. Ahem. If President Lao is satisfied, our deal will be concluded. Lingtian coughed twice, reminding Lao Gao. Lao Gao came back to his senses. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face and said, "Satisfied, satisfied. I'm very satisfied. The blueprints made by Lord Ling City are refreshing to me. From now on, this piece of fire crystal will be yours. A pleasure to work with." Hearing this, Lingtian smiled slightly and put away the fire crystal on the table. Until now, this crystal that I have longed for truly belongs to Lingtian. Blacksmith's Guild, in front of the 4th floor staircase. A moment of silence. Lao Gao suddenly called out to Lingtian, "Lord Ling, wait a moment." Lingtian turned around and looked at Lao Gao doubtfully. "Does the city lord really not think about it?" Lao Gao looked at Lingtian and finally couldn't help but invite him. "Lingtian mainly agrees to join our blacksmith association, not to mention the title of divine craftsman. Even if I give you the position of president, it's not a bad idea." His invitation was sincere. Lao Gao really wants to invite such an outstanding talent as Xiang Lingtian to the blacksmiths association. "Thank you, President Lao, for your kind words." Lingtian clasped his fists in thanks and politely declined Lao Gao's invitation. "It's true that I was abrupt." Seeing Lingtian's refusal, Lao Gao sighed, feeling quite regretful. But his regret only lasted for a moment and then turned into a look of determination. "But if Lord Ling City wants to join the Blacksmiths Association, my door is open to you at any time." "Thank you, President Lao." Lingtian smiled lightly, but did not refuse. He knew how much sincerity lay behind Lao Gao's words. Although he has no interest in joining the Blacksmiths Guild, he is not sure whether they will interact with him in the future. The whole journey was silent. "President Lao, please send it here." Lingtian stopped, slightly cupped his hands to Lao Gao, and said with a smile, "If we really deliver it to the gate, given President Lao's status, I'm afraid it will cause quite a stir, and it will actually be quite annoying. The head of the spirit city is reasonable, and the old man sent it here." Lao Gao also understood people, nodded. "See you." Lingtian laughed and arched his hand left and walked down the stairs. Lao Gao looked at Lingtian and his party gradually gone away and couldn't help sighing. It's a pity their blacksmith association is still too small and they can't tolerate such talents like Lingtian. Nymphonym found Lingtian and others bid farewell to the building. His old friend Tangsun also came to the blacksmith association. "Young Lord, here is the blacksmith association." Tantan patted his chest, and it seemed very deliberate. "With this friendship between me and Lao Gao for many years, rare metals do not do it. This time it can definitely make the young master return to the load, then rely on Titan's predecessors." Tang San nodded, holding the woman around him calmly. Since the end of the coup of the Heavenly Dao Empire. Tang San, who supported the failure of the avalanche, was not exposed because his identity was not exposed, but he had experienced it in the territory of the Qian Dao Empire for a while. Until not long ago. After Tang Hao and Zhu Yang Coco leading Hao Xianzang, Tang San, the son of the prince, returned to Zhangmen. At the same time, the four families who have always supported Tang Hao have also reattached. After Zhu Yan and Tang Hao decided to take the shot against the Heavenly Empire, those powerful hidden weapons created by Tangsun were naturally valued. For his father's request, Tangsun naturally agreed. However, on the hidden weapon drawings, it is still a dark hand for check-in. However, The number of metal reserves of Haoshan Zongmanman is limited, and it is difficult to support the creation of a large number of hidden weapons in order to meet the needs of armed disciples. Tang San will bring Titan and make a special trip to the metal capital to purchase enough materials. Oscar put on Mahanjan's shoulder and asked, "Third brother, don't we go in yet?" "Yeah, the third brother." Mahanjan attached. When the two of them returned to Hao Xianzong in Tang San, they simply joined Hao Xianzong together for the two civilian soul masters, relying on the brothers of the young master of the Tang dynasty. The strongest Hao Xianzong of the previous three ancestors is indeed a good choice. Wait. Again. Tang San shook his head and narrowed his eyes to look into the distance. Beside Xiao Wu blinked and asked curiously, "Who are we waiting for?" Because Lingtian intervened. Xiao Wu did not sacrifice his soul ring and life to Tang San. "A friend." Tang San smiled gentle and solder gates cut. Xiao Wu murmured unhappy. Xiao Wu. Tang San's Heng was preparing to comfort, and a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Primary 3. Fat. Xiao Wu. Xiao Ao. This sound is Oscar and Mahanjan looked at each other and seemed to be able to turn their heads quickly. Looking at it. A luxurious golden robed noble youth was walking towards a few people with a smile. A long golden hair was unrestrained behind his head. His eyes had a pupil, and his eyes were a little excited. "Boss Day." And Tang San, who had been expected long ago, smiled slightly, said, "Mu Bei, you are finally here." It was already coming, but a little episode was delayed for some time. Mu Bei smiled and touched his nose. Chapter 485 DMUBAIN-039 S Killing Intent. What an interlude. Mahanjan came over curiously and said jokingly, "Isn't it Boss Day that you went to that brothel to spend time and drink?" Hearing this, Tang San and others also cast curious glances, because with Mu Bei's character, the possibility of this kind of thing happening is really high. "Damn. Fat man, I see you are itchy again." With a dark face, Mu Bei strode towards Mahanjan. Crunch. Crunch. "Boss Day, don't, ayo." Before Mahanjan could finish speaking, Mu Bei had already opened his arms and hugged his good brother fiercely. From the crackling sound of bones that could be heard from both of them, one could tell how strong Mu Bei's hug was. Mahanjan had unrealistic ideas at first point, but the moment he was locked by Mu Bei, he knew how wrong he was. "Hey, Boss Day, you are wrong. Wrong. We are all brothers. Let me help you test your soul power." Mu Bei, stop making trouble. With the help of Tang San and others, Mahanjan escaped from Mu Bei's bear hug. Mu Bei patted Mahanjan's shoulder kindly and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days, fat guy." His soul power has improved a lot. That's not Boss Day's opponent. Mahanjan smiled and rubbed his sore shoulders at this time. Oscar looked at Tang San and guessed, "Third brother, did you already know that Boss Day was coming?" Hearing this, Tang San nodded and said with a smile, "When I set out from the sect, I thought that the Metal City was considered the boundary of the Star Luo Empire, so I sent a message to Mu Bei, and then we decided to meet in front of the Blacksmith Association." "What? A mistress? How dare you hide it from me?" Xiao Wu gave Tang San a resentful look, pursed her pink lips, and said coquettishly, "Isn't this a surprise for you?" Tang San smiled warmly, held Xiao Wu's slender waist, scraped her nose lovingly, and said softly. Xiao Wu leaned in his arms with satisfaction, her pretty and flawless face showing a sweet and happy smile. Seeing the two of them loving each other, everyone showed envious expressions. "Okay, Mistress Xiao, you two are not the only ones here." Mu Bei looked at the two people, crossed his arms and teased, "Had her Oscar," and others also burst into laughter. Snort. Xiao Wu hummed, raised her head, and raised her chin proudly. He thought to himself, "You are just nakedly envious of me and my mistress." A bunch of singles seeing Xiao Wu's movements, everyone couldn't help laughing again. Just smiling. Mu Bei was inevitably a little moved by the scene. Thinking of the farce in Xingluo City not long ago, a hidden look flashed in his eyes. Thinking of the farce that happened that day, Mu Bei's eyes became fierce. If it weren't for the support of Shadian behind him, he might not even be able to keep his position as prince. Mu Bei, Boss Day, Tang San and others were about to enter the blacksmith association, but they saw Daemubei still standing there. The difference between his keenness and Daemubei's current state is that something is wrong. Mubei, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay, Mubei came back to his senses, collected himself, and said, I was just distracted thinking about something. What were you talking about, mistress? Nothing, it's just time to go in. Tang San pointed to the door of the blacksmith's association. Oh, let's go then. Let's go see the situation. Tang San didn't ask any more questions. A group of 6 people, led by Titan, walked back and forth into the gate of the blacksmith's association. Titan as half host of the blacksmith's guild. Naturally, he took on the role of commentator and explained the blacksmith guild to the 5 Shrek people. There are Titan tokens to open the way. Along the way, the Shrek 5 quickly arrived at the 3rd floor of the blacksmith association. Just when a few people turned the corner and were about to go up to the next floor, Daemubei glanced around casually and happened to see Lingtian, Qian Renxue and his party coming down from the 4th floor. Even if it was just a quick glance, but towards Lingtian, Daemubei could be said to hate Lingtian deeply. He can recognize even a silhouette. Lingtian. It's definitely him, recalling the humiliation from Shrek Academy, coupled with the hatred of seizing his wife some time ago. Even though Daemubei was no longer as impulsive and reckless as before, the moment he saw Lingtian, the anger in his heart still spewed out like a volcano erupting. Boss, are you okay? Seeing Daemubei's sudden surge in momentum, Mahangjin, who was closest to him, was the first to notice it. Mubei, what's wrong? Tang San asked. Nothing, Mubei, who came back to his senses, shook his head, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said calmly, let's go. He didn't want to cause any further trouble. If Lingtian knew his true identity, he would definitely get into trouble. Everyone nodded without doubting his presence, and continued walking up. Only Tang San's eyes were fixed on Daemubei's back, thoughtfully. Mistress, hurry up, coming. Tang San responded and followed behind everyone. At the same time, Lingtian and others who were going downstairs simultaneously noticed the killing intent behind them. Although it disappeared quickly, it could not escape the sensing of the 3 titled Douluo, and the 3 of them stopped at the same time. Turn your head. Just in time to see Tang San and others turning around and leaving. Killing intent. Interesting. Although they didn't speak, their eyes met. Lord Lingtian, do you have anything else to do? But seeing Lingtian and others suddenly stop, doubts flashed in Silung's eyes. Nothing. Lingtian retracted his gaze, smiled calmly, and said, Master Silung still has the important task of guarding the stairs, so we'd better send him here. Lord Lingtian, walk slowly. Seeing this, Silung didn't refuse and sent him away. It wasn't until Lingtian and the 4 disappeared from sight that they returned to the stairs just in time. I caught up with Tang San and his group who wanted to go upstairs to visit the building, so I took advantage of the situation and took a few people upstairs. CIU took the lead and went up to report in advance. Titan, the former vice president of the Blacksmiths Association, has returned to the Blacksmiths Association. Such a major event is much more important than guarding, so the teacher must be informed in advance. As for the door at the 3rd floor staircase, even if there are no 2 Soul Saint handlers who can come up without the corresponding machine code, the 5th floor of the Blacksmiths Association. Lao Gao stood in front of the door, still regretting that Lingtian refused to join. But thinking about the bright silver armor drawings in the studio can comfort me from my depression. Thinking of this, he regained his mood. Just when he was about to go back to his room to make a new pair of shiny silver armor according to the method on Lingtian's drawings, he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps coming from the stairs. Lao Gao frowned slightly and looked up. I happened to see my apprentice CIU running over. Teacher, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Looking at his apprentice's appearance, Lao Gao asked with some displeasure. In their line of work, the most taboo thing is impetuousness. Old teacher, CIU, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Uncle Titan, he is back. Titan, that guy is here. Lao Gao's voice was obviously higher, and the look on his face was first surprised, and then turned into surprise. Not only that, Uncle Titan also brought a few young people to visit. Moreover, and one of them seems to have a different identity. I heard Uncle Tayton always call him Young Master, Xiao, reported in a low voice. These were what she had just heard from the conversation between Taytan and his group. Young Master? Who is it? Lao Gao asked with his eyes widened. I don't know either. Xiao shook her head. Okay, you go down. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Lao Gao waved his hand. This old guy is back. The Blacksmiths Association suddenly became lively today. Lingtian stopped and looked at the Blacksmiths Association behind him. Unlike Damu Bei, who only saw his back, the 3 humans and souls in their group were clearly seen by heaven, and one must know that the title Douluo's strength was not overwhelming. Sister Chenxi, my lord, watch. The group of people in the stairwell just now. Lingtian's eyes were fixed on the Blacksmith Association, and he said calmly, but be careful not to expose yourself. I guess with that guy's character, since you met him here, he will definitely make a big move. Although we didn't get along for long but Lingtian knew Damu Bei's character very well. Every penny counts. He could sense the killing intent very clearly. My subordinate understands. Chen Zizen nodded lightly and took Lanyun down to make arrangements. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and she asked, Xiaoshan, when are you going to take action? Wait for the fish to bite. Lingtian raised his hands and put his arms around Qian Renxue's slender waist and said meaningfully, let's go, Sister Zua. Let's go shopping in the Metal City. We may need to stay here for a few days. Xiaoshan, are you trying to catch them all? Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows and asked, yeah. It's too troublesome to solve them one by one. Give them time to gather together first. Lingtian smiled lightly. Although he had never taken Damu Bei and the rest of Shrek's group seriously, it was annoying to be constantly worried about these little bugs. This time, he could get rid of them all once and for all. Damu Bei. Speaking of which, there was another reason why he had a grudge against Shadian. This time it's time to clear them all. Xiaoshan. Qian Renxue suddenly said, take me with you then. Good. Looking at Qian Renxue with a serious face, Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. Evening. It was getting late after Tangsun and his group finished discussing the metal purchase business with Lao Gao, so they decided to stay one night in the metal capital first and make plans tomorrow. When they returned to the Haoshan sector, dong dong dong, there was a gentle knock on the door. Inside the house. Day. Mu Bei frowned slightly when he heard the knock on the door, stood up and walked to the door. Who? It's me, Mu Bei. Tang San's voice came from outside the door. Mistress Day. Mu Bei was a little surprised. He opened the door and asked, it's already so late. Why did you come to see me? I want to talk to you about what happened in the morning. Tang San's expression was calm, his lacquered eyes staring at Damu Bei. Seems to be able to see through everything. Day. Mu Bei was silent for a moment and then said, come in. Saying that, he took 2 steps back and let Tangsun into his room. Go into the room. Tangsun sat on the sofa opposite the bed. After Damu Bei closed the door, he finally said, Mu Bei, the murderous intention you suddenly released this morning, did you find someone special? I'm hearing this. Damu Bei was silent for a moment and finally nodded. His mood changes were too obvious in the morning. Even Oscar and Mahanjan sensed something was wrong, not to mention the thoughtful Tangsun. Tangsun narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, who is that person? Call Day. Mu Bei took a deep breath and barely suppressed the emotions in his heart. Lingtian. Tang San's pupils shrank instantly. Lingtian's figure appeared in Zhao's mind and soon overlapped with the figure of that person in the morning. No wonder he felt that the person's breath was somewhat familiar at that time. But soon, Tangsun suddenly remembered something, frowned slightly, and asked, Mu Bei, did you read it wrong? Lingtian is now the emperor of the Qian Dou Empire. How could he appear in the territory of the Star Luo Empire? I have sent someone to confirm. He is right. Day. Mu Bei's tone was cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He sent someone to investigate as soon as he left the Blacksmiths Association, and he was sure that the person who appeared at the Blacksmiths Association in the morning was Lingtian. Mu Bei, what are your preparations? How? Day. Mu Bei sneered. clenched his fists, and said, "The Star Luo Empire is my territory. Since he dares to come here alone, he will never leave the Star Luo Empire alive." After so many years, I finally found an opportunity for revenge. He has deep grudges with Lingtian Point because of Ningrangrang in Socho City. The two had a grudge for the first time. Hunting Soul Forest was seriously injured by his sword and lay in bed for 3 full months. In the end, even ZHU Zuking broke off the engagement because of him. In front of thousands of citizens of Xingluo City. Humiliation of one's body, hatred of taking away one's wife. He kept all these insults in mind. Here the words Tangsun was silent for a moment and said, "Do you need help, Mu Bei, Xiazhen? I know that you have a close relationship with the Qian Dou Empire. You are not needed for this matter." Halfway through, Mu Bei suddenly froze, looked at Tangsun and asked, "Xiao-san, what did you just say? Need help?" Tangsun asked again, "Xiazhen, do you want to help me deal with Lingtian Day?" Mu Bei's eyes widened, still a little unbelievable. "Nonsense." Tangsun stood up and punched Mu Bei, saying, "You are my brother. How can I help him if I don't help you?" "Xiao-san, my brother accepts your kindness, but, Mu Bei, please listen to me first." Tangsun patted Mu Bei on the shoulder, and after sitting on the sofa, he said meaningfully, "The current Qian Dou Empire is no longer the former Qian Dou Empire." "Xiao-san, what do you mean by this?" Mu Bei raised his eyebrows. "I was at the scene during the coup in Qian Dou Palace." After a moment of pause, Tangsun said with a serious expression, "So now the Qian Dou Empire has colluded with the Wuhan Palace. This time I went out to buy metal materials for the sect to make hidden weapons. It was actually for the sake of the Qian Dou Empire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 486, Buried in a Feng Shui Treasure. After listening to Tangsun's story, Mu Bei's eyes moved slightly, thoughtfully. No wonder Zhu Beng, who was sure of victory at the beginning, failed even though he had the right time and place. It turned out that Lingtian and Qibao Glazed Sect were involved in the process. Ningfengzi, Lingtian, Wuhan Palace. With these three forces joining forces, no wonder Zhu Beng was unable to resist at first. Who would have thought that Lingtian could allow Wuhan Palace and Qibao Glazed Sect to put an end to their past feud? But this cannot be blamed on the Qibao Glazed Sect. If Zhu Beng had been slightly less hostile to the Qibao Glazed Sect, Ningfengzi would not have made such a risky decision. After a moment of silence, Mu Bei, what are you thinking about? The mistress took the initiative to help. Of course I was asking for it. Mu Bei smiled heartily and patted Tangsun on the shoulder. This time you and I join forces. Even if Lingtian has the ability to reach heaven, we will never let him leave the Star Luo Empire alive. Why? Tangsun sighed for no reason and said slowly, "I do this to prevent Qian Dou from falling under the rule of Wuhan Palace." Yes, the mistress is right. We are doing this for the sake of the Qian Dou Empire. Mu Bei was stunned for a moment, then smiled understandingly. Seeing this, Tangsun also showed a satisfied smile. Lingtian is now the king of a country, and he needs a reason to explain to everyone afterwards. After all, Tangsun Xiao, who prides himself on being pure and innocent, certainly does not want to be charged with regicide, collaboration with the enemy, treason, etc. So he will naturally transfer all the blame to the enemy. And Wuhan Palace is the best way to say it. As for whether it harmed the interests of the Qian Dou Empire, Tangsun didn't care. Just clean yourself up. Mu Bei also understands these principles. Both are smart people. Just hit the point. There is no need to explain everything in too much depth. Now that a united front has been reached, it is time to talk about plans and arrangements. Talking about this, Mu Bei became energetic. Ever since he discovered Lingtian, he had been thinking about how to deal with it. In his opinion, wouldn't it be easy to just transfer a few soul saints from the imperial capital and take advantage of the situation to deal with Lingtian? Note: after Lingtian was granted the title of Douluo, every time he made a move, the enemy was eliminated. No one on the opposing side, except Zujin, knew his true strength. This is my plan, so he will be defeated in my hands. Tang Sun has always been the strategic core of their Shrek 7 monsters. Daimyo Bei knew that he was far less thoughtful than him, so in order to make this operation foolproof, he also seriously asked Tang Sun for his opinion. How are you doing, mistress? Tang Sun touched his chin and thought seriously. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, Mu Bei, what level is your soul power now? Level 60 Soul Emperor. Day. Mu Bei clenched his fists with a smile on his lips. Since becoming the crown prince, relying on the abundant resources provided, his soul power has grown by leaps and bounds. Well, Mu Bei, do you remember what level Lingtian was during the Soul Master competition? What level of soul power are you at? I was in my 40s at the time. Day. Mu Bei recalled for a moment and said uncertainly, I remember that guy Lingtian. He was probably over level 50, right? Yes, he was already the Soul King 2 years ago. Tang Sun sighed. Then his expression became serious. Mu Bei, do you think 2 years have passed? What is his current soul power like when he was already the Soul King? This day. Mu Bei's gaze paused, and then he frowned in thought. At the beginning of his soul sect, Lingtian was the Soul King. Now that he is the Soul Emperor, with Lingtian's talent, wouldn't he be the Soul Saint? Thinking of this, Daimyo Bei's expression suddenly became solemn, and he suddenly raised his head and stared at Tang San. Mistress, you mean, Tang Sun nodded and speculated, with that guy's talent, his current soul power is at least level 70, and his actual combat power may be even higher. If you arrange for the Soul Saint to attack him, it may not be safe. Besides, the spirit as the emperor of the Qian Dou Empire, how could Qian, who is far away from the planet Luo Empire, not be surrounded by guards with powerful souls to protect him? This after listening to Tang San's analysis, Daimyo Bei realized that his thinking was too simple. If he really takes action as he planned, I'm afraid the big meat bun dog will never come back. Then, how do you think we should arrange manpower? At least send a soul Douluo or a stronger soul master, and we must not give them a chance to breathe. Time passes quietly. After an hour-long discussion between Tang Sun and Daimyo Bei, they finally made clear the arrangements for this ambush. The Soul Master Daimyo Bei, who participated in the siege, was preparing to be dispatched from Xingluo City. From Star Luo City to the metal capital, it would take about 3 days to go back and forth with the strength of a Soul Master, if no time was wasted on the way. As for the reason, Tang Sun had already prepared for Daimyo Bei. Qian Dou Empire has united with Wuhan Palace. The relationship between the Qian Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire is already tense. If Wuhan Palace leans towards the Qian Dou Empire, the situation in their Star Luo Empire will instantly become precarious. After hearing this news, whether it was true or false, Emperor Xingluo would definitely not be able to sit still. Take advantage of this. It was enough to convince Emperor Xingluo to support Daimyo Bei's actions. Originally, Tang Sun also wanted to recruit helpers from the Haitian sect. However, the distance between the sect and the metal capital is too far, and it would take at least half a month to go back and forth. By the time the people from the Haitian sect arrived, Lingtian and his party had already left the metal capital. Soldiers are valuable and quick. Now only Daimyo Bei's manpower is available. But Tang San suddenly thought of a problem, frowned slightly, and said, the only problem is that we can't let him leave here too early. You don't have to worry about this. Just close the city, lock down the city. Day. Mu Bei smiled calmly and explained, our Xingluo Empire is not the Qian Dou Empire. Although we cannot seal the city for too long, I can still do it in 2 days as the crown prince. That's good. Hearing this, Tang Sun nodded slightly. In this way, his and Daimyo Bei's plan was foolproof. After the two discussed it, they sent a soul master to bring the news back to Star Luo City that night. Lingtian, I will definitely win this time, so just leave everything in the Star Luo Empire. Day. Mu Bei muttered to himself, Clenching his fists, a look of resentment appeared in his eyes, and the resentment and anger in his heart became stronger and stronger. Finale, a chance to clear it all. This time he has a careful plan, and is bound to solve Lingtian point. But with the clock ticking to the last minute, it is still unclear who is the hunter, and who is the prey. Behind the guards, sent by Daimyo Bei to report the news. Chenzi had already sent the soul masters from the Snow Palace to follow closely. This night was not peaceful. The next day. Faced with the request of the crown prince, the lord of Jengxin city found a random reason and closed the city gate. Daimyo Bei, Tangsun and the others took advantage of this time to make arrangements intensively. Find suitable places outside the city to ambush, surround and kill, etc. to ensure that Lingtian cannot escape there. Siege. Lingtian, who was their target, still seemed to have nothing to do. He took Qian Renxue to have a good time in the Metal City, and even participated in 2 auctions of the Blacksmith Association. Although Jengxin City was closed for 2 days, it had no impact on him. The spies arranged by Daimyo Bei were always keeping an eye on the 2 of them. The whereabouts have been completely controlled. See the situation. Daimyo Bei, who thought he had a chance to win, felt more confident. But he didn't know. These small actions of his were caught by the morning light sent by Lingtian early in the morning. The whole day's intelligence from Daimyo Bei and his team will be summarized at Lingtian's desk every night. Sister Zua, look. Lingtian smiled and handed it to Qian Renxue, who was standing aside, in order to choose a geomantic treasure land for himself. This guy is quite active. Qian Renxue glanced at her beautiful eyes and said, if it weren't for your order, I'm afraid Sister Chenzi would have taken action long ago. No one is angry now, so it would be pointless to take action too early. Lingtian picked up the teacup, looked out the window with half-closed eyes, and said, I want to see what kind of surprise they can prepare for me. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose it? Qian Renxue rolled her eyes and curled her lips. Isn't there also Sister Zhu? Lingtian put down the teacup in his hand, smiled slightly, put his arms around her slim waist, and hugged her into his arms. Sister Zua, please protect me when the time comes. HMPH. Qian Renxue snorted softly, pursed her red lips, rested her head on Lingtian's shoulder, wrapped her soft arms around his neck, and drew a smile at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, looking at Lingtian's Adam's apple sliding up and down, Qian Renxue became playful. Approaching Lingtian's ear, his red lips opened slightly, and he blew a breath of hot air. Ocean feeling the bursts of warmth coming from his ears. Lingtian's body froze. There was an evil fire building up in my lower abdomen. Just when he was about to take action, Qian Renxue, who was far away, smiled slyly, and then suddenly let go of her hands around Lingtian's neck. Ocean, let's sleep in separate rooms tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, before Lingtian could react, Qian Renxue had already closed the door and walked away. Sister Zua, looking at the closed door, Lingtian couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. He didn't expect Qian Renxue to do this. He stirred up his own anger, but the person ran away. Outside the door, there was a burst of laughter like silver bells. It could be heard that Qian Renxue was very happy about successfully teasing Lingtian. But on the contrary, someone who was being teased was very depressed. The helpless Lingtian could only use ice attribute soul power and use physical methods to extinguish the fire for himself. At the same time, she also secretly vowed in her heart she must find her place tomorrow night and let Qian Renxue spend the whole day. No, she won't be able to get out of bed for a week. Let's see if she dares to be so naughty. 2 days later, early in the morning. The gates of Jengxin City, which had been closed for 3 days, were finally released. The merchants and pawns who had resumed traffic were coming in and out, and the front of the city gate was as noisy as a market. At this time, the flow of people in Jengxin City is comparable to that of first tier cities. Phew, the lockdown is finally lifted. Yeah, these 3 days have delayed me a lot of time. I hope I won't exceed the delivery time. Who knows why you know this time? You must know that Jengxin City has never been sealed for so many years. I don't know. Who knows what the city owner thinks? The Residents of the exchanges are 3 or 2, discussing why the city is closed. When almost the flow of people returned to normal, Lingtian and Qian Renxue came to the gate of the city. Look at the surroundings at will. Guanghua flashed in the ice blue eyes. Everything has been seen. Lingtian looked behind him without leaving traces. The familiar figure made the corner of his mouth outline a trace of arc. Come, Qian. Renxue's eyes flickered, and some fingers. It is not difficult to find Daimyo Bei, and others as the title Douluo, but it cannot be hidden like Lingtian. Well, the fish bite the hook. Lingtian smiled slightly, holding Qian Renxue's fair jade hands, and said easily, Sister Zhu here, let's go. After so long, it's time to collect the net. Thousands of Zhus in light. Both of the crisis are not concerned. Master, out of the city. Okay. 2 guests please get in the car. Lingtian and Qian Renxue hired a carriage and left Jengxin City with the flow of people. Dark place. The initiator Daimyo Bei and Tang were staring at Lingtian and Qian Renxue in secret, and they did not take their eyes back until the two left the city gate. Mu Bei, we should also set off. Daimyo Bei nodded, and the cold eyes were full of killing. Then the two did not delay and disappear at the gate. Fighting. It's about to start. Nympho outside the city. Dada, the carriage is driving smoothly. Drive. Qian Renxue and Lingtian sat in the car and opened the car curtain to look around. Fang Ko. Shallots on lush trees. Unfortunately, there is no time to enjoy the beautiful scenery around today. Holding his head, Lingtian put down the curtain. Wait. Until the end of this incident, I will return back to the extraords to refine the angel divine sword first. Well, listen to you. Thousands of Renxue first later, leaning on Lingtian's shoulder. After a while, inside the carriage. Lingtian suddenly asked, Little Shan is coming. Well, it's just ahead. Smelling. Qian Renxue took out the map marked by the morning light, carefully compared with 1 or 2, and confirmed that the distance of about 100 meters forward was the ambush set by Daimyo Bei and Tangson. It's time not to say the 2 people are selected well. The green mountains and green water, but pick the Feng Shui treasure for yourself, master. Just stop here. Inside the carriage, Lingtian's voice came. After hearing the words, the driver's whip rose high and subconsciously pulled the reins to stop the carriage. Then looked around in doubt. Blocks all over the ground. He often walks on this road. He is clear here. Even a small village can't find it. Are you sure you get off here, little brother? Are you wrong? The driver stopped, stabilizing the carriage, looking back at Lingtian, who had already got off the car, and confirmed, there is no village in the deserted country ridges around this. Are you sure you want to get off here? Well, it's here. Lingtian nodded, thinking about opening his arms at the same time. Sister Zhu here, come down. Thousands of Renxue opened the curtain. The toes tapped the car beam and jumped to Lingtian's arms. Chapter 487. Lower your head. Looking at the lovely and charming face in his arms, Lingtian smiled slightly, raised his hand and gently jumped Qian Renxue out of the carriage, stroking the few strands of black hair hanging from his forehead behind his ears. In the past, I was the one picking you up. Qian Renxue smiled, and the corners of her mouth curved beautifully. It's my turn now. Lingtian smiled softly, leaned over and left a gentle kiss on his smooth forehead. HMPH. Qian Renxue glared at Lingtian angrily. Bad guy still being so presumptuous when there are outsiders. Then she pursed her lips again and turned her head slightly to the side. A hint of shyness appeared on her pretty face. This kind of shyness looks even more charming at this moment. The corners of Lingtian's mouth raised slightly. He knew that Qian Renxue had always been thin-skinned, so he just tightened his little hand, did not continue teasing, and turned to look forward. Immediately. Lingtian turned around, looked at the driver in front of him, and asked, Master, how much does this trip cost? The total distance from the city gate to here is less than 20 miles. Little brother, just give me 3 Jintama coins. The coachman thought for a moment, rubbed his hands, and replied. Unfinished. The driver looked around and confirmed, brother, do you really want to drive here? This place is geographically remote. If you want to find a carriage, you will have to walk a long way. I understand. 3 Jintama coins, right? Lingtian was about to take the money when he suddenly realized that all he had left were soul coin cards. The minimum starting price is 1000 gold soul coins, sister. Zua, thinking of this, Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue and spread his palms. Qian Renxue turned her head and blinked her beautiful eyes. Money. Lingtian opened his hand and reminded, where's yours? Qian Renxue was stunned. I don't have any change in my hand. Facing Qian Renxue's puzzled gaze, Lingtian shrugged and explained, I didn't bring much change when I went out this time. I spent it all while shopping in the city with you in the past 2 days. The rest is my soul point. The currency is stuck. Oh, hearing this, Qian Renxue responded, let me look for it. And Lingtian's storage soul guide spaces are interconnected. If there is no storage space, you can only look for it on your body point. Qian Renxue simply had good luck point. After rummaging around for a while, I actually found some gold soul coins. No, here you go. With that said, Qian Renxue handed over the soul coin. They are all gold soul coins. This is already the smallest one. It's still the leftover change from the past few days. Qian Renxue also spread her hands helplessly. Like Lingtian, she had prepared gold soul coin cards with large denominations. It is not easy to find gold soul coins, not to mention the smaller denominations of silver soul coins and bronze soul coins. Okay, Lingtian took out a gold soul coin from his purse and said, this is the fare. Get out of here quickly. Gold soul coin. The driver was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand towards Lingtian. Little brother, you heard wrong. You only need to pay 3 silver soul coins for the fare. There are too many gold soul coins. I can't use so many. I can't use them. Take it. Lingtian pulled the driver over and patted the gold soul coin into his palm. Consider the remaining money as a tip for you and get out of here quickly. After a moment of pause, Lingtian's eyes hovered in the depths of the jungle ahead. It will become unsafe here soon. This driver looked at the gold soul coin in his hand point. Immediately he raised his head again and looked up and down at Lingtian and others. Judging by their clothes and appearance, coupled with their lavish spending, they must be from rich families. A gold soul coin is nothing in their eyes, but you can only earn it after working hard for a day point. Thinking of this, he clenched the gold soul coin in his hand. Thank you. When he finally came to his senses and wanted to express his gratitude to Lingtian and Qian Renxue, Lingtian, who had paid the fare, had already pulled Qian Renxue into the dense forest ahead point. The speed of the two of them was very fast, and at this time he could only see the vague silhouettes of their backs. Strange. Young man, my dear god, I actually met 2 gods of wealth today. The driver shook his head, not knowing why. Then he suddenly remembered something, so he quickly picked up the gold soul coin and rubbed it vigorously on his wrinkled clothes. When he saw the gold soul coin, as always, a smile appeared on his weather-beaten face. Gold soul coins. Then he carefully put the gold soul coin into his purse and patted it solemnly twice before he finally felt at ease. Drive. Turn the car around, raise your whip high and drive away. After a while, Tang San, Daimyo Bei and their group suddenly appeared. Strange. Oscar raised his eyebrows and asked, third brother, Boss Day, why do you think he suddenly got off the carriage? Zhao, Ao, why do you care so much? They have already entered our encirclement and are unable to fly. Mahanjan put his fat arm around Oscar's neck and said nonchalantly, the fat man is right. Even if they find out something is wrong now, it's too late. Hearing this, Daimyo Bei also nodded. Yeah, but Zhao Ao is right. Tang San nodded slightly and added, we also have to be careful. Don't worry, mistress. My father has sent all the seniors here this time. There will definitely be no problems. Daimyo Bei's eyes flashed with coldness, and he clenched his fists tightly. See the situation. Tang San nodded and said no more. He just pulled the enthusiastic Zhao Wu beside him behind him. Zhao San, what are you doing? Zhao Wu, I want you to promise me that no matter what happens, you will stand behind me. Tang San turned his head, stared at Zhao Wu beside him, held her little hand tightly, and said in a deep voice. Hear the words. Zhao Wu nodded obediently, looking docile. I understand, mistress. Seeing this, Tang San nodded with satisfaction. Although his words were spoken seriously, they were full of concern for Xiao Wu's safety. A touch of tenderness flashed in Tang San's eyes, and he immediately turned to look at Taitan. Senior Taitan, if I can't make a move then, you must help me protect Xiao Wu. Don't worry, young master. Tan patted his chest and agreed. Third brother, what about me? What about me? I'm an auxiliary soul master. Oscar came over with a playful smile. Tang San glanced at it and joked, I forgot about it. Anyway, you have a mirror intestine. I'll let you take the lead when the time comes. No, third brother, I was wrong. Oscar pushed behind Mahanjan, shaking his head like a rattle. Although his mirror intestine can replicate the skills of a soul master, the strength it can exert is limited, and certainly not as good as the original body. Besides, Lingtian is no ordinary soul master either. Her Oscar's reaction made everyone laugh. Perhaps they felt that they had gained the upper hand in this siege, and everyone felt that their side had already secured victory. Even if the opponent is Lingtian, whom they don't know much about. Even Tang San, who was known for his calmness and wisdom, was the same. Although he said to be careful, in fact he felt that he was very sure. When the water is full, it overflows. Having self-confidence is a good thing, but excessive self-confidence is arrogance. Mu Bei, it's almost time. Let's go in. Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. With Dame Mu Bei, Tang San, and Taitan taking the lead, a group of 6 people entered the dense forest one after another. The other side. Lingtian and Qian Renxue have already walked deep into the jungle. Just like a young couple playing in the countryside. Even Tang San and his party, who were secretly following them, didn't notice anything unusual. A few minutes later, the surrounding trees gradually become denser. Not far ahead, there was a low-lying area. See this. Lingtian and Qian Renxue looked at each other. According to the map marks sent back by Chenzi, the ambush location chosen by Dame Mu Bei was there. It's almost there. Lingtian stretched and glanced lazily. I've been pretending not to know for so long these days, and it's finally coming to an end. Qian Renxue held Lingtian's arm, glanced around casually, leaned close to her ear, and asked in a low voice, Xiao, didn't you say that Sister Zua is ready? Why didn't I feel it? If we could all sense it, wouldn't Dame Mu Bei's people have discovered it long ago? Lingtian asked with a smile. That's right. Qian Renxue Zen nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes blinking slightly. He asked curiously, where are all the people from Xiao and Chengxi? You'll know soon. Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he replied with a smile, all right. Qian Renxue pouted in dissatisfaction and squeezed Lingtian's arm hard. Behind. Looking at Lingtian, who had separated his partner and left him with a beautiful woman, Dame Mu Bei's cold eyes flashed with anger. Under the gaze of a group of people, Lingtian led Qian Renxue into the mountain call. Finally walked in. See the situation. Dame Mu Bei sneered and led others to follow. Whoosh whoosh. The friction sound of the surrounding air was all heard in Lingtian's ears. Lingtian stopped and looked at Qian Renxue beside him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sister Zua, the show has begun. I think the contra behind is pretty good. Leave it to me. As he spoke, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent, and her soul power quietly condensed in her palms. Lingtian smiled slightly and nodded in response. Boom. At the same time that Lingtian and Qian Renxue were carried into the encirclement, Dame Mu Bei and others no longer needed to hide their traces. The most powerful titan among the group directly burst out with tyrannical soul power and hit the ground heavily to block it. Entrance to the Colonel Lingtian. At the same time, Dame Mu Bei's angry shouts came to mind. The anger and murderous intent in his eyes no longer need to be suppressed at this moment. They are all completely released. This is your burial place. Dame Mu Bei shouted angrily while staring at Lingtian. He doesn't want to miss a second. He had been expecting to see the panic, bewilderment and frightened expression on Lingtian's face. Even I can even hear begging for mercy from his mouth. But things went counterproductive. Lingtian slowly turned around, his expression as calm as ever. It was as if nothing happening outside could affect him. It's this piece. The ice blue eyes were calm and intimidating, but this familiar expression brought back memories of the past. Soto City. Seoul hunting forest. The fear of being dominated by Lingtian flooded into his mind like a nightmare. causing Mu Bei to take a step back unconsciously. Mu Bei, Tang Sun realized something was wrong and took 2 steps forward. When Mu Bei came back to his senses, he was so angry that his face instantly turned red with anger in response. Lingtian just smiled indifferently, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that Mu Bei would be scared away by his look point, but this smile was equivalent to ridicule in Mu Bei's eyes. So dazzling. Lingtian, you dare to step into the territory of our Xingluo Empire and seek death. Mu Bei, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Mahangjin, Oscar, we are all here, which saves me the trouble of searching for each one. Lingtian glanced at everyone in turn and nodded slightly. Mu Bei, Tang San stabilized Mu Bei, then took a step forward and said with dignity, Lingtian, as the emperor of the Qian Dou Empire, you have openly joined forces with the great enemy Wuhan Palace. Today, for the future of the Qian Dou Empire, you can only stay here. For the future of the Qian Dou Empire. For the Qian Dou Empire. A strange look appeared on Lingtian's face, and he looked at Tang San carefully, thinking about how he could call himself a righteous person without changing his face, and say such high sounding words. It's really so pure and pure. The highest level of deception is that even oneself believes it. A flash of surprise flashed in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes. She knew Tang San's details very well. He is truly a talent who can elevate his personal hatred to the level of national justice. Mu Bei, take action. After speaking, Tang San reminded Mu Bei, yes. Hearing this, Mu Bei woke up from a dream. Finally, he glared at Lingtian angrily and then waved his hand to signal the soul masters who were ambushing around to take action. Swish. All of a sudden, more than 10 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the trees in all directions. The weakest ones were all above Soul Saint, and most of the Soul Masters were around Contra. Among them, there is a soul power that is particularly prominent. Even if the soul power is not in the realm of titled Douluo, it is still almost the same. Emperor Xingluo is still very powerful. After Mu Bei explained the stakes, he immediately dispatched nearly half of the empire's powerful soul masters. He even sent out that titled Douluo. It seemed that he was really offended by those remarks. Your Highness the Crown Prince. A group of soul masters instantly dispersed and lined up, surrounding Lingtian and Qian Renxue. The 2 leading elders bowed slightly as a salute. Mu Bei took a deep breath and said respectfully, next, I'll leave it to you, the 2 dukes of Netherworld, under the Star Crown. Crown Douluo and Netherworld Duke have important positions in the Star Luo Empire. They are the ones leading these soul masters this time. Even as the Crown Prince, he cannot be careless towards these 2 people. Waves of powerful soul power continued to rise in everyone. Finally, Lingtian and Qian Renxue, who were trapped in the center, gathered together seeing the scene in front of him. Lingtian didn't show any panic on his face. Even though the situation was so bad, he just looked around indifferently without taking any action, as if he didn't take the other party seriously at all. Chapter 488 Star Crown Douluo takes action. Lingtian's attitude. Mu Bei couldn't help but clenched his fists, making a creak sound. At this moment he felt his fist hit the cotton. Lingtian's reaction was so bland that he felt like he had no idea what to do. He even felt that his shouting and jumping up and down here might be like a clown in Lingtian's eyes. This feeling made him very unhappy. It shouldn't be like this. In Mu Bei's imagination, he faced being surrounded and killed by himself. Lingtian should be panicked, confused, and helpless even in order to survive. It is only right to keep praying to let him go. Just like that time in front of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Lingtian's reaction was the same as when he stepped on his chest and forced himself to apologize to Ning Rangran. So humble, so lowly. Everything is as it should be. And now, Lingtian was actually so calm. Has this spirit really changed? No, absolutely not. So, this is just a disguise. Yes, he is just pretending. That must be the case. Lingtian, even with this expression, you can't hide the panic inside. Mu Bei took a deep breath and said with a tone of I've seen through you, and said with a sneer, do you regret offending me in Soto City now? Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Now you have to pay the price. Hearing This, Lingtian looks strange. Damu Bei and Tang San. Each one will make themselves more dramatic than the other. As expected, if a brother Lingtian touched the phoenix ring. I was about to grab a candied horse and go out to watch the show. However, after thinking about the current atmosphere, I gave up the idea. You should respect Damu Bei a little at the same time. Looking at Lingtian, who still had no response. Damu Bei, who was ready, felt like a lump in his throat. If he knew what Lingtian was really thinking, he would probably be so angry that he vomited blood. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Damu snorted coldly, with a sinister look on his face. Under the crown of stars, the Duke of the Netherworld, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The two of them cupped their hands slightly. Let all the Soul Masters rush forward. I don't want to see him still standing. Damu Bei said sternly with a cold light in his eyes. Your Highness, please rest assured. Crown Douluo and Netherworld Duke looked at each other and nodded slightly. Naturally, the two of them would not take action. If it weren't for Emperor Xingluo's reputation, even Crown Douluo wouldn't be able to come. You guys, just when he was about to wave his hand to order the spirit masters around him to move out. An evil thought suddenly arose in Damu Bei's mind, and a strange light quietly appeared in his eyes. Peerless appearance and elegant temperament. Qian Renxue is like a blooming snow lotus, exuding fatal attraction. This sentence is extremely appropriate for her. She is so gorgeous that even the most beautiful women pale in front of her. Damu Bei was attracted to Qian Renxue at the first sight. Damu Bei, who has been among flowers all year round, also believes that he has a good taste, but he has never seen such a charming beauty as Qian Renxue. When I think about my fiancé breaking off the engagement because of Lingtian, and he had such a beautiful beauty by his side, a strong fire of jealousy burned in my heart. Why can Lingtian be accompanied by a beautiful woman, but as the prince of a country, his engagement has to be cancelled in embarrassment? Thinking of this, the hatred in his heart became stronger and stronger. He was not convinced. He wants to snatch what belongs to Lingtian. Lingtian's insult to him must be repaid twice as much. To seniors, wait a moment. Your Highness the Crown Prince, leave the woman next to her to me. Damu Bei raised his hand and pointed at Qian Renxue with a ferocious look in his cold eyes. You know what to do, right? The two were slightly startled. He immediately reacted, nodded and said, Your Highness, don't worry. When Qian Renxue heard Damu Bei's words, the smile on her face instantly faded. He looked at Damu Bei with cold eyes. His ice-like eyes made Damu Bei shudder involuntarily. What he saw in Qian Renxue's eyes was not shame and anger, but a kind of indifferent contempt, as if Damu Bei was just an ant in Qian Renxue's eyes. Even in the current scene, Damu Bei has the absolute advantage. The holy soul power gathers in the palm of the hand. Just when she was about to take action, Lingtian suddenly took a step forward. Ocean, sister. Zua, let me come. Lingtian's cold eyes were no longer as calm as before, and his murderous intent was not concealed at all. The moment Damu Bei had evil thoughts towards Qian Renxue, he had already touched Lingtian's bottom line. See the situation. Qian Renxue put away her soul power, then nodded lightly and silently pushed it behind him. It's good to take action yourself. It feels like someone is protecting you and someone is taking action. This experience is not bad. Damu Bei. Lingtian raised his head and looked at Damu Bei indifferently. As the sound rang out, a chilling and icy chill enveloped the entire jungle. I originally wanted to play with you again, but you really want to seek death here. The words a strong fire of anger suddenly rose in Damu Bei's heart. How dare a dying person be so arrogant? How dare you threaten this prince when death is imminent? Damu Bei glared angrily. Your Highness, leave it to us. Crown Douluo and Netherworld Duke took a step forward at the same time. Destroy him. Your Highness, don't worry, take action. As Duke Netherworld shouted loudly, dozens of soul masters surrounding them immediately rushed forward, their soul rings and martial spirits appearing at the same time to attack Lingtian and Qian Renxue. Kill. Had her cold eyes swept over him calmly. Lingtian didn't move, still standing where he was among the group of people. The first ones to rush in front of Lingtian were all spirit masters of the agility attack system who were famous for their speed. Martial spirits true form. The 4 people shouted sharply. Point the soul rings on his body, flashed one after another, or extend your claws, kick your legs, clap your hands, etc. Point unexpectedly, they released the martial soul's true form, and their bodies soared, so they could capture Lingtian in one fell swoop. Sister Zua, don't worry about me. Qian Renxue waved her hand, and her soul power formed a barrier to protect her whole body. Seeing this, Lingtian smiled knowingly. No more care about what's behind. Cats, birds, leopards, haha, I need to put together a zoo. Judging from the strength of their soul power, 4 of them are soul Douluo, and the other 2 are soul saints. But whether it's soul Douluo or soul saint in front of Lingtian today, they are all just ants looking at the group of Star Luo Empire soul masters who are no longer small enough. Lingtian's cold eyes burst out with a glimmer of coldness. The next moment, the sharp claws of several people were about to touch Lingtian. There was a loud boom. An icy force instantly centered on Lingtian and swept out in all directions. The first among them are the 4 recent contrasts. Their bodies were first stunned in midair, and then they were blown out like cannonballs and hit hard against a tree trunk. At the same time, an icy chill spread out. At the same time, Star-crowned Douluo frowned slightly when he saw this. He raised his hand in time to form a shield and protected Daimyo and his party, thus allowing a few people to survive. But the other soul masters who had already rushed forward were not so lucky. They were all blown away by the cold air just like the first 4 people. Fortunately, the stronger soul masters could react in time and expel the cold air from their bodies, but the soul sage, who has a relatively weak soul power, is in dire straits under the influence of this cold air. Their bodies and souls were eroded by the cold air. Cold. So cold. What is this? There was no time to struggle and scream. In an instant, it lost its life and became an ice sculpture. It's just a face-to-face effort. There are 5 more ice sculptures in the dense forest, and the surrounding green trees are also covered with thin ice. The battle has not officially started yet. 5 of the Star Luo Empire's masters brought by Daimyo were lost. Although most of the Soul Douluo and Soul Saints had little impact. This burst of energy shocked all of them, and they looked at Lingtian with frightened eyes, and did not dare to act rashly. Only 5. Lingtian glanced over and murmured to himself, crack, with a thought. The 5 ice sculptures shattered into pieces, and the soul masters among them turned into ice fragments all over the ground. Immediately. Lingtian clapped his hands and looked at the remaining soul masters with just a casual glance. They were so frightened that they backed away. Follow him step by step. An aura of fear and panic spread throughout the woods. It quickly affected every soul master in the Star Luo Empire. The people who were surrounded became the people who were surrounded, and no one could laugh at the dramatic reversal. How is this possible? This is Daimyo, who was the main promoter of this battle, and Tang Sun had a horrified expression on their faces and an extremely unbelievable look in their eyes. The soul saint can be eliminated with just a burst of soul power, so how strong should Lingtian's soul power be now? At this moment, the 2 of them suddenly realized that soul saints still underestimated Lingtian. Daimyo swallowed. Don't know why. It was obviously Lingtian who was surrounded by them, but now the situation was as if Lingtian was surrounding them. Are these people his opponents? For a moment, Daimyo's mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but have the idea of retreating. This is his consistent character. Seeing that the situation was developing in the opposite direction, that was not conducive to him, he began to retreat. Otherwise, as a prince of a country, how could he abandon his marriage and flee to a remote town in the Qian Dou Empire? At the same time, faced with the same unfavorable situation, Tang Sun became calmer and more sober. He was not as pessimistic as Daimyo. Under the title, everyone is an ant. Star-crowned Douluo is their greatest support. Regardless of how majestic Lingtian is now, in reality it is just a fight between trapped beasts. Unleash is also a titled Douluo. But how is this possible? Titled Douluo under the age of 20 is unheard of in the mainland. As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, Tang Sun sneered and shook his head. It's simply impossible. Mistress, third brother, Zhao, Wu, Oscar, and Mahanjan beside him all looked at Tang Sun nervously. Don't worry, Tang. Sen gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, then looked at the old man not far away, and said softly, Xiao Ao, fat man, don't forget that Liu Bei specially hired a subordinate to hold the battle. No matter how powerful Lingtian is, can he still be stronger than titled Douluo? When thinking of star-crowned Douluo, Oscar and others' eyes suddenly lit up. The nervousness disappeared instantly. Yes, with titled Douluo as their backing, they have nothing to fear. Same point. Although Tangson and others were discussing in low voices, they could not escape star-crowned Douluo's ears. He raised his eyes and looked around. All the soul masters brought here were completely intimidated by the momentum just now. Even Liu Bei and Duke Netherworld, who had been standing by his side, behaved in the same way. Star-crowned Douluo realized. It's time for you to step up and clean up the situation. Unexpectedly, to deal with a weak young man, it would not be enough to dispatch so many soul saints and soul Douluo. He also needs a titled Douluo to take action. If word spread, his reputation will not be good. Star-crowned Douluo laughed at himself and shook his head. Then his eyes became firm. He had no habit of showing mercy. Your Highness, leave the rest to me. Yes, yes, Day. Liu Bei woke up from his dream and nodded quickly. Under the star crown, I leave everything to you. As star-crowned Douluo appears, Xingluo's group of soul masters found their backbone again and cheered up. They surrounded star-crowned Douluo again. Little guy, you noisy. Before star-crowned Douluo could finish speaking, Lingtian waved his hand and the ice power condensed into shape in midair. Countless ice cones cut through the void and shot toward star-crowned Douluo. Soul power surged, but no soul ring appeared. This is a self-created soul skill. Seeing this, star-crowned Douluo's eyes flashed with surprise, but it's just a surprise. The soul skills of Contra are exquisite, but they are just Contra. He is completely different from the one who has a title. Immediately, star-crowned Douluo raised his hand, and his majestic soul power surged toward the ice cone. But the next moment, it was the ice cone that he thought he could break easily, but instead it froze and shattered his soul power. He continued to charge towards star-crowned Douluo with undiminished power. What? Seeing this, star-crowned Douluo was shocked. How is that possible? Even if the soul power he mobilized just now was just a casual blow from him, it was still at the level of a titled Douluo, and it was not something that a soul Douluo could resist. But everything happening now is reality. Being crushed by his own attack can only mean one thing. The young man's soul power is not the Contra they subconsciously thought, but a titled Douluo. At the same time, as he came to this conclusion, star-crowned Douluo's pupils shrank suddenly. Titled Douluo, a young man who is less than a weakling, is actually a titled Douluo. Star-crowned Douluo couldn't believe it, but the ice pick so close in front of him forced him to believe this fact. The only one who can break the attacks of titled Douluo is titled Douluo. This is generally accepted common sense in the soul master world. Condensation. Star-crowned Douluo shouted loudly. Facing opponents of the same level, he is naturally no longer as careless as before. Immediately, the powerful soul power rushed out from his hands, forming a brilliant light curtain that enveloped everyone. Bang bang bang. Ice picks fell on the light curtain like raindrops. Although ripples were formed on it, it was still unable to break through the light curtain. Chapter 489 Qian Renxue. Moving hands and feet. The broken ice cones turned into ice slag and fell down. As they slid along the light curtain, they were quickly evaporated into water vapor, melted and disappeared. See the situation. Star-crowned Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he could have avoided the attack just now. But if he fails, the group of soul masters from the Star Luo Empire behind him will be in dire straits. Titled Douluo's soul attack is not something they can withstand. When the time comes, these elite high-level soul masters of the Star Luo Empire will inevitably suffer heavy losses. This is a heavy loss that the Star Luo Empire cannot bear. So in an instant, star-crowned Douluo blocked the front point. Although it consumes a lot of soul power, however, as a veteran titled Douluo powerhouse, Xingguan is still confident that he can win. Lingtian, he breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Lingtian again with a more solemn look. He is already regarded as a real opponent. Not too much nonsense. A brilliant crown of stars sat on top of his head. Under the illumination of the starlight crown, the stirring soul power lifted up the hem of his clothes. Two yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings floated up and down. Star-crowned Douluo's body exuded a dazzling brilliance. Just like the starry sky, the bright stars are draped on the body. Dazzling light burst out from star-crowned Douluo's body, and a terrifying pressure swept over the entire place. Boom. The terrifying pressure spread in all directions like a tsunami, and the deafening sound spread, shocking people's hearts. This moment. Star-crowned Douluo's strength finally showed. One of the 6 great spirits that can be imprinted on the spirit hall token. Star-crowned spirit demonstrates the power of his top spirit. However, Lingtian had no influence at all on this. The sound waves from all around reached him, but they formed a vacuum zone that he could not invade. See the situation. Star-crowned Douluo raised his eyebrows as the soul ring on his body flickered. The power of the star crown pulled him down. Just when he was about to release his soul skill, Lingtian raised his hand and pointed at himself, and at the same time, his plain voice echoed throughout the forest. Sister Chenzi, I'll leave him to you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud phoenix sound. Star-crowned Douluo was shocked. I saw a splendid ice phoenix swaying down, spreading its wings, and blowing out sharp icy winds, swooping in with an indomitable momentum. Titled Douluo. Titled Douluo again. The star crown shines. Star-crowned Douluo roared, and the stars in his palms shone brightly. Ice storm, accompanied by a soft drink in the morning light. I saw the light in her wings skyrocketing, and then icicles condensed in the strong wind, which were 10 meters long. Buzz buzz buzz. The icicles emitted a biting chill, which was terrifying. Boom. 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 As the icicles fell, the light of the star crown collided with the huge icicles. Suddenly. The aftermath of the explosion raged. Collision with each other, sparks flying. Bang. 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 Continuous muffled sounds came one after another. The remnants of the collision between the morning sun and star-crowned Douluo immediately swept through the entire jungle. For a time, branches and leaves were broken, and sand and rocks flew. Wherever the aftermath of the soul power passed was a mess, whether it was a 1,000-year-old tree or a 10,000-year-old rock. They were all reduced to dust. The soul masters in the surrounding Star Luo Empire are quite smart. Even before Star-crowned Douluo made his move, everyone had already retreated. Your Majesty, the Star Officer, again, there is a titled Douluo, but despite this, the aftermath of the titled Douluo level battle still caused everyone's soul power to turmoil, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Seeing this, Daimyo Bei's face turned ugly. Tang San's expression also darkened. The two of them never thought that there would be a titled Douluo beside Lingtian. The balance of victory was shaken at this moment. Boom. After a loud noise. 2 figures emerged from the aftermath and fought together in midair. The stars are bright and the ice is thousands of miles away. Under the tacit understanding between Chenzi and crossing Douluo, with each collision, the battle between the two in the air gradually moved away from the battlefield. Titled Douluo is very fast. But for a moment, only faint sounds could be heard. His eyes returned to the field. Lingtian is not worried about Chenzi. It is not difficult for her to deal with a titled Douluo who is around level 95. Eyes turned. Daimyo Bei has been surrounded by the soul masters of the Star Luo Empire in the center. However, although they have an absolute advantage in numbers, the soul masters of the Star Luo Empire have been frightened. Daimyo Bei, it's your turn now. Lingtian's indifferent gaze was like looking at a dead person. Daimyo Bei staggered back, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked at Duke Netherworld. Right, without Star-crowned Douluo, he still has the Duke of Netherworld. Besides, there are so many contracts around him. What does he have to be afraid of? Lingtian should be afraid now. That's right. All the bodyguards of titled Douluo around him are gone, and with just one contract, their massive crowd tactics can't drown him. His eyes were bright and energetic, and he said fiercely, Duke Netherworld, kill him. I understand. The Nether Duke took a deep breath and looked solemnly. He is not Daimyo Bei. He had already seen something special about the fight between Lingtian and Star-crowned Douluo just now. This battle is difficult to deal with. But at this moment, the other soul masters on the Xingluo side were also completely focused on the Netherworld Duke. But at this moment, apart from crossing Douluo, crossing Luo's fighting strength is himself. The netherworld duke, who is riding a tiger and unable to dismount, can only bite the bullet and push forward in the face of Lingtian's pressing step by step. We can only hope that Lingtian's move just now was strong point, or consume a lot of soul power, kill, give, an order. Although I was afraid, I still rushed forward. The Star Luo Empire is ruled by strong power, and these soul masters are no exception. Amidst bursts of roars, 20 contrats entered and simultaneously swapped out their martial souls and soul rings for a time. The momentum was unparalleled. Layer after layer of aura waves surged around, making the entire jungle tremble. More than 20 contrasts were stacked together, and the power that burst out instantly seemed to be somewhat as powerful as a title Douluo. See this: a group of soul masters from the Star Luo Empire finally regained some momentum. Facing the spirit sky. Finally, I'm not as timid as before. I have him under control. Several control type soul masters in the crowd looked happy and shouted in surprise, "Kill!" Immediately, more than 20 soul Douluo acted instantly and took action together, throwing their soul skills at Lingtian one by one. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Explosions came and went. As long as it is a long-range soul skill, it will directly bombard Lingtian's location without regard to the consumption of soul power. The surrounding mountains, rocks, vegetation, and trees were not spared, and were all annihilated in the explosion. Soon, a thick puff of smoke and dust rose up from where Lingtian was. Although it blocked everyone's sight, no one stopped releasing soul skills. Yes, that's it. Blow him up. Blow him up. Keep going. Keep going. See the situation. Damu Bei laughed again, looking at the center shrouded in smoke and dust. His wild smile gradually turned ferocious. The same is true for Mahanjan, Oscar, Tangson and others. I don't know how long it took. All the soul masters were panting and finally stopped using their soul skills. It's not that they can't bear it. Under such high frequency and indiscriminate bombardment, their soul power has almost bottomed out. He should be dead, right? Probably. I can confirm that I did control him just now, and it was interrupted only after you invested in your soul skills. So he's really dead. Really? The Duke of Netherworld did not relax at all. The strength shown by Lingtian in his fight with Star-Crowned Douluo just now was still vivid in his mind, and he always felt that something was wrong. But he was certain that Lingtian was indeed constantly exploding. Is he really at the end of his strength? Looking at the deep pit in front of him that was filled with smoke and dust blasted out by soul skills, the Duke of Netherworld was unsure of what was going on inside. Etc. Duke Netherworld suddenly remembered something. From beginning to end, Lingtian was never his alone. And that girl. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head. Qian Renxue still stood there without moving, with a faint smile on her pretty face. Seeing this, he was stunned for a moment. Not but Duke Netherworld's expression suddenly changed, and his body felt cold at some point. The next moment. He suddenly realized something. Before he could speak in time, his body flashed, and he quickly retreated, retreating to Damu Bei's side in an instant. At the same time, the soul power barrier is opened. Tatan, realizing something was wrong, also came to help. Damu Bei frowned slightly. Everyone, retreat. The Nether Duke had no time to pay attention to Damu Bei. But before he could order all the soul masters to retreat, a figure walked out of the ashes. Her ice blue long hair is flying, and she is as handsome as a monster. This is Lingtian. Ruotong's explosions, like fireworks, did not hurt him at all. Even the clothes were not stained with any dust. The explosion just now did not hurt him. How is that possible? Seeing Lingtian walking out of the ashes safe and sound, everyone suddenly turned pale with horror, their eyes full of fear. The same was true for Tangsan, who was always calm. They could understand that he was not dead, but how could he be unscathed? Before everyone could come back to their senses, Lingtian has slowly raised his arm. All of a sudden. The soul cores between the eyebrows and the chest are rotating rapidly at this moment, forming countless ice blue soul powers that are completely concentrated in the palm of the hand, and the extremely cold chill escapes to the surroundings. What a terrifying soul power! Tang San and others looked solemn and shuddered. Now, it's my turn. Lingtian looked at everyone, and his plain voice resounded in everyone's ears. No, go back. Seeing this scene, Duke Netherworld's expression suddenly changed peng. Before he finished speaking, Lingtian opened his palms, and ice blue energy waves suddenly erupted from his palms, and an extreme and bone-chilling chill instantly enveloped everyone. Click, click. Frost instantly covered everyone's bodies. Countless ice crystals are attached to the body, and are spreading rapidly. Ice, so cold, even Contra cannot resist the ice coming from the spiritual sky. They struggled to break free. I want to break through the ice with my soul power. However, more and more ice accumulated on his body, and his body quickly formed into ice sculpture. Soon, his whole body was completely gone, and only his eyeballs could barely move. This is the ultimate control of Frost. The most common soul masters can do is freeze part of their body, or just form a thin layer of ice to hinder movement. Like this, the entire Soul Master is frozen in it. Only Soul Masters who are extremely skilled in controlling the ice attribute can do this, but in an instant. 100 miles in radius has been covered in frost, and even the ancient trees on the outermost edge are covered with frost. Frost and cold air have enveloped everything. Tap tap tap. Lingtian walked slowly past the ice sculpture, holding the Bingji sword in his hand at the wrong time. Broken. The words just fell. The sword light fell, and the light suddenly appeared. Wherever the ice light passed, all the ice sculptures were shattered. In their frightened eyes, the ice shattered into pieces on the ground. A total of 10 soul saints and 20 titled Douluo of about 85 levels sent by the Star Luo Empire for this operation all perished under the release of Lingtian's soul skill. No one was spared in the cold ice. Countless broken ice crystals on the ground glowed red in the sunlight. It seems to be telling something. Dead, all of our people are gone. At this moment, Bei was no longer as arrogant as before. Looking around with dull eyes, he couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. A team of nearly 30 high-level soul masters all felt a Lingtian soul skill. How is it possible? How strong is he? At this moment, the few remaining people had this idea in their minds. Bei, it's your turn now. Before they could come back to their senses, Lingtian had already stepped on the ice crystals with the Bingji in his hand. The ice shards were crunching, but they were composed of dozens of high-level soul masters from the Star Luo Empire. Formed by accumulation. Bei was trembling all over, and his pupils shrank violently. Your Highness, I'm here, Duke. Netherworld raised his hand and put it on Bei's shoulder, then looked sideways at Titan and said, now only the two of us are left with the strength to fight. I understand. Titan nodded solemnly. Young Master, protect yourself. After speaking, he took 2 steps forward and stood next to the Duke of Netherworld. Just like Netherworld said. Now, the only 2 people with the strongest strength on his side are himself and him, Senior Titan. Looking at Titan's back, Tangson sighed. I didn't expect that the situation that was obviously a sure thing would be reduced to this situation. After understanding the profound meaning of the words, he quietly pulled Xiao Wu straight behind him. At the same time, Mahangjin, Oscar, and Bei stepped back each other, and the soul power in their bodies began to circulate quietly. Once the situation goes wrong, he can only avoid the edge temporarily. Although the actions of Tangson and others were very covered, they could not escape the perception of title Douluo. See this. Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows and flew to Lingtian's side. Xiaoshan, leave them two to me. She narrowed her eyes and said eagerly, you are not allowed to snatch it from me. This was agreed from the beginning. It has been so long since I got the Angel Divine Sword, and I haven't tested its power yet. Then please leave it to Sister Zhu. Lingtian smiled slightly and nodded in response. Don't worry. Qian Renxue smiled and immediately appeared. Chapter 490. Lingtian, let 039 S count how many spirit rings I have. Little girl, you are seeking death. Seeing Qian Renxue's actions, Titan roared angrily and shook his arms. The moment the powerful ape possessed the martial soul, his size expanded dozens of times. Qian Renxue is extremely small compared to one of them. Hammer of the Titans followed. By a sharp shout point, the soul power in Titan's body surged, and the infinite black soul power condensed crazily in his hand, turning into a black giant hammer, and smashing it towards Qian Renxue. Forget about Lingtian. How dare a little girl support her like this? Do you really think that these two contrasts are just living for a living? The Titan didn't care about the Duke of Netherworld's plan and immediately rushed towards Qian Renxue with his giant hammer. Titan, Duke Netherworld raised his eyebrows, but did not stop him. His choice was exactly what he wanted. He just needed someone to help him delay time and complete the accumulation of martial soul fusion skills. Madam, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared next to the Duke of Netherworld. The two of them did not waste any time. While Titan rushed forward to delay, they took the time to complete the fusion of martial souls. Seeing this, Damube looked slightly surprised. But he reacted quickly. That's right. The Nether Civet Cat and the White Tiger have combined soul skills. Since the Duke of Netherworld has arrived, his aunt will naturally not be absent. Seeing that the two people had begun to fuse their martial souls, Damube's anxious heart relaxed a little. The Netherworld White Tiger martial soul fusion skill is the strongest soul skill of their Douluo royal family, which is why the royal family wants to marry into the ZHU family. Now the fusion of two soul Douluo who cooperate tacitly, the effect exerted is not simply 1 + 1 = 2, but gives the soul master the possibility of leapfrog combat. Damube and Tangsan, who were about to run away, looked at each other. Decided to wait a little longer for now. Titan shouted loudly. Stomp your right foot hard on the ground, and your waist and hips will instantly exert force. The whole person jumped high in the air, rounded the dark giant hammer with his left hand, and hit Qian Renxue's head like a cannonball. Snort. Qian Renxue immediately squealed, and the angel mark deep in her eyebrows appeared again. The golden light flows along the arm, and then converges on the right hand, to form the angel sword again. The next moment, Qian Renxue raised her eyes slightly. He raised the shining angel sword with both hands, and the holy light flowed out from his arms, and poured into the angel sword. Suddenly the angel sword shone with dazzling light, like the dazzling sun, exuding the power of a divine weapon. Brilliant. Buzz. Along with the light of the angel sword war criminal, the surrounding space seems to be affected by it. Such a magnificent scene shocked Titan. Looking at the dark giant hammer tightly held in his hand, he retreated for the first time as he was determined to move forward. But now he is already riding a tiger and is unable to get off. Titan could only bite the bullet and accept Qian Renxue's attack. At the same time, he secretly increased his soul power output and tightened his grip on the giant hammer in his hand. Mid-air apostrophe bang bang. After a brief silence, a violent collision ensued. In the violent collision, the giant hammer and the divine sword collided, emitting fierce sparks. Titan made the first move, and the giant hammer in his hand fell down. Qian Renxue did not compete with him for the opportunity, but just raised the angel sword to block his attack. Although the giant hammer was astonishingly powerful, the angel divine sword only trembled slightly and steadily received his first round of attacks. See the situation. Titan's expression changed. Immediately afterwards, the muscles in both arms bulged, the body doubled again, and the veins popped out of Titan's strength again. Trying to completely suppress Qian Renxue. The roaring Titan had already exhausted all its strength, condensing more than 80% of its soul power into the giant hammer. The hammer's body was as black as ink and now exuded a cold luster, and its power was astonishing. At this moment, the giant hammer carried his expectations, and his wrist suddenly turned downwards with the sound of breaking through the sky. He once again struggled to smash down straight towards the angel divine sword. Boom. There was another loud noise. Dazzling sparks burst out from the contact surface. But I don't know why. In the collision of this powerful force. The girl in front of her seemed to be weak, but she was holding the sword firmly. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to affect Qian Renxue at all. The angel divine sword still maintained its previous height, motionless. Titan's expression suddenly changed. How is it possible? How is this possible? More than 80% of the soul power was concentrated on one hammer, and the Titan was still unable to shake it at all. Don't wait for Titan To react, Qian Renxue raised the corners of her lips and raised her wrist slightly. The light on the angel sword flickered slightly. Suddenly, a huge force of gravity was transferred from the tip of the angel sword to the giant hammer. Titan only felt a strong impact coming from his arm. He didn't wait for his reaction at the next moment. The brilliance of the angel divine sword converged on the tip of the sword, and Qian Renxue flipped his wrist and thrust forward. Suddenly the light shines brightly. Only a crisp sound of click was heard. A crack suddenly appeared on Titan's giant hammer, and then more and more cracks appeared. In an instant, it was like a spider web covering the entire hammer surface. Not good. Titan looked horrified. But before he could react, the light had already struck the hammer surface. But in the blink of an eye, the entire giant hammer instantly shattered, and the soul power attached to it scattered around, and suddenly attacked the Titan with the sword light. How is that possible? Titan's eyes widened in horror. He never expected that his full blow would be easily broken by the girl in front of him. How is this possible? He is the strongest contra and can even be said to be on par with him. Now he was ruthlessly crushed by a girl in the aspect of fighting that he was best at. How is this possible? PFFT. The next moment, the backlash of shattered martial souls struck. Titan felt his eyes go dark, and then two forces, one internal and one external, exploded at the same time. Titan, who was vomiting blood, flew backwards with the spirit fragments and fell heavily to the ground, drawing a ravine of tens of meters on the ground before barely stopping. The backlash soul power directly caused the spirit possessed to suffer severe damage. Titan's body was like a deflated balloon, and his body immediately became wilted and rickety. Suddenly the smoke and dust started rising again. And this isn't over yet. Qian Renxue tapped her toes. Her dress swayed in the wind, and the light and shadow of the angel sword in her hand swayed. With that light gesture, he walked gracefully in front of Titan. She held the angel sword tightly and raised her long and white arms high. The power of the sacred angel is once again concentrated on the divine sword, and the sword body exudes dazzling brilliance. In the brilliance, the silver white luster dances on the tip of the sword, seeming to be able to penetrate everything and cut off everything that blocks it. The holy and bright sword intention is transmitted from the angel sword, purifying everything. Titan looked at Qian Renxue getting closer and closer, struggling to get up. When the backlash hit him, he was seriously injured. Looking at Qian Renxue's complicated eyes, despair, resentment, hatred, etc. all converged together. He couldn't imagine that he would be defeated at the hands of a young girl. And he lost so completely that he didn't even take a single move, and he didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Titled Douluo. Although Titan didn't want to believe it, the facts have now proven everything. She is definitely a titled Douluo. The Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao whom he admired and respected the most has now become a thing of the past. You lost. Qian Renxue's indifferent voice sounded raw. Just when the angel divine sword was about to fall, the Duke of Netherworld, who had been waiting for a long time, finally prepared his killing move. A huge ball of hot light emerged from the roar of a huge Netherworld white tiger, pointing at Qian Renxue. Star Luo Empire's martial soul fusion skill. Netherworld white tiger. Qian Renxue naturally has seen and heard of such a well-known soul skill on the mainland. But today was the first time she faced the Netherworld white tiger. Regarding this, a hint of interest flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes compared to the seriously injured Titan. He was undoubtedly more interested in the Netherworld white tiger. Immediately, the angel sword changed direction. Lines of sword light were swung out in response, and the holy sword light slashed towards the light group with extremely fierce momentum. Suddenly light spread across the sky. The confrontation between the two officially begins. The other side, the Netherworld white tiger, still has close to perfect fusion. It's not bad. If an ordinary titled Douluo is in trouble, he is really no match. But it's a pity that the opponent you chose is Sister Zua. Lingtian murmured in a low voice and shook his head with regret. He immediately withdrew his gaze and focused on his current battlefield. Damu Bei. Tangsun. Shenzi had already explored it clearly before. It was the two of them who took the lead in this plan. It's not surprising that Damu Bei chose Lingtian. After all, he had a lot of grudges when he was in Soto City. But Tangsun was different. From beginning to end, Lingtian and Tangsun were just familiar Passers-by at best. No gratitude or resentment. But this time, he unexpectedly took the initiative to plot against himself. This was something Lingtian didn't expect. But none of this matters anymore. No matter what the reason is, since they appear here, they must be responsible for their choices. Daimyo Bei is like this. Tang San is like this. Xiao Wu, Oscar, Mahanjan and others are like this from the moment they stepped into the encirclement. Their fate was already sealed. Bing. G. Lingtian called softly. Along with a burst of ice cold air, the divine sword Bingji jumped out of the palm of his hand. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at everyone. It's your turn now, Daimyo Bei. Finally, Lingtian's gaze rested on Daimyo Bei, his cold eyes filled with murderous intent. He was disrespectful to Qian Renxue. It might be the last thing in his life and the thing he regrets the most. Being locked with the cold gaze, Daimyo Bei shuddered. The fear deep in his heart made him dodge his eyes in panic, not daring to face Lingtian face to face. Without star-crowned Douluo, without an ethereal duke, without the support of Star Luo soul masters, Daimyo Bei, who had been stripped of layers of protection, no longer had the arrogance and publicity he had at the beginning. Not long ago, the order to kill Lingtian came to my ears, but now that the situation has been completely reversed, it is full of drama. Prey and Hunter. The identity transfer was completed quietly. It was obviously the burial place designed by Daimyo Bei for Lingtian, but now it seemed like it was going to be Thiz. You, what is your soul power level? Daimyo Bei stepped back repeatedly, recalling just now, looking at Lingtian with fear in his eyes, and asked in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Tang San also stared at Lingtian. He also wanted to know what kind of soul power this person had. Even star-crowned Douluo couldn't deal with it. My soul power. Lingtian paused for a moment, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. What do you think, His Highness the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire? Soul Douluo? Daimyo Bei asked subconsciously. Lingtian smiled and shook his head. The next moment, his body suddenly shook, and ice blue soul rings rose from beneath his feet. The soul rings all shone with dazzling brilliance. The strong visual impact made everyone subconsciously squint their eyes. When the light dimmed, he opened his eyes at the same time. Lingtian's calm voice sounded again. Daimyo Bei, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you might as well count how many soul rings I have. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. When they reached the 9th soul ring, Daimyo Bei and others couldn't help but widened their eyes, rubbed them vigorously, and started counting again and again from the beginning point. But the result is still the same. Daimyo Bei and others looked at each other in silence for a while. Although they didn't say anything, they all saw the same result in each other's eyes. He is a titled Douluo. How could it be a titled Douluo? How could it be possible? Daimyo Bei was the first to hold back, and shouted loudly regardless of his manners. Also facing this news, Tang San, Mahanjan and others were not in much better condition. Calm down. Why were more than 20 soul Douluo defeated at the first touch, while Lingtian dared 3 people to enter the Star Luo Empire, while Lingtian and star-crowned Douluo were able to attack without losing, etc. When the title Douluo's strength was exposed, everything that was unreasonable became reasonable. They chose to surround a titled Douluo. This is simply the saddest joke in the history of Douluo continent. Okay, our conversation is over. Lingtian's cold voice was like a reminder, mixed with a hint of divine power, echoing in everyone's ears. Now it's time to send you on your last journey. The words just fell. The ice blue soul power is condensed on the Bingji sword. Lingtian just shook his sword lightly, and a biting chill suddenly surged around him. This time, without the protection of the ethereal duke and titan, they finally felt the horror of this chill. But in the blink of an eye, there is frost attached to the body. Walk. Tang San, who barely recovered, gave an order. The people who had come back to their senses were about to shatter the ice on their bodies, but suddenly found that the power of ice had already quietly invaded their bodies, and their soul power was jerky, and it was even more difficult to move. Third brother, mistress. For a moment, Daimyo Bei, Xiao Wu and others all looked at Tang San. Xiao Ao, sausage. Third brother, follow on. Upon Hearing this, Oscar immediately threw the sausage over, and Tang San grabbed it and threw it into his mouth. Refined instantly. Tang San immediately beamed with joy. It was just as he had guessed. The sausage's soul power might be functioning normally and was not affected by the power of ice. Blue. Silver field. Open. Immediately, blue light spread out from under Tang San's feet, covering Damu Bei and the others. The blue silver field, which had a negative purifying effect, successfully dissipated part of the icy power from the spirit sky. Tang San sensed that the soul power in his body, that had almost stagnated, began to flow again under the influence of the sausage. Chapter 491 Liquidation of Damu Bei. Blue silver grass, entangled. 4. Thick blue and silver vines wrapped around everyone's waist, and Tang San reminded in a deep voice, Mu Bei, fatty, Zio Ao, Zio Wu, don't resist. Just like we did in the Soul Master competition. Hearing this, Damu Bei, Zio Wu and others nodded. Let go of all defenses and let the vines throw them out of the forest. They still believed in Tang San. As always, the vines split into 4 directions in midair, preparing to throw the 4 of them in 4 different directions. Tang San knew very well that the strength displayed by Lingtian was completely beyond what they could contend with. Even if we fight together, it will be a dead end. Only by escaping can there be any hope of survival. But even if you want to escape, you still have to choose the right way. All of them must not be able to escape in one direction. He knew very well that, if they were together, with the strength shown by Lingtian, in the end they said some people would still be unable to escape. Title Douluo is extremely inant. This is not something he says casually. The souls of these people are not as powerful as soul saints, so even if they run out, they can't keep up with Lingtian's speed. On this point. When he saw the strength of Title Douluo, Tang San already had a clear understanding. The best and only way to survive is for everyone to disperse and leave. Although Lingtian is very powerful, don't forget that he is only one person now. Choose one of 4. No matter how strong he is, he can only choose one direction to pursue. By the time he caught that person, the remaining few of them had already escaped. No matter how fast he is, he still can't catch up. If one person dies, they will live. Although it sounds cruel, it is the only way to survive. The only way to escape is to separate. Although we are destined to lose one partner, it is better than all 5 of us dying here. Tang San knew that this decision was cruel. But he believed that these friends, who had been through life and death, would definitely understand his good intentions. For example, Mu Bei, Tang San swore secretly in his heart. I will definitely help him, this good brother who sacrifices himself for others, to avenge himself. He knows very well. Among Shrek's group, the one with the deepest resentment from Lingtian must be Damu Bei, who made the most noise just now. Although they are brothers, they are a little bit intolerable. But Tang San felt that it was more meaningful to remain useful than to live and die together. Soon. Tang San, who had convinced himself in his mind, immediately controlled the vines and prepared to throw the 4 of them out together. However, although it was said that the directions were randomly assigned, in fact he still had some caution. Zio Wu chose the location farthest from Lingtian. Damu Bei is the opposite of Zio Wu. As for Mahanjan and Oscar, it all depends on their luck. Spread out and run. Meters agreed. As he was about to throw everyone out, Tang San shouted loudly, Hearing this, Damu Bei and others nodded in response. At this moment, the situation is full of dangers. Who can think as much as Tang San, especially the anxious Damu Bei, who was thinking about how to escape and make a comeback. He had no idea that Tang San's plan for survival would be sacrificed at the cost of his life. Want to run. Seeing this, Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. But just as he was about to raise his hand, Tang San, who had been paying attention, took action again. Blue. Silver cage. Making a quick decision, Tang San threw another soul skill at Lingtian's position. Suddenly countless thick blue vines sprouted from the ground. While the vines grew rapidly, they twisted around to form a strong cage, covering Lingtian in a square shape, and the vines continued to shrink toward the center, to trap him in. Of course, he would not foolishly expect that he, the Soul Emperor, could trap Lingtian, but as long as he could delay it for a while, it would be fine point. Even if it's just for a second point, it was enough for him and Xiao Wu to leave safely point at the same time. Another vine was wrapped around his waist point. The vine charged up and entered a throwing state, preparing to eject itself in the direction of Xiao Wu point. See the situation point at the last second. When the vines closed, Lingtian smiled calmly point. The arm just lifted slightly point. The surrounding vines, that were still climbing, were instantly frozen by ice. And then an icy blue sword light flashed through, and the entire blue silver cage was completely shattered into ice shavings on the ground under the impact of this icy sword light point. The blue silver cage was easily shattered by Lingtian before it even took shape point. But at the same time point, Tang San has also finished accumulating power, and the resilient vines have thrown several people out point in the blink of an eye point. The 5 of them had already flown nearly 100 meters away point. His plan seems to have worked. Seeing the body already rising into the air, a proud smile appeared on Tang San's lips. Until now, the plan has been going smoothly point. What can a titled Douluo do? The blue silver grass has been thrown out in 4 different directions according to its own plan. Even if Lingtian is a titled Douluo, there is nothing he can do to change it point. He will soon escape successfully point. He is the only one who can escape from the hands of a titled Douluo with soul power that is not at the soul emperor level. Right. Lingtian, Tang San stared at Tan Lingtian, who had broken free from the vines. This time he lost to Lingtian in a hurry, and there would never be a second time. Ah, you planning to abandon the car to save the commander? Seeing Shrek's group of people fleeing in 4 directions, Lingtian was slightly startled at first, then suddenly smiled and understood Tang San's plan point. I have to say that Tang San was very sober. Even though he knew he was outmatched, he was able to make a decisive choice point. The situation where 4 people must die has been manipulated, and now one of the 4 people has to choose the unlucky guy. Interesting. The smile on Lingtian's face gradually faded. He stared at the figures of several people in the air, calculated the current distance, and said slowly, "But, do you think you can escape like this? If it were an ordinary titled Douluo, he might actually be able to make him run away point, but unfortunately, the opponent they encountered was Lingtian point, and he happened to have a range type soul skill that sealed off space point when Tang San and others were about to fly 200 meters. Lingtian finally raised his hand, and his calm voice echoed through the forest. The 4th soul skill, Ice God Space. The 4th soul ring beneath him flashed with light, and 4 blue light curtains fell from the sky. A moment point, an icy blue cube suddenly appeared in the forest, and Shrek and his party were all trapped inside point. Just listen to a few muffled sounds of bang bang bang. Damu Bei, Tang San, Mahongjin, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, who were about to fly out of the 100-meter limit, were unprepared. They all hit the icy blue light screen and fell heavily from midair to the ground. Ah, it hurts. Ah, what's going on? Third brother, mistress. Several people who had recovered their senses gathered together and looked at Tang San, looking at the light curtain that stood up like a moat in front of him. Tang San's expression at this moment was extremely serious. Try to see if you can break it. Upon hearing this, Damu Bei and others immediately possessed martial souls and threw out soul skills one after another towards the same position on the light screen, causing countless ripples to appear on the light screen. Apostrophe bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded point. Wait until the smoke and dust recede point. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, the light curtain remained unscathed. This third brother, what should we do? Mistress, everyone looked at Tang San with ugly expressions. There's nothing I can do. This time, Tang San looked dimly and shook his head bitterly at everyone. I'm afraid this soul skill doesn't have the strength to match Lingtian, and there's no way to break through from the inside. He is just a soul emperor. How can he break through the limitations of title Douluo's soul skills? All I can say is bad luck point. Who would have thought that Lingtian also had spatial soul skills? If even third brother can't do anything, then wouldn't we? Oscar's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at everyone with a sneer. Although Mahongjin, Damu Bei and Xiao Wu did not speak, there was also a hint of fear in their eyes. Now trapped in Lingtian's soul skills, there is no need to say more about the fate of all of them. Apostrophe tap tap tap. Apostrophe while several people were at a loss, Lingtian was holding the Bingji sword and walking slowly towards the border. The distance was shortening rapidly with every step. His calm expression was in sharp contrast to the panic Day Mu Bei and others. Lingtian, I will fight with you. Mu Bei, boss. Day, don't be impulsive. White Tiger Demon God transformation. Unable to withstand the pressure, Day Mu Bei roared angrily. As the fifth soul ring flashed under his feet, the hair on his body grew wildly at this moment. The body that was originally possessed by the martial spirit expanded even more. Golden ripples rose from beneath his feet, and the shadow of the white tiger spirit behind him was dyed with golden light. White Tiger destroy kill. His eyes of hatred locked on Lingtian, and the next moment his feet suddenly stepped on the ground. The whole person rushed towards Lingtian like a sword from a string, and at the same time, the whole body was shining with dazzling golden light. After the huge body transformed into several shapes in midair, it formed a golden word kill in the air. Day Mu Bei's body crossed it, and the golden light was completely concentrated on the tiger's claws. Kill. The unstoppable Day Mu Bei swung his tiger claws and struck Lingtian with the strongest blow. See this. Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly and a cold light burst out. He raised his wrist and held the Bingji sword horizontally, and with a slight wave, the bright sword light followed the sword straight to the sword body, and like a roaring ice dragon, it shot towards Day Mu Bei in midair. Boom. A violent roar sounded. But as soon as they made contact, the ice dragon swallowed the golden light in one gulp. The light on the tiger's claws dimmed instantly. At the moment of collision, under the double blow of ice and sword power, Day Mu Bei's strong tiger claws were overwhelmed, and they all broke instantly with a crisp click sound. There was blood flowing between his fingers. With a miserable howl. The golden hair was broken at the same time, and the sword light neatly sliced open the chest. From the deep wound, bright red blood spurted out, and Day Mu Bei flew backwards, crashing into the light screen with a huge impact, and then fell heavily to the ground, his breath sluggish. But as soon as it hit the ground, blood was already flowing in large areas. Mu Bei, boss. Day, Tang, San and others stepped forward quickly. Just as he was about to help Day Mu Bei up, an icy chill directly knocked everyone back. Looking up, Lingtian, Tang San, Mahanjan and others who had appeared in front of Day Mu Bei looked at each other for a moment. He wanted to protect Day Mu Bei, but didn't dare to act rashly. Lingtian, before Day Mu Bei could finish his sentence, blood spurted uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. His pale face was as white as a piece of paper, like a deflated balloon. His originally swollen body suddenly shrunk, all of his golden hair fell off, and he climbed up from the ground in a panic, with blood flowing from his fingers in a languid state. Day Mu Bei, Lingtian's expression was indifferent. The ice blue eyes were frightening, and the calm voice rang in his ears again. I warned you when we were in Soto City that, if you dare to provoke me again, you should pay with your life. The edge of the Bingji sword waved gently. The icy cold continued to erode Day Mu Bei. Day Mu Bei managed to hold himself up, but he didn't beg for mercy like before. I haven't seen you for several years, but you have changed a lot. Lingtian smiled in surprise, shaking his wrist at the same time, and saw a flash of white light followed by a splash of blood. Does this sword look familiar? This sword, I remember it should be here. As Day Mu Bei wailed in pain, countless blood marks appeared again on his body. His palms were grasping randomly on the ground, and the fingers that had been cut by Bingji immediately became bloody and bloody. Lingtian's voice, the scars on his body. The pain in his body at this moment caused him to reawaken the painful memories of Soto City, which was buried deep in the corner and the outskirts of the Great Star Forest. Along with the original fear and timidity. Every time the voice of a nightmare sounds, a sword mark will be left on the body. Pain and a biting chill followed one after another under the double physical and mental torture. The Douluo prince was on the verge of mental collapse. See this. Lingtian shook his head boredly. I originally thought that Day Mu Bei could hold on for a while, but I didn't expect that it would be just a little stimulation. It seems that he has suffered too few blows in recent years, and his mental endurance is still the same. Never mind, let's end it like this. After cleaning up Day Mu Bei, there is still Tang San to deal with. He was more interested in why Tang San wanted to deal with him than Day Mu Bei. He was not worth wasting too much time. Day Mu Bei, let our grudge end here. As Soon as he finished speaking, Lingtian raised the Bingji sword in his hand and pointed it at Daemubei's neck, and the icy coldness poured into Daemubei's body along the sword's blade point. Suddenly, he couldn't help but shudder when he regained consciousness. He saw Bingji pressing against his neck. Daemubei was stunned for a moment, then the cold chill made his mind clear, and his blank eyes were instantly replaced by panic. Lingtian is going to kill him. It is no longer the threat that Zoto City was like before. This time it is really going to kill him. At this moment, the desire to survive defeated everything, and the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire no longer mattered. He wants to live. Chapter 492 Shrek, 3 dead and 1 wounded. Even though he knew the possibility was slim, he still wanted to live. At this moment, Daemubei's mind was filled with thoughts of survival. Daemubei, he had finally worked his way from a down and out prince who no one cared about to his current status as the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. He had not fully enjoyed the status that this status brought, and he did not want it to end like this now. It's over. At this moment, Lingtian had already raised the Bingji sword, and his soul power was concentrated on the sword point. Ice blow light also condensed with the soul power and gathered on the sword's edge, pointing directly at Daemubei. Bite. The Bingji sword made a crisp sound, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly. Ahem. Stimulated by the coldness, Daemubei spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face became even paler. Looking at the Bingji sword pointed at his neck, his shoulders couldn't stop shaking. The remaining blood condensed into ice, and his eyes were full of fear. No, he wanted to stand up and escape from here, but he was seriously injured and lost the ability to move. Daemubei could only support his body with his hands and move backwards. No, Lingtian, I'm Prince Xingluo. If you want to touch me, we, Xingluo, will have a fight with you. The proud crown of Prince Xingluo has been ruthlessly shattered. At this moment, Daemubei, who was in a panic, did not care about his status and dignity, and used all possible means to threaten Lingtian again. Everything that could be used as a bargaining chip was moved by him. Arrive in front of the stage. He completely forgot that when he killed Lingtian, he did not consider that he was the emperor of Qian Dou. He even forgot that Lingtian never cared about his identity. Hearing this, Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. The laughter was full of sarcasm. Daemubei, you are so whimsical. After a short pause, Lingtian put away his smile, looked at Daemubei lying on the ground indifferently, and said, it was like this when I was in the Qian Dou Empire, and it is like this now. At this point, do you really think that I can? Do you care about your identity? Besides, do you really think that the Star Luo Empire will go to war for you? Why not? I'm the prince now. Daemubei subconsciously retorted. 1. Titled Douluo, more than 20 soul Douluo. Your Star Luo Empire has gathered so many high-level soul masters to deal with me. It must not be easy, right? There are only a few people left alive today. Do you think the Star Luo Empire still has the ability to start a war? Do you think in your eyes, which one is more important, the country of the Star Luo Empire, or you, the dead prince? Lingtian's merciless words left Daemubei speechless. One moment, another moment. Now on the Soul Master side, we, the Qian Dou Empire, have the absolute advantage. Now, do you think you will start a war with us? Do you really want to kill me? Although his heart was filled with despair at this moment, he was still unwilling to die like this. He still has a lot of power that he has not enjoyed. His ambitions have not been realized. He has not yet sat on the throne, etc. He still has too much. At this moment, Daemubei felt a trace of regret in his heart. Do you regret why you had enmity with Lingtian in the first place? Do you regret why you have to surround and kill Lingtian now? If they didn't interfere with each other, wouldn't he still be the Prince of Xingluo now? Everything from the past comes to mind one by one. If Daemubei was given another chance, he might not offend Lingtian, or he might have other choices. It's a pity there is no if in the next life. Learn to be smarter. Just when Lingtian was about to draw his sword, Mahanjan and Oscar, who had been silent for a long time, could no longer sit still. Two hot phoenix rays, one on the left and one on the right, were aimed at Lingtian's position. Stop, boss. day, we are here. They were all brothers who had fought together. How could they just watch Daimyo Bei die in front of them? Besides, now that the space is sealed by Lingtian, they have no other choice. At the same time, under Tang San's control, a vine was quickly wrapping around Daimyo Bei, but it was unknown whether it was due to too much soul power consumption or other reasons. The blue-silver vine released by Tang San this time was much slimmer than before, and it moved faster. It's also much slower. However, Oscar and Mahangjin, who were concentrating on attracting firepower, did not notice this. As for Xiao Wu, Tang San didn't let her take action. It is said that the Malay soul skills have little effect against the spirit sky, and they may even trap themselves. So Xiao Wu still stood beside Tang San. I'm really in a hurry to die. Seeing this scene, Lingtian sighed softly. Any small move in front of a title Douluo has no meaning. Looking at Tang San and the others with indifferent eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his arm forward gently. A few strands of ice blue mist condensed from his fingertips and shot towards Tang San and the others. Although the mist looks like a thread, it is inconspicuous. In fact, it contains terrifying power of frost. Boom. The flame rays were completely suppressed the moment they came into contact with the mist. Before Mahangjin and Oscar could react, the mist had already rushed out of the pillar of fire in a burst of white smoke. How is that possible? Before long, the two of them were shocked. When he came back to his senses, the mist had already arrived in front of him at an unabated speed. At the same time, the shape of the fog is also changing. Ice cones exuding a terrifying chill were formed, blocking all possible escape directions for Mahangjin and Oscar. What's going on? Oscar's expression changed, completely unexpected. Zao. Ao. Continue. You can only continue. The two people who were unable to escape in time could only continue to shoot hot flames in an attempt to melt the ice cones to resolve the crisis. However, due to the crushing level and quality of their soul power, the flames were transformed by the extremely cold chill before they even touched the ice cones for ashes. How is this possible? Fire is no match for ice. In the disbelief of the two people's eyes, countless ice picks flew towards the two of them with lightning speed like locusts crossing the border. When they came back to their senses, their eyes were filled with horror. With the density of these ice picks, they can penetrate the body instantly, as long as they are hit. Neither Mahangjin nor Oscar is a soul master with a defensive coefficient. Although Mahangjin is better than Oscar, who is an auxiliary soul master, his advantage in front of title Douluo is only negligible. At most, it's just a few seconds longer than Oscar can resist. What greeted them in the end was death. It was obvious that both of them had thought of this as well, and the look of despair on their faces was extremely intense. 3/3 brother. The next moment, both of them thought of Tang San at the same time. Immediately, as if grasping a life-saving straw, they shouted for help in unison. But there was no response. Bang. PFFT. Final. In their desperate eyes, countless ice picks hit their bodies, and their defenses were completely broken in less than a second. Under this situation, the two of them could no longer escape. They could only watch as the ice pick got closer and closer until it penetrated their bodies ruthlessly. Ice picks stained with blood penetrated from their bodies, and blood flowers bloomed on their bodies as there were more and more wounds on his body. His clothes were soaked with blood. Mahangjin and Oscar let out heart-piercing screams. The feeling of the ice pick passing through the body was like being pricked by thousands of steel needles. Every inch of the bones and muscles felt like tearing pain, and the unbearable pain filled the sky. The huge force carried by the ice pick penetrated the body and knocked them away at the same time. Thump. With a muffled sound. Oscar was nailed heavily to the tree trunk. The wounds that penetrated all over the body revealed bones, and the ground was covered with red blood. An ice pick stuck across the trunk of the tree was stuck in his abdomen, taking away his last vestige of life. Hangjin's vitality is more tenacious. Lying on the ground, he struggled to raise his head, and his lips kept trembling, trying to say something, but Mahangjin couldn't hold on in the end, and he hung his head feebly, and his life also came to an end. Mahangjin, Oscar all dead. It's just a casual attack from the title Douluo, but it's not something they can resist. The bloody body is the most powerful proof. And in contrast to that. The third brother. whom they still missed deeply until the last moment of his life, was not much better at the moment. After the mist shattered the blue silver vines, it also formed an ice cone to attack Tang San. If it weren't for the powerful recovery power of the blue silver domain, coupled with the strange hidden weapons in his hands, and Xiao Wu's assistance, there might have been one more cold corpse on the ground. 3 stumbling blocks. 2 dead and 1 injured. Now no one can stop Lingtian and Damu Bei from settling the matter. Xiao. Ayo. Fatty. Suddenly, a heart-rending cry rang out in the silent jungle. Damu Bei became emotional after witnessing his brother's death. I want to do something, but can't. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 brothers who were supposed to save him fell in a pool of blood until they lost their lives. Although Damu Bei, as an enemy in Lingtian's eyes, was very unbearable. But Damu Bei is quite qualified when it comes to treating his brothers. Lingtian, Damu Bei, with blood-red eyes, glared at the culprit who killed his brother. If his body hadn't allowed him, he might have rushed forward. But if your brother is dead, what does it have to do with me? Lingtian directly raised his hand and threw out a sword light, and at the same time, reminded in a cold voice, Damu Bei, they died because of you, spirit. Before Damu Bei could speak again, his scalp suddenly felt cold. The next moment, there was a flash of white light in front of my eyes, and I heard a muffled sound of peng, and the big tree behind me collapsed, taking with it a few strands of hair. No doubt. If the sword were to move downward a little, it would be more than just the trunk of the tree that would fall. Gudu, between life and death. Damu Bei regained consciousness. Yes, what qualifications does he have to accuse Lingtian? The reason why Mahanjan and Oscar will die here is closely related to him. If he hadn't had the intention to kill Lingtian, they would have returned to the Qian Dou Empire long ago. How could they die here? A strong sense of guilt came over me. Looking at his brother's body with dim eyes, he clenched his fists with an expressionless expression, his joints making a creaking sound, and after a long silence, he slowly unclenched his fists looking at the palms that were already dripping with blood. Damu Bei suddenly laughed, but his laughter seemed so sad. Brother is dead. All the soul masters he brought also died. He is now a sinner of the Star Luo Empire, and he will not end well, even if he goes back. Lingtian, kill me. Damu Bei closed his eyes, and a line of blood and tears flowed down. I don't know if it's a confession or something else good. The Bingji sword was raised again. Hearing a swish sound, the ice jet streaked across Damu Bei's neck. Suddenly, blood spattered. The extremely sharp sword cut through Damu Bei's throat, and bright red blood sprayed out instantly, pouring on the severed tree stump behind him, blooming into delicate and enchanting blood flowers. Poof. Damu Bei's body fell to the ground. The cold death air surrounded him again and again, announcing that Damu Bei's life had come to an end. Debts are wiped out after death. The grudges of the past have disappeared. At the last moment of his life, Damu Bei was somewhat responsible as a prince of a country should be. Lingtian is no longer staying either. He turned around and looked at Tang San not far away. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, and it seemed that the ice pick just now had seriously injured him. Now Damu Bei, Mahanjan, and Oscar have all been killed, and it should be his turn next. Compared with the grievances with Damu Bei, Lingtian really didn't expect Tang San's reasons for targeting him. Taking steps forward, Lingtian walked towards Tang San's direction. Mistress, seeing Damu Bei and the other 2 people die one after another, Xiao Wu's eyes were red, and she clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. Although her hands were shaking uncontrollably, and her face was very pale, she still stood firmly in front of Tang San. Damu Bei, Mahanjan, and Oscar were all dead, and she knew very well that Lingtian's only target was the 2 of them. Even when faced with Lingtian, who had no chance of winning, she would never give in. Perhaps it was precisely because of the deaths of Damu Bei and others that she would not let Tang San die in front of her. Fortunately, at this time, the pale Tang San finally opened his eyes. Success. Looking at the small red sword with a drop-like film attached to it in his palm, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Just as he was preparing to announce the good news, however, he felt the change in Xiao Wu and quickly cast a concerned look. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu could no longer hold back her inner emotions, and she threw herself into Tang San's arms with tears streaming down her face. Xiao San, just now, Fatty, Xiao boss day, they were all killed, saying that Xiao Wu pointed to the location of several people, Mu Bei, and the others, looking along the direction. Tang San's eyes looked a little sad. I couldn't help but clenched my fists. Although I had already guessed this possibility in my heart, I still felt sad when it actually happened before my eyes. After all, Mu Bei and the others are his brothers. Xiao Wu, don't cry. Mu Bei and the others will not die in vain. As long as the two of us escape, we will avenge them sooner or later. Tang San gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and whispered comfortingly. Just as he was talking about taking care of Mu Bei, he was already approaching Lingtian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493. Tang San breaks his arm. Xiao Wu sacrifices. Tang San whispered a few words and calmly handed the blood-red sword to Xiao Wu. At the same time, he took out a few large sausages that Oscar had prepared before and swallowed them, recovering almost half of his soul power. Speaking of which, Oscar might have lived a little longer if he had made fewer sausages. You're the only one left now, Spirit. Sky arrived, his eyes locked on Tang San at the end. I want to know why you, as a member of the Qian Dou Empire, want to help Mu Bei make plans. If Tang San helped because of his brotherhood, it can still be explained. But Chen Zi could see clearly that it was Tang San who proposed the plan and found Mu Bei on his own initiative. Ahem. Tang San stood up and said righteously, Lingtian, as the Ice King personally conferred by Emperor Zuai, your royal status is as high as that of the Emperor alone in the Qian Dou Empire. But you don't want to serve the country and repay his majesty's favor. However, he got involved with the people of Wuhan Palace and helped them to cause chaos in Chaogang and seize the legitimate throne. As a citizen of the Qian Dou Empire, how can I just sit back and watch? Hearing this, Lingtian just sneered twice. For the sake of the Qian Dou Empire, who would believe this? However, Tang San's remarks were not all useless nonsense, and the last part revealed his true intentions. You really doing it for the Qian Dou Empire? Nature, Tang San, I still know about your grudges with Wuhan Palace. Looking at the high-sounding Tang San, Lingtian suddenly clapped his hands, with a hint of teasing ridicule on his lips. To be able to talk about your personal grudges with Wuhan Palace in such a high-sounding way, Tang San is really thick-skinned. This being exposed in public, a trace of embarrassment flashed in Tang San's eyes, but he still stiffened his neck and insisted. The wolfish ambition of Wuhan Palace forces a soul master to deviate from the right path. I do this for the sake of the mainland and have no selfish motives at all. Hearing this, Lingtian sneered. I'm really pretending to be addicted, and the three of us are still standing here. The third young master of the Tang dynasty, who is pure and pure, is not as famous as the first sight. Lingtian instantly lost the desire to continue communicating with him. It was really off-putting. It's not your turn to worry about the Qian Dou Empire, mistress. But at the same time that Lingtian raised the Bingji sword, Xiao Wu stepped forward and stood in front of Tang San. Go aside. It's not your turn now. Lingtian glanced at Xiao Wu, who was standing in front of him, and thought to himself, when Mu Bei, Mahangjin, and Oscar died just now, why didn't you come up to block the sword? It's Tang's turn. 3 won't work. The power of frost struck her with a sudden blow, and she flew out like a kite with its string broken. He didn't stop until he hit the wall hard. Xiao Wu groaned and fainted. Although he was seriously injured and unconscious with one blow, Lingtian did not take his life. Xiao Wu is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Although it is much less powerful than ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts, it still has its advantages. It is easier for her to absorb than older soul beasts. Even if you don't need it yourself, you can still reward it to the soul masters under your command when the time comes. For example, that little girl Jiangxu is pretty good. So Xiao Wu still has the value of saving his life. Xiao Wu, Tang San suddenly exclaimed, and immediately glared at Lingtian with red eyes. Lingtian, yelled angrily, and immediately ignored all the calculations in his heart. He raised his hand and touched it on his waist, holding an iron scroll in his palm. Spin your hands in the middle of the real point. Immediately, with a burst of mechanical sound, the top of the iron scroll rotated rapidly and instantly unfolded and transformed into a disc with 27 majestic pear blossom needles inlaid on it. At the same time, Tang San flipped his wrist and took out 2 black projectiles with his left hand. One after another, they were thrown towards the spiritual sky like a shooting star chasing the moon. At the moment of impact, purple smoke and countless poisonous needles erupted, and at the same time Tang San pulled the trigger. 27 pear blossom needles were mixed in among the poisonous needles. Blue silver overlord gun. At the same time, it condensed into a blue silver spear and was thrown towards the spirit sky in the smoke. Ding ding. There was first a sound of metal clashing in the smoke, but it quickly disappeared. Hoo-hoo. After doing all this, Tang San sighed heavily. While leaning on the tree trunk and silently recovering his soul power, the purple level demon eyes stared closely at the purple smoke. Solved. Tang San looked at the poisonous smoke that had not heard any movement for a long time, and his guess emerged in his mind. The heavy rain pear blossom needle, the Zimu life destroying bile, and the blue silver overlord spear are not easy for even a titled Douluo to take point. Even if it's not solved, Lingtian should be seriously injured, right? Thinking of this, Tang San was about to relax for a moment, but then he remembered something and suddenly raised his head and looked around. The soul skill released by Lingtian, the 4 blue light curtains that separated the entire forest had not disappeared at this moment. If a soul master is seriously injured or dies, the soul skills he maintains will also disappear at the same time. But now the space has not been unblocked. That is to say, Tang San's pupils shrank suddenly, and he suddenly felt a chill. Ding ding. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of swords not far behind him, which was particularly abrupt in the silent forest. Suddenly, an icy chill arose spontaneously, making Tang San feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He turned his head stiffly, looking at the familiar figure. His eyes were full of disbelief. How is that possible? These gadgets of yours are pretty good, but they are just a little too close to hurting me. Lingtian held the Bingji sword in his hand, his expression as calm as ever. At the same time, the purple smoke dispersed with a wave of his hand. When Tang San suddenly turned around, in the smoke, there was only broken ice on the ground. The blue silver overlord spear and the pear blossom needles and poisonous needles shot out, some of which were inserted into the ground and some were still left on the broken ice. He also understood the scene before him. All the attacks just now hit the ice sculpture. The main body, Lingtian, had long since escaped. Title: Douluo. Lingtian, you are. Before Tang San could finish speaking, a sharp sword light suddenly struck. All I saw was a flash of white light. The next moment, a burst of extremely cold air hit his face, and Tang San, who wanted to avoid it, had no time to react. In a hurry, he could only eat the last sausage. He raised his hand and condensed the blue silver overlord spear again to block it in front of him. At the same time, the 8 spider spears that had evolved once sprang out from behind and blocked it in front of him under Tang San's control. Bang. Less than a second. The blue silver overlord spear was the first to be broken into 2 halves. Immediately afterwards, the 8 spider spears could not resist for a moment, and the same 8 bone spears were all shattered. Facing the unabated sword light, Tang San ignored the pain and subconsciously raised his right hand to resist. If you use your physical body to resist the attack of a titled Douluo, the result can be imagined. Crack. The sword light slashed down without any obstruction. Suddenly a line of blood spattered out, and warm blood sprinkled on Tang San's face. Feeling the empty feeling in his arm, Tang San turned his head subconsciously, and his entire right arm had been cut off by the sword light at shoulder level. Lower your head. Not far from the ground was a severed limb dripping with blood, still twitching at this moment. Turn your head sideways. The right shoulder, where the arm was severed, was still bleeding. The bloody scenes kept impacting Tang San's brain, and he suddenly felt blank. The body is swaying. He suddenly fell to the ground, and at the same time he came back to his senses. Severe and clear pain hit him from the broken arm, getting stronger and stronger like a wave. My hand, even. Tang San couldn't help but kneel on the ground, cover his shoulders, and let out a shrill howl. Ah, it hurts, my hand, heart-rending. Screams came out of Tang San's mouth. He couldn't stop shaking in pain, but he still crawled towards the broken arm. Puff. Looking at the broken arm, Tang San couldn't bear it anymore, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His face instantly turned pale. See this, a trace of surprise flashed in Lingtian's eyes. He didn't think about cutting off Tang San's arm at first, but he didn't expect that he would use his own hands to catch the attack. How silly and bold. He dared to take the attacks of titled Douluo with his bare hands. Let me send you on my last journey. Lingtian shook his head and raised the Bingji sword again, aiming at Tang San's neck. With a swish sound, another ice blue sword wave casually slashed out. Tang San in this state can be understood with just one strike, mistress. But just when Qian Dou was about to send Tang San on the road to accompany the two good brothers, Xiao Wu, who should have been unconscious, suddenly woke up. A pink light suddenly burst out from his eyes, and he activated his soul skill to teleport and suddenly appeared in Tang San. In front of 3. He opened his arms to protect Tang San firmly. Invincible. Golden body. As soon as she finished speaking, golden light suddenly lit up on Xiao Wu's body, enveloping her whole body. Bang bang. The sword light fell on Xiao Wu. Under the influence of the invincible golden body, he still took it with difficulty. But even if it wasn't a title Douluo's full blow, it wouldn't be so easy for a soul emperor to receive it. PFFT. The golden light on Xiao Wu's body dimmed. Her delicate little face flushed instantly, and after she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her face turned pale to the naked eye. But nevertheless her eyes were still firm and determined. Wiping the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, he stood firmly in front of Tang San without retreating at all. Even though he knew that Lingtian's sword would be difficult to resist, he still had to protect him with his own life. The invincible golden body has good defense. Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, but this soul skill is useless to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and swung his sword again. Bang. Another sword light slashed down. The golden light on the body shattered in an instant, and the sword light left a scar on the shoulder that was deep enough to show the bone. Dark red blood continued to gush out from the wound, dyeing Xiao Wu's delicate body and dress red. The invincible golden body still played its final role. Otherwise, if Lingtian's sword strikes, it won't just leave a scar. HMPH. Xiao Wu groaned, but still stood firm in front of Tang San. Tick. Blood dripped down his arm and landed in front of Tang San, who barely recovered from the pain of his broken arm. Xiao Wu, get out of the way. Tang San's lips couldn't stop trembling, and at the same time he stretched out his arms unsteadily to push Xiao Wu away in front of him. But at this moment he didn't have any strength at all, and raising his arms was already the limit. Brother, let me protect you this time. Xiao Wu turned her head and held Tang San's cheeks with both hands, her beautiful eyes looking extremely firm. No, little, whoosh. Before Tang San could finish speaking, another sword slashed down behind him. This time Lingtian didn't hold anything back. The ice blue sword light contained the title Douluo's full blow. Elder brother. Before the sword wave arrived, Xiao Wu had already sensed the powerful soul power contained in this sword. She knew very well that, even if she continued to hold up her invincible golden body, she still could not withstand this sword light. Even if she resisted with her body, she might not be able to protect her mistress. The crisis is close at hand. Xiao Wu understood that there was no room for hesitation now. Tears slid down her cheeks quietly. Xiao Wu gently pursed her red lips. Her reluctant but determined eyes had made her decision. Brother, how could I just watch you die? I'm no longer here. You have to take my share and live together. As she spoke, Xiao Wu handed the small red sword back to Tang San's palm. At the same time, a dazzling red light bloomed from the center of Xiao Wu's eyebrows, covering her whole body in an instant. Even the sword wave slashed by Lingtian could not break through this layer of red light. The complete sacrifice turned into pure energy, which completely poured into Tang San's body. Coupled with the effect of the blue-silver field, the previously bruised body slowly healed, and the shattered 8 spider spears were restored again. However, Tang San's current level was still too low, and coupled with the influence of the ice god's power, it was difficult for him to regenerate his severed limbs. Just healed the wound on my right shoulder. Zhao Wu. No. Tang San struggled to stretch out his remaining arm, trying to grab the body and gradually weaken Zhao Wu point. But before it could be touched, energy exploded with her aura at the same time. After the original 6 soul rings, a bloody soul ring had been condensed and formed, and at the same time a ray of red light escaped into Tang San's left arm. This was the soul bone condensed from Zhao Wu's body after sacrifice, and it was also unreserved point. Give it to Tang San point. After everything was over, Zhao Wu disappeared completely point without the protection of Acacia Heartbroken Red. Zhao Wu, who had sacrificed all her soul, and body, had completely dissipated point at this moment. Tang San was also greatly improved. This is a sacrifice. Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly point. When a soul beast is sacrificed, it releases a lot of energy, and is very fast. Even a titled Douluo can hardly interrupt it point. The sacrifices had already begun when they were discovered point. Although Lingtian could forcibly interrupt this, it could not change the fact of the sacrifice point. Besides, it's just a sacrifice of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But there are 3 beast gods here in Lingtian point. Even if Zhao Wu's sacrifice allowed Tang San to regain his strength, breaking through to Soul Saint now still poses no threat to Lingtian. At most, it can only delay his death for a moment point. However, the plan for the Olympic Games was ruined, and Lingtian is still a little annoyed now point as Tang San was the only survivor present. Naturally only he could bear this anger. The last sword. This is the end. Bingji. Lingtian suddenly raised his eyes, and a cold light burst out. His cold eyes locked on Tang San, and at the same time, he slightly opened his thin lips. The 9th soul skill, Ice G Frost. Chapter 494. The dust falls. The words just fell. 9 nice blue soul rings appeared in front of him one by one. At this moment, as the soul skills were released, the 9th soul ring was flashing with bright and dazzling blue light, and the light was still clearly visible even outside the light curtain point. The 9th soul skill, Ice G Frost point. Since Lingtian condensed the 9th soul ring, it has been used once in the far north, but has never been used against an enemy point, and today, Tang San was lucky enough to witness this sword point soul skill. Bingji and Shan point. Likewise, this is also the first time Lingtian uses soul skills here point. Compared to Damu Bei and the other 3 who were easily dealt with, it was enough to show how much he valued Tang San. But the sword trembled and made a buzzing sound. Bingji. Lingtian seemed to feel something, and touched Bingji with his fingertips in an instant. His fingertips lightly brushed against the body of the Bingji sword point. Ice blue soul power poured into it, and at the same time, countless ice powers from all around rushed towards the Bingji sword like swallows returning to their nests, distorting the space for a time, to form a terrifying energy vortex point as the power of frost gathered more and more. The blue light on the Bingji sword increased greatly point. That bright light is like a miracle. Cut. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from Lingtian's eyes, and the next moment, the divine sword, that condensed terrifying energy finally fell point. Follow the direction of the sword point. Suddenly countless amounts of ice power surged out, condensing into a huge Ice G divine sword, cutting through the sky and slashing at Tang San, who had just absorbed the spirit ring and was still immersed in the grief of losing his lover. The biting chill made Tang San finally come to his senses. Lingtian. He raised his head and glared at Lingtian and roared point at the same time. He glared angrily, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. At the moment, he angrily clenched the small bloody sword in his left fist point. Perhaps it was the surge in power brought about by Zhao Wu's sacrifice that gave Tang San the illusion that he could compete with the Lingtian sect point, completely forgetting the gap in soul power between himself and Lingtian. I want to take revenge for Zhao Wu. Before he finished speaking, Tang San looked at Lingtian's Ice G divine sword point. He suddenly raised his remaining left hand and summoned his second spirit hall, the clear sky hammer in front of him point. The black ocean hammer is suspended in midair. The deep and dim lines on the body of the hammer are now emitting bursts of fluorescence. Taking a deep breath, Tang San opened the palm of his left hand, revealing the small bloody sword he had been holding in his hand point. The small blood-colored sword that had absorbed a large amount of soul power before thinking about it suddenly turned into a ball of dazzling red light at this moment. Originally, he wanted to use it to break through the ice god space and take Xiao Wu away, but now that Xiao Wu was dead and furious, Tang San just wanted to kill Lingtian. Immediately choose the second way, to use the bloody sword to enhance combat power. Then he followed the teachings given by Tang Chen of Haotian sect. Tang San held the clear sky hammer in front of him, and blood red light instantly bloomed. Quickly wrapped the entire clear sky hammer along the arm. The clear sky hammer fused with the red sword instantly expanded several times, and several blood red lines appeared on the hammer's body, thus following a deafening buzzing sound. Shock waves visible to the naked eye swept away from the ground under Tang San's feet in all directions, and at the same time, a blood red light beam erupted from the clear sky hammer, sending murderous intent straight into the sky. Rumble. There was a loud noise. Tang San suddenly stretched out his arm and raised the clear sky hammer with one hand, which was emitting dazzling blood red light and was as tall as a person. The realm of the god of death expands at the same time. A white film is attached to the giant clear sky hammer. Shura. Divine power. Feeling the familiar aura. Lingtian frowned slightly. There is an instinctive feeling of disgust in my heart. But he is also very clear about Shura's divine power. The aura on the bloody sword was very similar to that of Tang Chen, who had been defeated from the killing city before. Unexpectedly, they came into contact with each other. Tang Chen was really willing to give up. In that state, he could still use Shura's divine power. Lingtian. Just as he was thinking about it, Tang San suddenly burst into a doctor's roar, and the bloody giant hammer had already smashed into the frost giant sword in midair. Blood red and ice blue. 2 Terrifying energy pressures enveloped the entire ice god space. The next moment. There was a loud boom sound. The frost giant sword and the bloody giant hammer collided violently. The two completely different soul powers produced energy ripples one after another, because all the energy caused by the concussion of the ice god space was released on the light curtain, and the light curtain could not help but tremble under such strong energy pressure. The speed at which ripples dissolve energy can no longer match the speed at which it is released. The main reason is that the energy released by the frost giant sword is too powerful. Compared with it, the pressure of Tang San's clear sky hammer is less than 20%. If the stalemate persists for a while, the light curtain and the ice god space will first fail and break. Tang San roared with all his strength. 5 soul rings exploded at the same time, and the red light on the bloody hammer became more intense. This moment. It looks like they are somewhat evenly matched. See this? Tang San's mind was filled with excitement, and he suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot, and his soul power poured into the giant hammer again. Increase your strength again. But to this, Lingtian smiled calmly. You can spot it if you look carefully. Although Tang San had been erupting with spirit power in an attempt to suppress Lingtian, the giant frost sword had not moved at all from the beginning to now. No matter how he improves his strength. If you want to rely on this to defeat yourself, I can only say that you are thinking too much. It's not that Lingtian looked down on him. Even Tang Chen himself, who controlled the Shura demon sword, was no match for him. Tang San really thought that the Haotian hammer, which was only mixed with a little bit of the Shura demon sword's aura, could do it. It's too whimsical. Because this 9th soul skill is only condensed and formed, and has not been truly displayed yet. It was Tang San who was always attacking. But now that Tang San has run out of skills, it's time to end it all. Broken. Lingtian's thin lips parted slightly, and he waved his arms forward. The next moment, a dazzling blue brilliance bloomed from the frost giant sword, and the momentum was so great that it completely overwhelmed the blood-colored light of the clear sky hammer in an instant. Bang bang bang. Boom. The blood red hammer was constantly shaking under the continuous attacks of the frost sword. The white layer of the god of death domain covering the blood red hammer was shattered by the ice domain. The realm of the god of death was shattered in the confrontation. The light shrouding the bloody giant hammer dimmed, and the left hand holding the hammer also felt numb. Tang San staggered back several steps. A sweet feeling surged up in her throat, and a trace of bright red blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The 6th soul ring. Broken. Looking at the brilliant frost giant sword in front of him, Tang San, who had no way out, made a prompt decision and replaced the spirit ring. The next moment, the dark 6th spirit ring exploded instantly, and all the generated spirit power was condensed by Tang San into the bloody giant hammer. Tang San was the first to bear the powerful energy impact caused by the broken soul ring point. The simultaneous explosion of the first 5 spirit rings was already quite a burden, and coupled with the fact that his talent field was shattered, he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood point. But fortunately, all the soul power generated by the ring explosion was injected into the bloody hammer. Tang San roared angrily and swung the giant hammer again. The frost giant sword and the bloody giant hammer collided again. However, the huge gap in soul power level cannot be made up by blowing up 1 or 2 soul rings. Tang San, who tried his best, was much stronger than before. But no matter how powerful the soul saint is, he is still a soul saint. This time, icy blue energy ripples took the initiative to attack. The blood red hammer in Tang San's hand was simply difficult to resist. In the rapidly fading light, clearly visible cracks appeared on the blood red hammer. In the blink of an eye, it was about to can't stand it apostrophe click, click. There are more and more cracks on the clear sky hammer. Blood red soul power continued to overflow from the gaps, and the light had completely dimmed. How is that possible? Tang San's eyes widened, staring intently at the bloody giant hammer as a martial spirit he had summoned. He could sense the state of the clear sky hammer at this moment even without looking at it, but he still found it hard to believe that the clear sky hammer would break into pieces if it was integrated into the blood-colored sword given by his great-grandfather. And now, even if I see it with my own eyes, there is still disbelief in my eyes. How could it break? How could it break? Click, click, click. The cracks on the bloody hammer are becoming more and more dense, even to the point of being unbearable. It feels like it will completely collapse in the next second. Tang San wanted to stabilize the clear sky hammer, but started from the beginning. Now the hammer body has reached an extremely fragile state. Apostrophe boom. Finally, after all, the bloody giant hammer was still unable to withstand the edge of the frost giant sword. Under Tang San's gaze, the huge hammer body collapsed, turning into countless soul power fragments and dispersing in the air. But a few wisps of blood red energy lasted for a while before dispersing. Smashing the bloody hammer is just the beginning. The giant frost sword moved forward without hesitation, rushing towards Tang San with a crushing force. The shattered spirit's backlash spurted out a mouthful of blood. Tang San's eyes were red, and blood and tears were falling from his eye frames. With his soul power completely exhausted, he was powerless, unwilling, desperate, and complicated emotions welled up in his heart. He clenched his fist so tightly that his fingertips were already dug into his flesh, and he felt no pain at all. At this moment, the frosty chill has arrived. Boom. The giant frost sword roared towards him. Before it could be chopped down, a big pit instantly sunk into the ground. At the same time, countless small blades of sword light fell on Tang San's body, and his skin was suddenly cracked and bloody. At the same time, the frost and coldness had invaded his body, and Tang San felt that his consciousness was passing quickly, and he couldn't hold on, and closed his eyes. And at the last second, when he lost consciousness, Tang San seemed to see a flash of blue light. It seemed like a round thing flew out from his waist. As the frost fell down, Tang San's tiny figure was instantly swallowed up in it. The place where the frost sword fell was filled with cold air, and the temperature reached the core circle of the far north. The remaining energy spread out to the surroundings, and under the impact of this powerful force, the ice god space was finally overwhelmed. There was a crisp sound of click. The light curtain, which was already full of cracks, was overwhelmed and finally shattered. In fact, if Lingtian injects soul power into it again, the ice god space's skills will soon return to their original state. But it's not needed now. Ice god space has completed its final mission. Shrek's group heading to the metal capital have all been killed here. It looks like everything is coming to an end. Lingtian felt the same way. Although the 9th soul skill is not used many times, he knows its power very well. Although Tang San didn't use the ice G sword curtain, the 10,000 swords killer move, he could easily kill a title Douluo below level 95, which was simply not something Tang San, a soul saint, could resist. Even if there is 100,000 year soul ring. He will still be completely destroyed by the frost sword. What a pity. Thinking of this, Lingtian sighed. The ice power he released at that time was aimed at the Sea of Spirit. Even if Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he would still be unconscious for at least an hour as a result. I don't know which step in the middle cause the problem. Douluo suddenly woke up and sacrificed herself to Tangsun. Lingtian sighed regretfully. He didn't notice that a blue light suddenly lit up in the ice mist. And right there in the icy fog. Tangsun, who should have been annihilated by the extreme cold of the frost sword, was lying in the center. Although his body was covered in blood, his eyes were closed, and his face was as pale as paper. His weak breath proved that he was still alive. And there is a triangular pyramid crystal suspended on his chest. At this moment, it was emitting a faint blue fluorescence, forming a curtain of light that enveloped Tangsun. However, due to the sword from the 9th soul skill, the light was slightly dim at the moment. That's all. The light surged in the triangular crystal, forming the shadow of an old man. He sighed helplessly and murmured, "If you break the rules, just break the rules. I don't want to wait any longer. It's not easy for me to meet someone who can inherit the legacy of the vast sea. You're such a strong little guy. I can't let you fall like this." Fortunately, that God Shura proclaimed himself a temple, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to take action in the lower realm. Having said this, a look of joy flashed in the old man's eyes. Familiar energy fluctuations feeling the energy around him. The old man frowned slightly, shook his head and said, "We don't have time, so we'd better send this little guy away quickly." Secretly, using divine power to interfere with the inheritance of gods in the lower realms is a serious crime in the god realm. Although God Shura proclaims himself, there are other law enforcement gods in the god realm, and he doesn't want to be caught by these guys. Especially now that the world of gods is in turmoil, it would be better for him to be more stable. The old man locked on a small island in the endless sea. "Send you there directly." As he spoke, the blue light condensed into a figure, and he raised his hand to touch Tangsun, who was wrapped in the light. The next moment, in a flash of light, Tangsun had disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the outside world. After having dealt with the titans and the netherworld Duke and Duchess early, Qian Renxue stood outside the ice god space and waited quietly for Lingtian. The 3 contrasts were just a training exercise for Qian Renxue, but the netherworld white tiger, it does make some sense. Her golden hair was blowing in the wind, her beautiful eyes were looking towards the ice god space, and Qian Renxue had a slight smile on her lips. Crack. The moment the space shattered, she had already arrived in front of Lingtian. This is how fast title Douluo is. Ocean's sister, Zua. Hearing this, Lingtian came back to his senses. Turning his head, a familiar figure came into view, and the corners of Lingtian's lips raised slightly. "Ocean, I'm faster than you." Qian Renxue chuckled lightly, placed a pair of jade hands behind her back, and leaned forward slightly, winking her beautiful eyes with a bit of playfulness. "Sister Zua is still more powerful," Lingtian said with a chuckle. Chapter 495. He can 039 T inherit the throne. Lingtian took 2 steps forward and gently took Qian Renxue into his arms. She ran her slender fingers through the broken hair on her forehead and asked softly, "In dealing with those guys, how do you think Sister Zua thinks of the angel sword experiment? Sacred weapon or divine weapon? I didn't even use much soul power. I can defeat them with just the angel sword." Qian Renxue couldn't help but sigh with emotion when she mentioned the angel sword. This time she truly realized how much of an improvement the artifact brought to soul masters. It's no exaggeration to say that even if his current level is soul saint, he can still take down both titans with the angel sword. The improvement of artifacts is so terrifying. But having said that, if Qian Renxue's current level is still soul saint, she will not be able to meet the assessment task of obtaining the divine sword, let alone be recognized by the angel divine sword. By the way, Ocean, where are you? Qian Renxue asked curiously. "Like you, it's all solved." Lingtian smiled lightly and pointed to the ice mist not far away. He originally wanted to disperse just now, but Qian Renxue just came in and interrupted his movement. But it won't be short of this time and a half. Looking at the layers of ice mist in front of him, Lingtian only waved his hand gently. All the power of the surrounding frost dissipated. The originally flat ground in the center has now been replaced by a deep pit left by the giant frost sword. The surrounding ground has long been frozen by ice, and is surrounded by pieces of ice as sharp and hard as blades, exuding a cold air. Even though the air of frost has been suppressed by Lingtian, these ices are still cold. The sharp cold light flashes, making people feel extremely dazzling. Regarding this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but fall silent. From the traces of the battle left behind, we can deduce that this sword has terrifying destructive power. Even if it were him holding the angel sword, he would not be Lingtian's opponent in this situation. But using it to deal with a few soul emperors, it's like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill mosquitoes. It's too wasteful, right? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoshan, are you only using it to deal with a few soul emperors and soul kings? I didn't originally plan to use soul skills, but something happened in the middle. Lingtian shrugged helplessly and briefly explained the cause and effect to Qian Renxue. I originally wanted to keep that 100,000-year soul ring, but I didn't expect that rabbit to wake up early. After I sacrificed it to Tang San, I didn't want to continue to waste time with that guy, so I simply threw away the soul point. The skill has passed, then it's not like using the 9th soul skill, right? I have reserved my strength, otherwise this forest will be lost. You are strong. You must be reasonable. Qian Renxue curled her lips. He gave Lingtian an angry look and walked towards the ice pit. Lingtian didn't dare to argue and followed behind with a sneer. TSK. TSK. Standing on the edge of the ice pit, Qian Renxue glanced around, smacked her lips, and couldn't help but say, but Xiaoshan's sword was really hateful, and it didn't even leave a trace of Tang San. Xiaoshan, how did he offend you? That's right, I can. Lingtian nodded in response at first, but soon realized something was wrong. etc. Sister Zua, did you just say there were no traces at all? Qian Renxue nodded without knowing why, and added, I also used my soul power to investigate it. No. Hearing this, Lingtian immediately stepped forward quickly. He lowered his head and looked. Sure enough, as Qian Renxue said, there was nothing else in the empty ice pit except ice, earth, and rocks. It shouldn't be. Seeing this, Lingtian frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice, Xiaoshan, what's the problem? Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows, noticing that something was wrong with Lingtian's reaction. Lingtian waved his hand and glanced around. The eyes of the ice god opened instantly, and the ice blue divine light surged in the eyes. He carefully explored the surrounding environment. Even if he was bombarded head-on by the frost giant sword, there would still be residual debris in the end. It shouldn't be as clean as Qian Renxue said. However, under the gaze of the ice god's eyes, but there was still no debris to be found, not even the slightest trace left. It shouldn't be. Lingtian murmured in a low voice, looking around. Xiaoshan, sister Zua, although my soul skills are strong, they won't be enough to make Tang San die without leaving anything behind. But now I can't find it at all. As he said that, a trace of suspicion flashed in Lingtian's eyes. Maybe he is too weak. Qian Renxue brushed her forehead with her slender jade fingers, thought for a while, and said half jokingly, don't forget that your ice god space has always blocked this space. He can't escape, right? Run away. Speaking of which, hearing this, Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then jumped directly to the bottom of the pit. In the ice blue eyes, the divine light rotated again. But this time he really discovered the difference. The breath of the gods. A cold light burst out from Lingtian's eyes, and finally he locked his eyes on the center of the pit. Immediately, he raised his hand and grabbed it forward, and ice blue soul power surged out at the same time. After a while, an ice crystal formed in front of him. Lingtian raised his hand to hold it in the palm of his hand, but there was a faint ray of ice crystal sealed in it. Blue ray. Lingtian closed his eyes and felt the power, and the ice blue soul power surrounded the ice crystal. It is different from the soul power of Lingtian Bing attribute. Although the colors are almost the same. But this ray of blue light appears gentler, embracing all things like the sea. There is no such extreme chill. But this does not mean that it is weaker than Lingtian's frost power. On the contrary, the two belong to the same level. These are powers that only gods can touch. That's it, Lingtian murmured in a low voice, looking at the different divine powers sealed in the diamond-shaped ice crystals held in his palms. He had obviously guessed the identity of the gods he corresponded to, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes as the power of ice in Lingtian actually represents the power of the ice god point, and what this light blue energy represents is the power of the vast ocean that only Poseidon can master. Therefore, Tangsen is still alive. Point as for the way of leaving, it must have something to do with the power of Poseidon. I didn't expect you two to still have a relationship. Lingtian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, if it is true as he guessed, the gods violated the rules of the divine world and interfered in the lower world privately. The courage of this guy Poseidon is not ordinary, but soon a new question appeared in front of us. The current Tangsen has never been to Poseidon Island. He has always been on the mainland. How could he have anything to do with Poseidon? Thinking of this, Lingtian frowned again. Poseidon, Tangsen. The only thing that seems to connect them is, wait, is it true? After pondering for a moment, Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly thought of something important related to Poseidon's inheritance. At the same time, Qian Renxue, who followed, looked towards Lingtian and happened to see the ice crystals that had just condensed. Ocean, what is this? Here, guess what? With that said, Lingtian handed the crystal to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue blinked her beautiful eyes curiously, holding the crystal in her palm, and asked with some uncertainty, why am I feeling a power similar to the god of angels here? You guessed it right. This is the power of Poseidon. Poseidon, is this Poseidon Island? Well, as I mentioned to you before, the Poseidon Douluo is a guardian of the Poseidon, but Qian Renxue frowned slightly. Just when he was about to ask, Lingtian suddenly interrupted. Sister Zua, do you remember that after you ascended the throne, I asked you to help find the national treasure of the Qian Dou Empire, the vast sea universe cover? The vast sea universe cover, I remembered. Qian Renxue then raised her head slightly, recalled it carefully, and nodded. But at that time, I sent people to search the entire treasury, but couldn't find it. Later, because of busy political affairs, I stopped searching. Ocean, why did you suddenly mention this? Is there anything special about it? Qian Renxue blinked her beautiful eyes curiously. The vast sea universe shield is actually part of Poseidon's inheritance artifact. If you get his approval, you can get the chance to be inherited by the god. Lingtian explained that he would not hide anything from Qian Renxue. God's throne. Hearing this, Qian Renxue exclaimed. Regardless of the fact that she and Lingtian both have inheritance of divine status, they would think that inheritance of divine status is very simple. There have been as many soul masters in the Douluo continent in the past million years as there are carps crossing the river. Among them, there are many soul masters who have the talent to cultivate to the peak of Douluo. However, among these people, there are only a few who can truly become gods. That's all. Whether it is searching for traces of the gods, or accepting the assessment process of the gods, it is full of difficulties. No one has ever succeeded in the past 100,000 years, which is the best proof of this. Talent and luck are both indispensable in the inheritance of divine status, just like myself. Without the help of Lingtian, how could the inheritance of the divine throne pass the 7 tests so easily as it is now? But soon. Qian Renxue thought of the power of Poseidon. Her face, which was already extremely alert, changed slightly, and she immediately thought of the connection between divine power and the vast sea universe cover. Ocean, do you mean? Lingtian nodded and guessed. I think before Zhu abdicated, he should have given the vast sea universe cover to Tangsen, so there is no trace of this national treasure in the treasury. Zhu Yi, why did he give the national treasure to Tangsen? Qian Renxue frowned slightly and looked at Lingtian in confusion. It should be paving the way for an avalanche paving hearing. This, Qian Renxue fell into deep thought. For a moment, she raised her head to look at Lingtian. Her eyes met, and she understood the whole story. Qian Renxue sighed and said with emotion, using the national treasure vast sea cosmic shield in exchange for Ocean Douluo's support, Zhu Yi really worked hard to ensure that his son would secure the Heaven Dou throne. Yes, with his foresight, he is worthy of being the Emperor Zhu who can kill out among all the princes. Lingtian also nodded in agreement. Feel a little emotional. Qian Renxue suddenly remembered something, and a solemn look appeared on her pretty face. So, Tangsun really ran away. Well, with the vast sea universe cover and Poseidon taking action, I think he has run far away by now. Lingtian shook his head with regret, and then changed the topic, his calm tone full of confidence. I didn't expect this guy to really run away this time, but he won't be so lucky next time. Ocean doesn't need to send someone to search. A trace of worry flashed in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes, and she said in a solemn tone, a hate-filled inheritor of a god. If he can really become a god, it will be endless trouble for us. Sister Zua, relax. Even if he really becomes a god, he is still no match for me. But before Qian Renxue finished speaking, Lingtian held Qian Renxue's cold little hand. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and said proudly, besides, as long as I'm here, it is impossible for him to inherit the position of Poseidon. Ocean, can you find him? Qian Renxue was stunned for a moment, and heard the hidden meaning in Lingtian's words. Just like Sister Zua needs to go to the enshrinement hall if she wants to inherit the position of angel god. If Tangsun wants to start the test for the position of Poseidon, there is a place he must go to. Lingtian smiled slightly, his tone full of confidence. It seems that Tangsun's whereabouts are already known. Qian Renxue suddenly paused, and already had a guess in her mind. Ocean, you mean Poseidon Island? Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian with burning eyes, and there was a faint expectation in her heart. But don't worry, Sister Zua, just leave Tangsun to me. He can't make too many waves. With the spiritual heaven here, Tangsun would never become the Poseidon. Lingtian knows Poseidon very well. That guy helped Tangsun just because he wanted to find a suitable candidate to inherit the divine throne. The reason why he helped Tangsun was not because of his appreciation, but because Tangsun was the only one in hundreds of years who could activate the power of the vast sea cosmic barrier, so he was reluctant to give up on Tangsun. In other words, if that guy is provided with another candidate who can inherit the divine throne, who will care who Tangsun is, as long as he can inherit the throne of God, that will be fine. Besides, Lingtian now holds Poseidon's life gate in his hands. He believed that this guy would definitely make the right choice. As a veteran of the god realm, Lingtian was very confident. Let Tangsun be happy for a while, and then pull him down when he truly begins to inherit the divine throne. After saying that, Lingtian changed the subject and asked curiously, by the way, what about Sister Chenxi, a titled Douluo of over 90 levels? With Sister Chenxi's strength, it's easy to deal with him. It won't take that long, right? Sister Chenxi came back before. Seeing that you haven't finished yet, I told you to take care of those guys outside. Qian Renxue raised her hand and pointed forward. Outside. Besides this group of people, there are a few others who have slipped through the net. Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Damubei really thinks of us as weak persimmons. Let's meet Sister Chenxi first. I guess we should have almost solved the problem by now. Qian Renxue nodded lightly, and waved her green hands gently. Lingtian smiled slightly, took the weak and boneless hand of the girl beside him, tapped his toes, and flew into the distance. The two moved very fast, and disappeared in midair in a short while. Chapter 496 Star Luo changes, melting swords with blood. Time passed away. A week later, Lingtian, Qian Renxue, and 3 people finally returned to the land of the extreme north. Get the most critical material of the recasting angel god sword, the gold fireworks crystal. The recasting god sword was also put on the agenda by Lingtian. After 2 days of renovation in Qianling City, Lingtian came to Qian Iuzu to come to Ice Temple. After all the materials were sacrificed first, Lingtian came to the mountain peak again to refine the Bingyu point, but this time Qian Renxue accompanied him. In order to make the angel divine sword more in line with her master, there are several important steps that need Qian Renxue to help. Compared to the last view of the mountain last time. Watch the Lingtian Forging artifact at close range. The scene is naturally more shocking. Lingtian's method is too fast. Especially when replacing the materials. Even if Qian Renxue concentrated on the observation of God, he could only see a vague residual shadow. Skilled movements made Qian Renxue dazzling. With the continuous addition of new materials, the shape of the angel god sword is constantly changing in his hands. Halfway point. In order to deepen the connection between the reforged angel god sword and Qian Renxue, Lingtian deliberately poured the wrist with his own blood on the artifact, when the artifact was not formed, leaving his own belonging to his own artifact, leaving his own belonging to his own seal. It can greatly enhance the fit between the sword and the sword master. The magic sword raised by rhyme is also more aura. Although the blood raising sword is hard working, it is the most effective way. It can omit the time of a large number of swords raising. You can use thousands of snow in artifacts. Time passes slowly. Refining forging in Lingtian. Personally, the reconstruction of the angel divine sword is also carried out in an orderly manner. Nympho at the same time. Star Luo Empire. Although Lingtian and Qian Renxue refined the artifact on the top of the snowy mountains, the impact of the metal capital's peripheral killing is more than a month, and in just over a month, the Star Luo Empire has changed. Tremendous changes. The point is the battle between the royal family of the Star Luo Empire and the kill whole. Although Daimyo Bei's actions did not borrow the soul master of the killer, the VIP responsible for the Star Luo Empire always paid attention. So after the soul divisions led by Daimyo Bei fell in the soul beast forest, they were the first to master the Nusa Prince crossing Luo. Daimyo Bei, who was finally supported, died. It was really a snake and a surprise. Good form. As long as you follow the steps, you can easily sit on the throne. As a result, Daimyo Bei's self-righteous idiot was buried in one fell swoop. The point is that his life is gone. She even wants to dig out the urge to dig out Daimyo Bei. In fact, the VIP did do this, but this is just to be able to get out of breath. And it has no help to the current situation. Everything has happened, and now I can only find a way to remedy. If this news is returned to the Xingluo palace, you must know that there are more than one Daimyo Bei's blood on the blood of the Star Luo royal family. If the heir of the throne replace it again and again, they have all drifted in the water of the Star Luo Empire before killing the whole. Then this is unwilling to see this. No one is willing to give up the fat that has been received. So Daimyo Bei cannot die. They need a nominal emperor to help control the empire. In this way, their previous investment will not wasted. At least, before being the emperor, you can't die, but the paper cannot be covered. There is not much time left for them. It will definitely be too late to win over the new prince at this time. So, after hesitating for a moment, Sish made a decisive decision. He decided to promote Daimyo Bei, whom he had trained before, to the throne. It was the young man who was in charge of summons before. The appearance is very similar to Daimyo Bei, and the most important thing is that they also have double pupils. Originally, she wanted to wait for Daimyo Bei to ascend the throne, and then replace him step by step with this obedient substitute, and finally completely change the owner of the Star Luo Empire from the Star Luo royal family to the killing palace. But now the situation is urgent, and she can only let him go first. Catch the ducks, and put them on the shelf. Fortunately, I have already imitated Kakibaba during this period, so I will not make any mistakes if I pay attention. Make a decision here. The killing palace immediately started moving in the Star Luo Empire. The first thing is to find a suitable reason to explain the failure of this siege. 10 Soul Saints, 25 Contrast and a title Douluo. These people are the most elite soul masters in the Star Luo Empire. Many of them spent a lot of resources to recruit, but now their entire army was wiped out. Such a loss in the eyes has dealt an extremely heavy blow to the Star Luo Empire. Especially Netherworld Duke and Star Crown Douluo. The two top combat forces of the Star Luo Empire all fell, which can be said to be a disaster if he doesn't find a suitable reason. Even if Daimyo Bei's apostrophe disguise is flawless, his position as prince will still be unstable. But everything has two sides. Although the Star Luo Empire lost a large number of elite soul masters after this battle, at the same time, the Star Luo Empire, which had suffered heavy losses, no longer had any soul masters with the strength to hinder their steps to kill the palace. See, she has always been decisive. The next day, he took back Daimyo Bei directly to the Xingluo palace. to force him to pass on the throne. Although Emperor Xingluo was furious, but with no more weapons in his hands, he couldn't do anything about it. After some friendly exchanges, the throne was finally passed to the current daimyo Bei, and the old emperor retired behind the scenes to find a quiet place to retire, which was quite similar to Zhu Yi's loneliness. However, although the throne is stable, it is not completely over yet. Rather than being secretive and eventually being exposed by others, she chose to take the lead in spreading the news that Xingluo Soul Master's entire army had been destroyed. It just downplays daimyo Bei's role in it. Once the news spread, the whole country was shocked. However, after she suppressed him with ruthless measures, there was no trouble in the throne. In this way, although the process of inheriting the throne was bumpy, Sish finally got his wish and allowed Shadian to move into the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Emperor daimyo Bei sitting on the throne was just a puppet. Kill the palace and give him a throne. And all he has to do is obey orders. After 1 month of palace changes, the Xingluo Empire has gradually been controlled by the Killing Palace. This side of the Qian Dou Empire. Zhu Jin expressed satisfaction with Sish's decisive style. It was considered as a way for Yinhu and Shenlong, who had suffered heavy losses in the Qian Dou Empire, to regain a bit of face by killing the palace. At the same time, Haoshan sect was not idle either. After some investigation, we learned that Lingtian has not returned to the Qian Dou Empire yet. Now that the Xingluo Empire has been basically mastered, dealing with the Qian Dou Empire has to be put on the agenda, especially after hearing that his son died due to Lingtian. He became even more furious and asked to fight against Qian Dou. Someone wanted to take the lead, so Zhu Jin naturally agreed happily. If Shadian suffered a loss from Lingtian, he would first ask for some interest from the Qian Dou Empire. Immediately began to dispatch the senior management of Heo Xianzang and Killing Hall. After some discussions, the primary goal was finally set to the Qian Dou city, which was closest to this place. Nympho. The outside world is weird and the undercurrent is surging. It does not affect the land of the extreme north. Top Snow Mountain. The renovation of the Angel Divine Sword is also close to the end. The previous refining is similar to the Ice Sword, and the original materials of the sword body were first purified. The difference is that it is on the fusion material. The Bengai sword is that Lingtian's sword does not need to improve the degree of fit, so it can be integrated into the keel directly with the Heart of Ice and Snow. But the Angel Divine Sword belongs to the God of Angel. When integrated into the new sword bone, it is necessary to improve the degree of fit in a blood refining. Take. Apostrophe. A drop of sperm blood flows into the golden light. Although Qian Renxue showed a pathological paleness on the pretty face, she still raised Heo wrist, poured sperm blood from top to bottom to the fusion of the angel god sword, and the essence blood full of sacred atmosphere left her unique to her unique breath. But the sword is constantly trembling at this moment, and it will be able to complete the last step of integration soon. Sister Zhu here. Now, don't worry about Zaoshan, I can. Although Qian Renxue is difficult to hide his fatigue, his eyes are extremely firm. Even if she was in poor condition, she couldn't shake her determination to fuse the sword with sperm blood. Although Ling Xiangquan said that her state was close to perfect, since she decided to use essence and blood to refine the sword, it must be the best. This is the belief that Qian Zuxu developed from an early age. Hey, Lingtian sighed and then played Sister Zhu here, open mouth, hearing the words Qian Snow. Sakura's lips are slightly opened. Enter a sodium medicine cast by Lingtian into the abdomen. This is the elixir that he specifically refined to restore Qian blood in order to supplement it in the blooded sword. However, he estimated to make a mistake. The process of integration of sword bone is the Dragon King, which is smooth. But when the fireworks crystal is crystal, there is something wrong. Originally, I thought that the golden fireworks crystal could be melted successfully in about an hour. I did not expect that the quality of this fire crystal is surprisingly good. At least it takes double the time to completely integrate into the angel god sword. The role of Jin fireworks crystal is to promote the replacement of sword bones. Now that the melting speed is unable to keep up, it has led to the last step of the sword bone replacement process. It can only be extended. In order to make her sperm and blood fusion with the sword, Qian Renxue lasted for a day point. Although it has always been supplemented by Qian blood, I can't hold the sperm and blood that continues to pass, which has the persuasion before Lingtian point. I knew that he didn't tell him the way of blood melting at that time. Call with a deep breath. Lingtian concentrated the spirit of continuing to melt the fireworks of the fireworks. Fortunately, there are not many left parts of the gem fireworks crystal point. Lingtian calculated at the bottom of his heart point. The current state of Qian Renxue is not a matter of support for a quarter of an hour, but it will be supplemented by the sperm blood after this divine sword is re-refined. Mind point the ice blue fireworks rose point. The golden fireworks crystal exercises a strand of golden silk threads. Under the blue flame package, it is mixed with Qian Renxue's essence and blood, and then melted together, to promote the fusion of the Fire Dragon King soul and the sword point. Time flies. Jin fireworks crystal has also shrunk at the speed of visible to the naked eye point, but Qian Renxue's state became worse and worse, and the original smooth heir wrist trembled slightly. Point. Even if you keep replenishing Qian blood pills, it will be difficult to persist for such a long time. Point. The reason why Qian Renxue can persist until now is mainly due to her tenacious will and determination. Call. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth, her face already turning pale. Zen's head was slightly lowered, the green hair on his forehead was scattered, and drops of sweat slipped from his smooth forehead. Sweat had soaked her clothes, and the cold wind blew through them, and they clung to her skin, leaving her exquisite and convex curves vaguely visible. The feeling of exhaustion became stronger and stronger, but she continued to persevere. Almost successful, she can't fall short at this last moment. Qian Renxue clenched her slender fingers tightly and stared at the golden fireworks crystal, which was only the size of a soybean. Finally, the ever-shrinking golden flame crystal completely disappeared. Sister Zua, it's okay. Seeing this, Lingtian's eyes flashed with brilliance. The arm quickly waved and pulled the last ray of golden flame crystal energy into the light group. Now it has been completely refined by Lingtian's flames, mixed with Qian Renxue's blood and essence, and completely integrated into the sword bone. But the sound of the sword suddenly sounded, and dazzling golden light bloomed from the divine sword. It instantly illuminated the entire land of ice and snow, soaring into the sky, and was accompanied by hot holy energy. That was the aura that uniquely belonged to Qian Renxue. Artifact. The angel sword is about to be released. Succeeded. A smile appeared on Qian Renxue's pale face. But before she could say anything, she suddenly felt dizzy. Her body was swaying, and she was about to fall. Sister Zua. Fortunately, Lingtian had been paying attention to Qian Renxue's situation, and was there to support her in a flash. Ocean, divine sword, successful. Take me there. Qian Renxue leaned on Lingtian's shoulder. Even though she was extremely weak, she still managed to keep her spirits up. Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue with distressed eyes, nodded and led her to the light, saying, "You will decide the shape of this divine sword when you hold it. From now on, it will be an angel that only belongs to you." Excalibur. Hearing this, Qian Renxue reached out to hold the divine sword. But Lingtian raised his hand and held her arm. At the same time, the phoenix ring flashed with light, and a light blue pill appeared on the fingertips. "Open your mouth first and take this concentration pill, otherwise you won't be able to support it with your current energy." Qian Renxue tapped her head lightly, opened her mouth slightly, and swallowed the elixir. Sure enough, just as Lingtian said, as soon as a pill entered his stomach, his tiredness was immediately suppressed by it. "Is it okay now? Go ahead." Lingtian nodded and let go of Qian Renxue. With her current mental state, she could barely complete the final step of refining the divine sword. Although Lingtian felt very sorry for Qian Renxue's current state, and wished he could carry her back to the temple to rest now, he understood better what Qian Renxue was thinking, and she must complete this last step with her own hands. Call. Qian Renxue stepped forward and walked to the divine sword. Put on a smile. The golden light reflected Qian Renxue's pale and pretty face. As if sensing that Qian Renxue was its master, the light released by the divine sword became even more dazzling. But for Qian Renxue, it was very warm. Qian Renxue stood up straight and stretched out her jade palm. Before it could touch the light group, the golden light wrapped around her hand first. She closed her eyes and imagined the posture of her angelic sword in her mind. Chapter 497 Curious Baby, Qian Renxue. At the same time, the light on the divine sword rotates. A new angel sword is about to be born. I don't know how long it took. There was a sudden swipe sound. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with golden light, and the white wings behind her instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it was suspended on the top of the iceberg. A bright golden light burst out from his eyes, and at the same time Qian Renxue raised the divine sword in her hand. Bus, the angel divine sword erupted with a rapid sword sound, and at the same time, golden light burst out from the angel divine sword, and the dazzling light shot straight into the sky like the high hanging sun. Then there was another burst of sword sounds. This time it was that holy and bright brilliance. Immediately afterwards, the angel divine sword trembled again. The light spread to all directions, and circles of sacred light filled the earth. Celebrating its birth, or rebirth. The marks belonging to the god of angels have all been erased. At this moment, this divine sword only belongs to one person from the inside out, and that is Qian Renxue. He is the only one who can control the divine sword. The light slowly faded away. The form of the reborn angel sword was finally revealed. A golden sword like an angel's wings was suspended in the air. The divine sword is pure and pale golden in color. The silver white sword blade is like glass, exuding a faint holy light, as if it has its own intelligence. The hilt of the sword still looks like the wings of an angel spread out before, but there is a red crystal in the middle, and a ball of burning golden flame can be faintly seen in the center of the crystal core, which looks particularly magical. The wings are engraved with mysterious and complex fire dragon patterns, showing a golden red color, and looking particularly bright and dazzling. This is the new sword bone made from the soul bone of the fire dragon king. It is supplemented by various materials such as golden flame crystals and Qian Renxue's essence and blood. The angel sword that was re-refined together is an angel sword that truly belongs to Qian Renxue. At this moment, he was finally born on the top of the snow mountain. Qian Renxue held the angel sword and waved it gently toward the mountain peak not far away. He didn't use any soul power, just swung the sword casually, backward whoosh, aiming at the snow-capped mountains not far away. A gilded sword slashed out in response. The runes on the sword's body flashed with red light. The sword's power was like a rainbow, as if a fire dragon flew out and hit the mountain on the opposite side heavily. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the ground suddenly shook and there was an avalanche at the foot of the mountain. Avalanche. It should be Father God testing the power of the artifact. Stabilize yourself first, otherwise the spirit beasts below will suffer. After feeling the fluctuation, the two ice and snow emperors had an exchange and were about to take action to stop this ice and snow disaster. The sweeping ice and snow storm suddenly stopped halfway up the mountain. Then a cold wind hit, and the ice and snow solidified and the air dissipated instantly. The disaster disappeared in an instant without a trace. However, the ice and snow accumulated on the mountain for thousands of years have been dispersed by Lingtian to all parts of the far north, as worthy of God the Father. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor looked at each other. Their expressions relaxed a lot. Although they could have stopped the avalanche just now, what they could do was reduce the casualties of the soul beasts in the far north. The effect was certainly not as perfect as Lingtian's, as if it had never happened. My Lord's strength seems to be much better than last time. The Ice Emperor raised his head and couldn't help but sigh. Beggar, we have to speed up. We didn't help Father God before, so we can't hold him back this time. The Snow Emperor also looked at the towering snow peaks in front of him, and his cold voice revealed a hint of something. Very firm. Yes, Sister Snow Emperor, I will. Ice Emperor nodded his little head seriously. Don't always say you will, Snow Emperor raised his lush jade finger and poked Ice Emperor's smooth forehead with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Learn more from Ate and Xiaobei, and don't keep running towards me every day. Aren't I asking Father God for advice? The Ice Emperor held the Snow Emperor's jade arm nonchalantly and said with a smile, okay, after this is over, go and practice in seclusion. Father God has given us the method of soul beast cultivation. I don't believe that Xiaobei and Ate can understand it, but you can't. Snow Emperor flicked his fingers and said, I see, you just want to be lazy. I know. Sister Snow Emperor. The Ice Emperor, whose thoughts were exposed, smiled coquettishly, shook the Snow Emperor's arm, and said seriously, "I will practice hard when I get back. After all, I can't go back without seeing Father God, right, you Snow?" Emperor smiled helplessly and said no more. At the same time, on the top of the snow-capped mountain, seeing the power of the sword, Qian Renxue nodded with satisfaction. You must know that this is just a casual blow from the angel's sword. If she added the soul power of the title Douluo, I'm afraid half of the mountain would be cut off with this sword strike. It was similar to Lingtian's sword at that time. But just when Qian Renxue was preparing to solve the avalanche disaster, the power of the condensing pill had expired, and a strong sense of fatigue kept coming, making it difficult to concentrate on performing any soul skills. But fortunately she is not alone. Seeing Qian Renxue's predicament, Lingtian took action immediately. With just a slight wave of his hand, what was originally an avalanche disaster was easily resolved with just a few gestures. The fire dragon formed by the sword force also dissipated. See, this is smile appeared on Qian Renxue's weak face. She put away the angel sword with confidence, and with a thought in her mind, the divine sword lit up with a bright golden light, and then the light spread out into dots of light, and finally reintegrated into the angel mark between the eyebrows, quietly suspended in the space of the sea of consciousness. Holy, bright, and hot, the three ultimate energies come together. Energy ripples were formed and spread around, truly integrating into this space unlike before. Outside world. Done all this, Qian Renxue, who was already weak, became even more exhausted. His face was extremely pale, and the wings behind him, whose soul power was condensed, flickered on and off, causing his body to stagger, as if he was about to fall down from mid-air at any time. Fortunately, he successfully carried Qian Renxue to the ground. But the body was shaking from left to right, and it wasn't much better. Seeing this, Lingtian felt even more distressed. He quickly took 2 steps forward, held Qian Renxue's delicate body in his arms. Normally, I would have been distracted, but now, I only feel distressed and worried about this stubborn, silly girl. Feeling the support from Lingtian's shoulders, the drowsy Qian Renxue raised her head and forced a smile. Although her face was frighteningly white, she still cheered up and opened her mouth slightly to Lingtian's ear. "Ocean, I succeeded. Well, Sister Zua is the best. I know you will succeed." Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue with distressed eyes, took out an elixir from the ring again, and carefully fed it into Qian Renxue's mouth. "Sister Zua, have a good rest." The sound of Qian Renxue is like mosquitoes and flies in Lingtian's arms. She felt extremely relaxed. The elixir also relieved her tense emotions, and her frown slowly relaxed. This time she was not fighting against fatigue, but slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep with peace of mind. After completing all the steps of refining the angel sword, a slight smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "If I had known better, I wouldn't have told you about blood refining." Looking at Qian Renxue, who had fallen asleep in his arms, Lingtian sighed softly and turned to look at his scabbed wrist, his eyes full of heartache. A blue light flashed on the phoenix ring, and Lingtian took out a bottle of medicinal powder for healing wounds. He first carefully opened the scab on the wound, and then spat the medicinal powder evenly on the wound on Heir's wrist. During the process, Qian Renxue seemed to feel something, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. But Lingtian didn't stop. Because only in this way can the medicine be easily absorbed, and the wound on Heir's wrist will not leave scars soon. The wound produced granulations at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to heal. Seeing this, Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, took out the prepared bandage again, mixed the prepared potion, and bandaged his wrist. At this point, the injury on the wrist has been treated. And the essence and blood lost in sword refining. The higher the level of the soul master, the harder it is to replenish the blood and essence in the body, and the effect of the elixir will also be weakened. Even Lingtian, who is proficient in pharmacology, will need 3 or 4 days to recover. It's not his own fault at all. Who would have thought that it would take so long to work on the golden flame crystal? However, although the amount of essence and blood loss was too much, the benefits also made the angel divine sword and Qian Renxue more compatible. It can also be said that there are gains and losses. Have a good sleep. Lingtian stared at the person in his arms and smiled helplessly. There was really nothing he could do about this stubborn character. He immediately bowed his head and left a gentle kiss on Qian Renxue's smooth forehead point with a swish sound. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, and Lingtian held Qian Renxue in his arms and disappeared in a flash of light. Soon an icy blue figure swept across the sky, and Lingtian, holding Qian Renxue in his arms, appeared in front of the eagerly awaiting Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. Father, God succeeded. Lingtian nodded, looked at the weak beauty in his arms with concern, and said softly, I will take Sister Zua down to nurse her back to health first. Xiaoxu, please collect the medicinal materials here for me, and collect them as soon as possible. If it's not available in the far north, go to Qianling City and hand it over to Chen Yu. Well, Father God, don't worry. Hearing this, Snow Emperor Zen nodded lightly and immediately looked at Ice Emperor. Binger, you also come with me, Sister Zudi. You can handle this little thing by yourself. No, Sister Zudi. I still want to talk to Father God. Hey, don't pull my hair. I'll go with you. Why don't you just go with me? Hurry up you. In the end, despite the Ice Emperor's reasonable arguments, his arms could not twist his thigh, and he was dragged away by the Snow Emperor unwillingly. Hey, looking at the two people walking away, Lingtian smiled helplessly. But with a character like the Ice Emperor, only the Snow Emperor can grasp it. Then he looked back. Carrying Qian Renxue back to the Ice Temple. The Zuanbing bed has the function of stabilizing the soul, and Qian Renxue's current state is perfect for using it. After settling Qian Renxue, Lingtian came to the alchemy room. Fortunately, I had collected a 1,000-year-old blood jade ginseng from Binghuo Liangai before, which contained rich blood energy. The elixir made into it should be able to make up for Qian Renxue's shortfall this time. Time flies. After a week of recovery. Qian Renxue's energy have almost recovered, and her pale face has finally returned to ruddy color. However, the amount of essence and blood flowing out of her body this time was too much, and even with the help of elixirs, she could only recover to 80%. The remaining 20% can only be nursed back to health slowly, and the elixir can no longer play a big role. Simply Lingtian was ready to take Qian Renxue back to Qian Dou City. Anyway, recovery takes time. Now that I want to return to Qian Dou City, Qianling City is the place I must pass through. In addition to bringing Sister Chenzi with me, the more important thing is the teleportation array. Don't forget, Lingtian had a teleportation array leading to Qian Dou City and the City Lord's mansion. At that time, he relied on the convenience of the teleportation array to rush back to Qian Dou City in time and save Qian Renxue from overturning the Qian Dou Palace. The speed of the teleportation array can save a lot of time. There is no need to think about the past, where the Soul Master can only rely on carriages to survive and travel by himself. At least nearly a month of time is wasted on the road back and forth. But Qian Renxue was also very interested in this magical teleportation array. Soon. Qianling City, City Lord's mansion. After chatting with Chen Yu for a while, Lingtian and the others came to prepare to return to Qian Dou City. Return to the City Lord's palace. Lingtian began to play with his stones, preparing to activate the teleportation array. In order to prevent unexpected situations from happening in the teleportation array, Lingtian added something small to the teleportation array, so that the teleportation stones would be disrupted after each transmission point. Only by rearranging them in order can you continue to use the teleportation array. Regarding the arrangement of several teleportation stones, currently only Qian Renxue, Chenzi and Chen Yu know. Others don't even know what the teleportation array is. This also includes the Snow Star couple. The main reason is that they have been in Qian Dou City and cannot use the teleportation array. When Lingtian adjusts the arrangement of the teleportation stones, Qian Renxue, who was full of curiosity about the teleportation array, held Chenzi's jade arm. Her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity, and she asked questions about the teleportation array, as if she was full of interest in the teleportation array. Sister Chenzi, is the teleportation array really that fast? Yes, very soon. Chenzi nodded seriously and recalled, we returned to Qian Dou City in less than a quarter of an hour. How did you come back then? Just walking with the Lord, and in the blink of an eye you will be in Qian Dou City. How does it feel, Chen? Z and Qian Renxue had a good relationship, and they soon started chatting about the teleportation array point. A few minutes later, phew, it's finally better. Lingtian patted the dust on his hands, then turned around and greeted, Sister Chenzi, Sister Zua, you two come over. The teleportation array has been adjusted, and we can return to Qian Dou City now. Hearing this, the two men stepped forward in response. Looking at the pile of stones placed on the formation in front of her, Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian in confusion. Sister Zua, you'll find out when you come in. Lingtian smiled slightly and stretched out his right hand towards Qian Renxue. Although Qian Renxue was confused, she still took 2 steps forward and held Lingtian's palm and quickly walked into the magic circle together. Chapter 498 The Golden Dragon King Martial Soul. Seeing this, Chenzi's lips lit up with a smile, and she followed behind the two of them. Although the teleportation array is not big, it is not small either. It is more than enough to hold 3 people. Then, what? Close your eyes. It's about to begin. Ocean, you, here we go. Before Qian Renxue finished speaking, Lingtian had already embraced her. At the same time, the teleportation array was activated, and a white light lit up, followed by a strong airflow. The next moment, the 3 figures disappeared. When the white light dissipated, the stones on the ground, that had been rearranged by Lingtian, became chaotic again, piled up in a disorderly manner, which just covered up the formation carved below. As the 3 people left, the city lord's mansion once again returned to its former peace. Qian Dou City, Prince's Mansion. Lingtian and Qian Renxue returned to Qian Dou City, and they were happiest than Zoo crossing. During this period, he worked hard every day to deal with the affairs of the Qian Dou Empire. The high-intensity work day after day made him lose weight. When Lingtian saw his father for the first time, he couldn't help but laugh. However, Zhuxing was still too happy too early. Because Qian Renxue's body has not fully recovered, these government affairs are simply left to Zhuxing. After Qian Renxue fully recovers, she can reorganize the government affairs. Besides, she has been gone for 2 or 3 months anyway, so it is not bad to continue. A few more months. Lingtian's original words were as follows: Dad, you have been in charge of the country for so long, not more than a month or 2. At the same time, he also hinted at Zhuxing's grandson and granddaughter, overtly and covertly. Although Zhu Crossing's face was full of resentment about this, but for the sake of her little grandson, her granddaughter can only continue to take over the hard work of supervising the country. Lingtian and Qian Renxue, on the other hand, skipped work openly and took some time off from work in the small garden built in the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion. I go to see Ningyu from time to time, and the whole family is happy. Only Snowstar's injured world is perfectly achieved. Lingtian and Qian Renxue's current strength does not require the protection of Chengxi, so Lingtian also gave her a holiday to wander around Qian Dou City, and maybe she could meet her true destiny. Anyway, letting Chenzi go out was definitely not because she was in the prince's mansion, because she was in the way. Lingtian is all for Chenzi's personal happiness. At night, the courtyard of the prince's mansion. Lingtian leaned in front of the pavilion, holding a piece of candied horse in his mouth, and raised his head to look at the night sky. The twinkling stars set off the brightness of the moonlight. I squinted my eyes slightly and felt the clear light falling from the starry sky. My whole mood seemed to have been washed, and I suddenly felt peaceful. I just don't know what the scene is like hidden under this sky. Thinking of this, Lingtian's face became more solemn. The gap between Douluo continent and the god realm is really huge. Even though he is going smoothly now, and is close to being invincible, a first level god in the god realm is still a first level god, and he is still not enough in front of the Shura god. When you become a god this time, you can't just become the ice god. The Golden Dragon King's original proposal for creating a god can now be tried with his current strength. The remaining 7 soul rings of the second martial soul have been vacant for so long, and now is the time to completely fill them. Otherwise, the position of Ice God is no match for Shura, Silver Dragon King. Thinking of this, Lingtian recalled the agreement he made with the Silver Dragon King. Now that he has reached the limit of human beings in this life, and has not used the dragon scale in the process, he has reached the original agreement, and it is time to go to the Stardew Forest To complete the old idea point, I just don't know how the Silver Dragon King will choose point. This is a problem that troubles Lingtian the most. Hey, Lingtian could only sigh helplessly at this, feeling a little depressed point. He couldn't figure out what the Silver Dragon King was thinking, so he could only hope that Leogu had really convinced her back then. Otherwise the remaining 7 soul rings would have to be made up of a few 100,000-year soul beasts. He had always had a premonition in his heart point. I always feel like something big is about to happen, and I'm full of urgency point. Head underground point. Looking at the candied horse in my hand, I suddenly felt uninteresting point. My favorite candied horse on a stick no longer tastes good. He sighed, gulped down the hawthorns on top, and threw the sticks into the pile of bamboo sticks at his feet. Ocean. At some point, a familiar voice came from behind point. Hearing the sound, Lingtian put away the solemn look on his face, turned his head, and put on a smile point. Under the moonlight point, Qian Renxue took off the golden palace attire she usually wore, and put on a long skirt like snow. Her long bright golden hair flowed down around her waist like a waterfall, and her jade-like skin glowed point crystal clear in color. With a smile on his face, those clear eyes reflected the young man in white in front of him point. Lingtian's macro expressions are well hidden point, but in front of Qian Renxue, a professional actor who has been undercover in the Qian Dou Empire for more than 10 years, she was full of flaws. However, even though she noticed the change in Lingtian's mood, Qian Renxue continued to smile and showed off her clothes in front of Lingtian point. It's like I didn't see anything. How about this dress that Aunt Ning made for me? Isn't it beautiful? Well, it looks good. Lingtian smiled gently and nodded point. Hearing this, Qian Renxue smiled as brightly as a flower. I wonder, this beautiful young lady, can I invite you to dance with me? Lingtian suddenly had a thought in his mind. He walked up to Qian Renxue with a smile and held out his right hand, making the gesture of an aristocratic invitation to dance. Your Majesty gives you a warm invitation. How dare this little girl refuse? Hearing this, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes smiled, and he placed his hand on Lingtian's palm point. Lingtian smiled slightly point. With a gentle force of his right hand, he pulled Qian Renxue into his arms, and his left arm wrapped around her slender waist, hugging her gently. Then, how about I'll let you sleep with me tonight? Lingtian smiled slightly and said teasingly, it's not impossible. Qian Renxue smiled slyly, put her arm around Lingtian's neck, and blew lightly, but this depends on your Majesty's strength. I don't know if your Majesty's dancing skills have improved during the time he was studying at Yuxia, and you won't be disappointed. Then, let's get started. Qian Renxue smiled slightly and looked at Lingtian provocatively point, but the moist eyes in Lingtian's eyes are indeed extremely attractive. Lingtian took a deep breath to suppress the restlessness in his heart point. At the same time, with a gentle wave of his hand, a piece of dance music floated, and the music intertwined into a cheerful symphony in the night sky, fluttering in the courtyard in the night wind point. At the same time, the bodies of Lingtian and Qian Renxue danced along with the music point. Spin, jump, non-stop. Their dance steps are in perfect harmony, just like they have been dancing partners for decades. They are both so elegant, so beautiful, so moving, but in fact this is only their 3rd time dancing point. Lingtian and Qian Renxue danced together 3 times in total point. The first time was at the Qian Dou Palace to participate in the grand ceremony of crowning the king point. Lingtian, a beginner, was still driven by Qian Renxue to dance point. The second time was at Lingtian Yuxian's graduation party, where Qian Renxue danced with Lingtian as a special guest point. Although there are still some shortcomings, Lingtian has mastered dance skills skillfully point. The 3rd time is now point. He has been able to fit in perfectly with Qian Renxue point. The two of them were like smart musical notes, sometimes sticking close to each other and sometimes separated, jumping happily in the night sky point. Under the moonlight point, the shadows of Lingtian and Qian Renxue intertwined, and their dance steps were graceful and graceful, just like gods descending to earth point. Although there is no audience for such a beautiful picture, the flowers, plants and trees in the courtyard are not to be outdone, scattering petals and leaves to accompany it point. Another short break point. Lingtian and Qian Renxue looked at each other, their eyes filled with endless charm point. When I saw this, I was instantly stunned. Ocean, you're too slow again. Continue. Lingtian came back to his senses, smiled apologetically, and continued to join Qian Renxue in the music. After a long time, a movement stops the two people dancing in the courtyard also finished the last dance step. But even though the music had ended, the two of them were still hugging each other. Their eyes met, showing deep affection. Sister Zua, do you think my dancing skills have improved? Lingtian approached Qian Renxue and smiled slightly. Just make a living. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed, and she said with a smile, then, your request is too much, Sister Zua. Lingtian smiled helplessly and was about to complain when a sly smile appeared on Qian Renxue's lips. The next moment, she suddenly stood up on her tiptoes, hooked her hands around Lingtian's neck, and pressed her red lips lightly against it. But the stunned Lingtian just instinctively hugged her slender waist with both hands. What happened? What happened? When did Sister Zua become so proactive? But this is not what should be considered now. The body's instinctive reaction has already taken over the body. After a while, Qian Renxue, who was the first to attack, had a ruddy complexion and her body had already gone limp and collapsed in Lingtian's arms. Lingtian shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, hey, people are really addicted to food. A wicked smile appeared on Lingtian's lips, and he asked, how do you feel, Sister Zua? You know how to bully me? Qian Renxue lay on Lingtian's chest and rolled her eyes in annoyance. It's not my fault, it was you, Sister Zua, who took the initiative. Lingtian reminded. Qian Renxue punched her chest hard, glared at Lingtian with her phoenix eyes, and then said confidently, although I kissed you first, I didn't let you kiss me, Sister Zua. Do you have? Why not? Then don't think about it anymore. No, Sister Zua, I was wrong. Everything you said is right. Snort. Qian Renxue let out a squeak and looked away. You happy, Sister Zua? Before Lingtian could finish speaking, Qian Renxue suddenly turned around and asked softly, Ziotian, are you worried about anything recently? Me? What do I have to worry about? Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Ziotian, you can't hide it from me. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian, her beautiful eyes full of seriousness, and said with a firm tone, ever since you came back from Qianling City, I have felt that you have something on your mind. Ziotian, we don't distinguish between each other. If there is anything we don't want to do, everyone is holding it in their heart. As she spoke, Qian Renxue stretched out her jade hand and caressed Lingtian's face. Her eyes filled with concern. She felt that Lingtian's mood was not right, so she took advantage of today to speak out. After a moment of silence, Lingtian smiled bitterly. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm just going to go to the Dou forest after you've almost recovered. You also know that I have twin martial souls. The Golden Dragon King's martial soul cannot produce soul rings like Bingji. Now that I have broken through to title Douluo, it is time to fill in the 7 vacant soul rings of the second martial soul, and you can't just find some soul beasts to replenish them. As he spoke, Lingtian's body emitted golden light, accompanied by dragon power. Then 3 bright soul rings of ice blue, golden red, and golden blue floated up and down around Lingtian's body. What a strong pressure! Qian Renxue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on the 3 soul rings. The quality of these 3 soul rings is absolutely very high. She has also absorbed soul rings that are more than 100,000 years old, but they are far less than the pressure these 3 soul rings have brought to her. Especially the golden red soul ring among them gave her a familiar feeling, just like facing the re-refined angel sword. Suddenly, Qian Renxue thought of something. His eyes widened for a moment, and he asked in disbelief, aren't Ziotian and the others all gods? Lingtian nodded and said softly, Ice Phoenix, Fire Dragon King, Ice Dragon King. They all come from the once god level beasts. Compared with the name of Soul Ring, God Ring is more appropriate. I have some enemies in the god realm, and the ice god's power is not enough to deal with them, so the second martial spirit is the top priority. Now that Qian Renxue is about to become a god, some things can be basically told. There was a long silence. Qian Renxue suddenly threw herself into Lingtian's arms, put her head close to Lingtian's chest, and said very seriously, Ziotian, I may not be able to help you much now, but I'm willing to work with you, no matter what. Face. Lingtian was slightly startled and gently hugged Qian Renxue. It's agreed. Qian Renxue can understand Lingtian's urgent mood now, and she has a clearer idea of what he needs now. That night, the two of them held candles and talked. The depression and worry in Lingtian's heart were finally soothed by Qian Renxue. The next day. Early in the morning, Lingtian got on the carriage and headed to the Star Forest. The person responsible for driving is naturally the royal coachman of the prince's mansion. Zuling. Originally, Lingtian wanted to wait for Qian Renxue to recover before going to the Star Forest. But last night, Qian Renxue persuaded him to decide to set foot on the Star Forest. Qian Renxue stayed in the Qian Dou Empire, waiting for the good news from Lingtian. By the way, I also helped my poor old father Zhu crossing with government affairs. She's back anyway, so I feel bad if she doesn't help. As for the morning light, it also stayed in Qian Dou. With Lingtian's current strength, even one person is enough for the core circle of the Star Dou Forest. Chapter 499 Qian, compare with 1. Originally, he wanted to fly over directly. But considering his lost system and previous performances in the end, at the strong request of Qian Renxue and Chenzi, Zuling drove the carriage to take Lingtian to the Star Forest. Although the speed would be a day or two slower, at least there would be no problem with the direction. If Lingtian is allowed to go by himself. Heir last events in Soul Fighting City and the last Metal City proved Lingtian's innate talent in getting lost. After all, few people can go the wrong way with a map. In the entire Douluo continent, there is probably only the far north where he will not get lost. The Star Dou Forest is neither far nor close to Qian Dou City. With the foot power of the Gale Horse, which is comparable to the agility attack Soul Emperor, it takes about 4 days to reach the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. There were no delays along the way. Finally, at noon on the third day, we arrived at the last small town before the Star Forest. It takes almost an hour to reach the boundary of the Star Forest. Zuling, His Majesty, in the carriage, Lingtian put down the silver dragon scale in his hand and said in a calm tone, "You can go back after we arrive at the border of the Star Dou Forest, Your Majesty." The young lady said, "I don't have to stay in the Star Forest for long this time. When I get back, just say it was me." Although Lingtian's tone was clean, it contained an undoubted majesty. "My subordinate understands." Zuling nodded in response and said nothing more. As an old man in the prince's mansion, he knows when to speak and when not to speak. Lingtian nodded slightly with satisfaction, suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Zuling, how long have you been staying in the prince's mansion?" "Back to your majesty. I was recruited into the palace by the young lady later. I have been working for the prince's palace for 10 years now," Zuling replied respectfully while driving the car. 10 years, not bad, but quite loyal, Lingtian murmured a few times and said no more. When Zuling saw this, she would not take the initiative to talk to him and concentrated on driving the carriage. After chatting for a few words, my thoughts returned to the present. He doesn't have much contact with the Silver Dragon King, and he doesn't know whether this trip to the Star Dou Forest will go smoothly. If you, Leo Gu, were still here, wouldn't it be easier to talk about it? You guys are quite happy thinking of this. Lingtian sighed helplessly and immediately took out another candied horse of sugar horse from the phoenix ring and ate it as a snack while thinking. At the same time. The core circle of the Star Forest, the bottom of the Lake of Life. The Silver Dragon King, who was still recovering from his injuries, felt something. He opened his lavender eyes, stared at the silver white light curtain in front of him, and murmured in a low voice, "The breath of scales, is that guy coming?" Then, a flash of doubt flashed in Silver Dragon King's purple eyes. "There's something strange about her. It's been less than 5 years since the last time Ice God left. Why is this guy here again? Has the original agreement been fulfilled?" Wrong. Although she is not a human being, she also understands the speed of Soul Master's cultivation. In 5 years, no matter how talented you are, it is basically impossible to become a demigod. So what is he here for? Could it be that you find it difficult to achieve and want to change the conditions? After Thinking for a moment, Silver Dragon King still couldn't figure it out. He shook his huge dragon head irritably, and his claws hit the ground with a bang sound. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Won't it be clearer if you bring people here? Thinking of this, the Silver Dragon King raised his hand and grabbed it with his dragon claws in front of him. The space in front of him instantly tore open a crack, and soon a black figure emerged from the space. He was stunned for a moment, and then quickly and respectfully half knelt in front of the Silver Dragon King. My lord, the ice god is here. Bring him here. Yes. Immediately, Qian surrendered and re-entered the crack. Then the Silver Dragon King waved his dragon claw again, and the space crack that was torn in front of him closed again. The Silver Dragon King also closed his eyes and prepared to have a rest for a while. The green crystals on the ground emitted little bits of fluorescence, turning into wisps of pure life energy and pouring into the Silver Dragon King's body. An hour later, Zuzu Ling pulled the reins and controlled the carriage to stop smoothly on the outskirts of the Star Forest. Inside the carriage. Feeling the sensation, Lingtian also put away the silver white shining dragon scales and at the same time swallowed the last hawthorn on the bamboo stick. Lingtian has not been idle these days in the prince's mansion. Collected a large amount of hawthorn and various high quality honeys to make candied haws. Even though some of it was taken away by Qian Renxue and Chenzi, there are still 2 cubes of candied haws of various flavors in Fengji. His Majesty. After the carriage stopped, Zuling turned over and dismounted. Then he respectfully opened the curtain for Lingtian and said, according to your instructions, we have arrived at the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. Lingtian nodded slightly and already stepped out of the carriage. Look around. The Star Forest is still the same as before. There are no big changes. It stands to reason that she should be able to sense it, right? Thinking of the Silver Dragon scales, Lingtian murmured. At the same time, Zuling did not forget Lingtian's previous instructions and respectfully asked for permission. Your Majesty, this subordinate has resigned. Wait a moment. Lingtian suddenly thought of something again and called Zuling to stop. His Majesty. Lingtian looked Zuling up and down and asked, your soul power is still with the Soul Emperor, right? Zu Ling nodded awkwardly and said mockingly, my subordinate's talent is limited. Since I broke through to level 65 2 years ago, my soul power has not changed at all. Thank you, your Majesty. What are you doing? Zuling subconsciously stretched out her hand to catch the small medicine bottle thrown by Lingtian. Looking at the hard work you have done in the prince's mansion these years, this should be considered a reward for you. Lingtian paused for a moment and explained, the pills here can help you successfully break through to Soul Saint. If you are lucky, you may have the opportunity to reach Soul Douluo or even further in the future. As for how you can finally get there, it all depends on your luck. Soul Saint. Hearing this, Zuling was startled at first. The next moment, he stared at the small unattractive medicine bottle in his hand with wide eyes, and his hands couldn't stop trembling. Soul Saint. That is Soul Saint. The purpose of a Soul Master's training in this life is to achieve a breakthrough in soul power. Originally, he had thought that he would never have the chance to break through to the Soul Saint. Unexpectedly, just when he gave up, His Majesty gave him the opportunity to break through. Such a great kindness is beyond words. Subordinate, thank you, Your Majesty. Zuling's eyes were red, and she kowtowed to Lingtian to thank her. Just keep doing your job. Lingtian didn't give him this elixir for any purpose, such as winning people's hearts. I just simply wanted to help him. Because since Lingtian entered the prince's mansion, Zuling has been the attendant who appeared most frequently in front of him. She also helped him a lot when she was young. Now, just helping him once can be regarded as a peck and a drink. My subordinate understands. Zuling's voice was a little choked. For a man in his 40s, the excitement in his heart at this moment is indescribable. Go back. Lingtian gently patted Zuling's shoulder, then turned around and walked into the Star Forest. Subordinate, I swear to be loyal to Your Majesty to the death, until Lingtian's figure disappeared from sight. Zuling slowly stood up from the ground, as if she had found a treasure, holding the small porcelain bottle containing the hope of breakthrough in both hands, as if she was afraid that it would disappear from her eyes in the next second. Enter the star forest. Lingtian directly showed some coercion, and the surrounding soul beasts that were about to move fled one after another. Instinct fear prevented them from causing trouble. These spirit beasts did not provoke him, and he did not take the initiative to get into trouble. Just right here, after walking for a while, he saw that most of the spirit beasts around him were over 10,000 years old. When he was deep into the star forest, Lingtian stopped and took out the scales of the Silver Dragon King as coordinates. This way everything is foolproof. As long as the people sent by the Silver Dragon King are not fools, they will definitely be able to find their location. Immediately, Lingtian found a place to sit down. I took out a few candied haws from the phoenix ring and prepared to eat them while waiting. Less than 5 minutes before Lingtian finished eating a candied haws, a black figure appeared beside him, under the ice temple. Dishan, I guess it's you. Lingtian nodded without any surprise, then put the candied haws in his hand into the phoenix ring, then clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect you to be quite fast. Let's go. The Lord's command cannot be ignored. It's still the same under the ice temple. Let me give you a ride. Dishan replied and prepared to take Lingtian to the lake of life as before. In the eyes of the soul beast, 3 to 5 years is just a blink of an eye. Although human beings have made rapid progress, even the reincarnation of the ice god has limited improvement in such a short period of time, and his strength is definitely no match for him. Naturally, he would be the one carrying it, and the speed would be faster. No need to bother. Lingtian shook his head and summoned his ice phoenix wings. Just lead the way. I can keep up with your speed, please. After hearing this, Emperor Qian didn't say much. Revealing his black dragon form, he spread his wings and caused a wave to roll and rise into the sky. Fly to the lake of life in the distance. See the situation. Lingtian also spread his ice phoenix wings and followed slowly behind him. Blue light flowed on the crystal-like wings, and each wave brought a faint chill to his forehead. He always maintained a position of about 5 meters away from Dishan. Qian has also been observing the situation behind him. Seeing that Lingtian could keep up with his speed, he felt slightly surprised and curious at the same time. I had the idea of trying it out and immediately began to secretly increase my speed. I want to see if he can keep up this time. Whoosh. As soon as Qian accelerated, the distance between the two sides immediately widened. Lingtian, who had been following behind him, naturally noticed the change in speed. He was slightly startled at first, and then quickly thought of the reason why Dishan did this, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I want to compare speed, then let's have a good competition. Lingtian murmured in a low voice, and the next moment, a blue light flashed on his wings. The speed was also increased, and soon the distance was shortened to the same as before. See the situation. Qian immediately became interested and suddenly doubled his speed, once again widening the distance between the two. Lingtian behind him quickly caught up with him and continued to maintain a distance of 5 meters. Come down several times. Looking at Lingtian, who was still maintaining his position, Dishan was even more surprised. He must know that his speed had increased several times while going back and forth, and Lingtian's current state still seemed to be able to handle it with ease. It seems that the current speed is not his limit. Suddenly, as a descendant of the dragon god who has been practicing for hundreds of thousands of years, he can't be faster than a human boy, right? Just like this, Dishan's competitive spirit was also aroused. The emotion of competing suddenly arose. Immediately, a pair of dark dragon wings behind him completely stretched out, and its speed doubled again. This time, the speed directly broke through the sound barrier, and the strong airflow triggered bursts of sonic booms. Looking at the scene passing by quickly below him, he thought to himself that Lingtian couldn't keep up with him, right? Immediately, Dishan was ready to slow down. The ice god was a guest invited by their master, so it was enough to have a test, so naturally they couldn't really be still halfway there. But before he could slow down, an ice blue figure appeared beside him. The familiar face is none other than Lingtian. Ah, you following me? This time Dishan was really surprised by Lingtian's speed. The speed is pretty good. Let's move our hands and feet. Lingtian smiled calmly and put his hands behind his back. Even now, he still looked at ease. After hearing this, Dishan looked at Lingtian with a different look. Is this speed just good? He thought to himself, what kind of monster is this guy? You must know that this kind of speed is not something that ordinary soul masters can achieve. Just the pressure exerted on the body by flying alone is unbearable for an average 10,000-year-old soul beast. How did this guy do it? At the same time, Lingtian looked down at the ground and happened to see a lake in front of him. Wisps of pure life energy continue to spread to the surroundings, and the surrounding trees and vegetation are much more lush than other places. That's the lake of life, right? Thank you for taking care of me when I had to go to school for that period of time. I'm just following the Lord's orders. Dishan took a deep breath, glanced at Lingtian one last time, and then fluttered his wings and flew towards the lake of life. It's just that the speed has returned to normal compared to before. Although he really wanted to compete with Lingtian, he understood that the master was the most important. He couldn't turn a deaf ear to the orders of the Silver Dragon King just to compete with Lingtian in terms of speed. Right. Don't forget that the Lord is waiting below. This idea can only be given up for the time being. Lingtian also smiled indifferently and followed behind him at the same distance. Soon the two landed on the shore of the lake of life. Dishan also transformed back into human form, the image of a young man in black, while feeling the aura of Emperor Qian. The azure bull python poked its head out of the lake, and at the same time the titan ape also ran out of the jungle. The two of them lowered their heads respectfully and said, I have met Lord Dishan. That young man again. A trace of surprise flashed in azure bull python's eyes. Where did this human come from? Why could he frequently visit the lake of life? Every time, he was sent off by Lord Dishan. Chapter 500 Soul Beast Cemetery, the place where bones are buried. Drive by curiosity, he observed again. Suddenly, he looked slightly. It seems that it feels a certain familiar atmosphere in Lingtian. At the same time, the titan giant ape also felt it. He raised his head and looked at Lingtian's huge eyes. When he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the eyes of the blue bull python. Although the small movements of the two beasts are not obvious, they can't escape the induction of Lingtian and Emperor Qian. Interesting, Lingtian didn't speak, but just looked at Emperor. Take care of your eyes, Emperor. Qian hummed coldly and warned seriously. This position is not your two understand. The two quickly lowered their heads, and they dared not to surpass any more. Emperor Qian slightly headed. Rotating into the depths of the lake with Lingtian, he soon disappeared in front of the two soul beasts. The titan giant ape looked at Lingtian's leaving direction, turning his head a little uncertain. Big brother, I feel that the human body seems to be stained with the atmosphere of the little dancer. I also feel the Qian King Bull Python hesitated for a moment, and Shen Sheng said, brother, will the little dancer encounter danger? Hearing the words, the titan giant ape immediately became irritable, and his eyes were full of worry. I'm going to catch that human's back now. Speaking of the titan giant ape, it is about to rush into the lake of life. You don't want to live. The Qian King Bull Python directly threw a tail of the titan giant ape and drank it sharply. Stupid, but that human beings are accompanied by Emperor Heaven. Can you compare with him? Then, don't you care about the little dancer? If there was no Titan's giant ape sat down on the ground and said unwillingly, shut up. Who said I don't care? The big eyes of Qian King Bull Python stared at him and said quietly, we still have a chance when the humans come out, but some emperors are. Be careful. I see. No one can move the little dancer. The Qian King Bull Python stared at the bottom of the lake, and there was a hint of coldness and tyrannical in the eyes of Qian King Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Defeating is the order of Emperor Qian, and it is not important to the little dance. At the time, the Titan Giant Ape rushed to seize Wu. Nymphozoon. Through the space channel, finally came to the Yin Lang King. The Silver Dragon King still maintains the bodice pillaration on the high platform. In addition to the stronger than before, it is no more obvious difference between the two meetings and the previous 2 point, but nearly 100 feet of dragons. No matter how many times, it looks like a visual impact. Lord, Ice God has brought it. Emperor. Heaven kneeling on one knee, and a respectful gift. Well, let's go down first. Yes, when Qian nodded and exited the space point at this time. The Silver Dragon King raised the head of the dragon, and the purple eyes noted that Lingtian. The pleasant female voice rang. Ice God, what are you coming to me this time? His Royal Highness of the Dragon. Lingtian arched his hand slightly and asked, is our original agreement still valid? Of course effective. What about the strength of the Silver Dragon King now? As soon as the words fell, the spiritual soul power broke out in an instant. The Ice God mode, the Ice God armor, the Ice Sword emerged, and the extremely cold force spread quickly around the surroundings. Instantly, the entire space was hung with a layer of frost. 9 ice blue half-god rings floated up and down in front of him, far beyond the momentum of the tidal Douluo. The ice blue field is unprecedentedly released. Even if it is powerful as the Silver Dragon King, I feel a cold at this moment. 3 years. 9 soul ring. This power is infinitely close to the deity. The Qian King stood up from the altar and looked at Lingtian. A shock appeared in the beautiful eyes. What does the Silver Dragon think? Lingtian smiled slightly, and the force of waved frost gathered again. The Silver Dragon King took a deep breath and asked Shensheng, Ice God, how did you do it? I left a divine power just to help me skip the stage of the title Douluo accumulation power. Lingtian made a pause a little and looked at the Qian King. I also know my strength now. If it wasn't for the Golden Dragon King Wuhan, it should have become a god. Now it should be enough to complete the original agreement. If the Silver Dragon King wants to confirm actual combat, I also have a problem. No need. Enough. The Silver Dragon King dragon first tapped and glanced at Lingtian deeply. Although most divine power is lost. However, the eyesight of the Qian King is still there. She is very clear about Lingtian's strength now. It is said that half of the gods say that they have been low point at this moment. She suddenly recalled the words that had been entering the Dragon King at first. Maybe he really hoped. At first, it was for 5 years with the King of Golden Dragon. That was her unwillingness. I even felt that King Jinlang was not too determined. 5 years were just a finger for her. How could I suddenly change her view of Lingtian? But now, she really changed from the inside. Lingtian is different. It takes only 3 years to improve from the semi-god level. Even if the deity is reincarnated, how many people can do it? The Qian King had to admit that she was tempted now. The potential shown by Lingtian made her really see hope. She began to agree with the idea of King Jinlang. Compared with the policy of restoring the gods and beasts of the gods, the Silver Dragon King is now more inclined to the King of Golden Dragon King. Although it is very adventurous, but now the Qian King understands that Lingtian deserves her adventure. That's good. Hearing the words, Lingtian finally relaxed. Originally, he thought that the Silver Dragon King would try his own strength and the like, and never thought it was so happy. Now, as long as the Silver Dragon King does not change, there is no problem. For a while, the Silver Dragon King asked, Ice God, how many vacancies do you still have? The Golden Dragon King Wuhan now. 7. Hearing the words, the Silver Dragon King's face changed slightly, and Shen asked, didn't the King of Dragon King say that only the Dragon King and Binglan King? What is the third soul ring? Who is occupied? Soul ring. She is now like her original Dragon King, and she regards Lingtian as the hope of the rise of soul beasts. In order to cope with the divine realm. Of course, the soul ring of the second martial arts is of course to excel. According to the original idea of the King of Golden Dragon, it should be that all the gods and beasts are the best. There is a god beast Ice Phoenix. My first soul ring is filled by it. Lingtian explained the Tao, god, beast. It's okay too. Hearing the identity of Binglan, the Silver Dragon King has eased a lot. The strength is probably in the beast god of the first class deity. It is not impossible to be the soul ring of the King of Golden Dragon King. Then, how does the Silver Dragon King plan to help me replenish my remaining 7 soul rings? Lingtian looked at the Silver Dragon King with a little curiosity in his eyes. When he was in the ice and fire space, Leogu told him not to attach a soul ring to his second martial soul. Even if it takes 100,000 years, he would not be able to attach it. He could only wait until his soul power reached the level of a titled Douluo to come to the Star Dao forest. To find the Silver Dragon King. The soul ring has its own arrangements. He is very curious how do Leogu and Silver Dragon King plan to arrange this matter. At this moment, a silvery white light lit up around the Silver Dragon King, gradually wrapping her entire body in it. After a while, the light faded. A silver-haired girl replaced the dragon on the altar. Her angelic and beautiful appearance is as flawless as if carved by heaven. Her graceful figure, icy muscles and jade bones, and her pair of lavender eyes show her indescribable nobility and mystery. This is exactly the human form of the Silver Dragon King. Even Lingtian felt amazed. Although I have seen many beauties along the way, only 2.5 had such a noble temperament. One is naturally his lover Qian Renxue. The other one is Pope Bibidang of Wuhan Palace, and the other half is Tang Yuhe, the master of Yuxuan. Although the others Zhu Zuking, Shubinger, Ning Rangrong, Chenzi and others are also rare beauties, they pale in comparison in front of these people. Come with me. The Silver Dragon King raised his hand and lightly drew it in front of him. A space crack appeared in front of him, and the Silver Dragon King took the lead in stepping into it. See the situation. Lingtian did not hesitate and followed the Silver Dragon King into the space. The light and shadow rotate in front of me. The scene in front of me, after breaking through the space rift, suddenly changed. It was no longer the shining amethyst light before, but replaced by a desolate and dilapidated scene, with a sad and lonely atmosphere permeating the world. This kind of breath seems to corrode people's soul, making people feel an inexplicable sadness. Even Lingtian was slightly affected. Upon entering this place, the Silver Dragon King's mood obviously became much heavier, and his body was even more, emitting a faint silvery white light. After a while, she adjusted her mood. He suppressed the sadness and anger in his heart, and the light around him slowly dissipated. Let's go. The Silver Dragon King walked towards the depths of the space, and Lingtian followed behind him without asking any questions. Under her leadership, he quickly arrived at the highest mountain peak. Below was the destination of their trip. This is it. The Silver Dragon King's purple eyes looked down at the valley, his eyes full of sadness. Lingtian looked down. Everything you see is huge soul beast skeletons, almost everywhere in the valley. Most of their skeletons are incomplete. Some have lost half their skulls, some have broken ribs, some have even lost half their body, etc. You can imagine what kind of brutal battles the owners of these huge skeletons experienced during their lifetimes. The smell of death and ruin in the valley is extremely strong. Just lowering his head and looking far away, a strong smell of death came directly to his face. Although these skeletons are not as good as the original Ice and Fire Dragon King. But when they are put together, they look even more shocking and sad, as if they can see the tragic battle at the beginning. Although I had already guessed about the environment in front of me, it was still a strong visual shock when I saw it with my own eyes. Lingtian had already roughly guessed their identities, because he felt familiar energy fluctuations on many corpses, especially that extremely cold killing intent only the god of soul beasts who was supposed to have fallen into the divine world. Why does he now appear here on a large scale in the form of corpses and true spirits? Thinking of this, Lingtian felt confused and turned his head to look at the Silver Dragon King for answers. The next moment, the Silver Dragon King, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke quietly. Ice God, you should know about the divine war between humans and soul beasts, right? Hearing this, Lingtian retracted his gaze, nodded, and said, I have some understanding. Although the God realm has sealed up most of the historical data, I still learned some things. All the bones buried here are the only remaining mythical beasts after that battle. The Silver Dragon King looked towards the valley, his eyes filled with sadness. Mythical beast. Lingtian was slightly startled. Immediately, the Silver Dragon King told Lingtian about the past events. It turns out that when he was defeated in the Great War in the God realm, the Silver Dragon King took away some of the seriously injured divine beasts. The original plan was to wait until the injuries in the lower realm were healed and fight back to the God realm together, but the life force provided by the life crystal was barely enough for her to make up for the hidden injuries. The little life crystal was just a drop in the bucket for them. These mythical beasts also understand the Silver Dragon King's dilemma. For the great cause of their Soul Beast clan, they took the initiative to make a choice for the Silver Dragon King. In the end, these mythical beasts saved by her still did not escape the fate of death. One by one, their bodies were seriously injured and could not heal, and they died one after another. However, the Silver Dragon King did not give up completely and specially opened up a space to preserve their true spirits forever. This is the origin of the space here. After listening to Silver Dragon King's story, Lingtian couldn't help but fall into silence. She helplessly watched one of her subordinates die one after another in front of her, but she had no way to save him. Who could understand the pain of the Silver Dragon King, who was powerless at that time? What would happen if it were you? Sometimes it is easy to die, but it is difficult to live with expectations. Silver Dragon King, she has no choice. She is the last leader of the Soul Beast clan and the only remaining hope. For the future of the Soul Beast clan, she can only persevere. I will bury the bodies of the fallen beasts here. Those people are still here today. Then, when Leogu first came to the Stardao forest, was this what he discussed with you? Yes, the Silver Dragon King nodded and said bluntly, when the Golden Dragon King came to me, the purpose was to get the sacred beast here. So I made a bet with him. If your talent can satisfy me within 5 years, then I'll give you a chance to come here. And now your talent far exceeds expectations. The Golden Dragon King's god-making plan gives me hope. The Silver Dragon King looked at Lingtian with hope in his eyes, just like the Golden Dragon King back then. So, you want them to become my soul rings? Lingtian asked. No. The Silver Dragon King shook his head, raised his jade finger, and pointed at Lingtian, reminding him, I will only help you wake them up and provide you with a chance to try. As for whether you can get their recognition in the end, it depends on you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.